Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Destiny. The papers in front of me blur into an indistinct mass. My fingertips trace the edges of the documents, each one a nauseating reminder of the life I'm about to dismantle. The leather chair beneath me creaks as I shift, sounding out of place in the quiet office. "Mrs. Ryder?" Barrett's voice cuts through my haze. "Destiny?" I blink, refocusing on the man across the desk. "Sorry, I was just thinking." Barrett leans forward, his elbows resting on the polished wood. "It's okay. This is a lot to process. But I want you to know it will be all right. We'll make this as seamless and painless as possible." A weak smile tugs at my lips. "Thank you, Barrett. I appreciate that." He nods. Then his expression turns serious. He adjusts his glasses. "However, I do need to inform you that this situation is going to be a bit more complicated than a typical divorce." My stomach clenches. "What do you mean?" "Well, given that you and Adam own property together, not to mention your closely intertwined business interests, it adds many layers of complexity to the proceedings." I swallow hard, my throat suddenly dry. "Our companies?" "Yes," he confirms. "Your clothing line and Adam's tech company. The fact that you're both partners in each other's businesses will call for careful navigation. It's going to take a lot of planning, many meetings, and most of all, time." My mind races, thinking of the countless meetings, the late nights spent brainstorming, the shared dreams that led to our now intertwined personal empires. How do you untangle a life so thoroughly and lovingly woven together? "I understand," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. It's rather overwhelming." Barrett's eyes soften. "I know, but that's why I'm here. We'll take it step by step, okay?" I nod, grateful for his reassurance. "Thank you. Really. I don't know how I'd navigate this without your help." "That's why you came to me," he says with a gentle smile. "Now, let's start by going through these documents one by one. We'll break it down into manageable pieces." As he begins explaining the first form, I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the long road ahead. The life I built with Adam may now have to come to an end, but perhaps this is the first step toward a new beginning. A few hours later, I leave Barrett's office, my head spinning with legal jargon and the weight of impending change. The click of my heels against the polished floor echoes through the hallway, a sound I once found comforting, but now feels hollow. As I step into the elevator, a couple joins me, their hands intertwined. The woman leans into her partner, giggling at something he whispers in her ear. My chest tightens, and I avert my gaze, focusing on the descending numbers above the door. I suddenly wish I could forward time and be out of this tiny space at once. Long moments later, I welcome the ding of the elevator doors that will let me escape from the lovey-dovey vibes and awful elevator music. The parking lot greets me with its usual song of car alarms and distant traffic. I fumble with my keys, dropping them twice before managing to unlock my car. Once inside, I grip the steering wheel, my knuckles turning white. "Get it together, Destiny," I mutter to myself, taking a deep breath before starting the engine. I glance at the rearview mirror. My eyes are shiny with tears held back, and I blink rapidly to regain control. Not here. The drive home is a blur of familiar streets and unfamiliar emotions. I park in front of my new apartment building, staring at its facade. It's modern, sleek, beautiful, everything I thought I wanted. But right now, it feels more like a resplendent mausoleum than a home. I drag myself up the stairs, every step heavier than the last. The key turns in the lock, and I step inside, greeted by the smell of fresh paint and new furniture. My eyes scan the room, taking in the carefully curated decor that now feels like a stranger's attempt at comfort. The silence is deafening. No TV murmuring in the background, no clacking of Adam's keyboard as he works late into the night. Just emptiness. I drop my purse on the pristine kitchen counter, my gaze landing on the framed photo I couldn't bring myself to pack away. Adam and I on our wedding day, his arms around me, both of us beaming at the camera. He looked so handsome, and I was practically glowing with joy. We were so happy, so in love. Why did it all go so wrong? A sob catches in my throat, and I sink to the floor, my back against the cold kitchen cabinets. The tears I've been holding back all day finally break free, cascading down my cheeks. Here. Now I will let it all out behind closed doors. I know it's how I'll heal, but there's no way I'll let anyone see me in such a sorrowful state. I take a deep breath and look up at the ceiling, as if searching for help or perhaps answers to questions I haven't thought of yet. The truth lies heavily on my shoulders, seeping into my soul. This apartment, with its perfect feng shui and Instagram-worthy aesthetic, will never be home. Home was the sound of Adam's laughter echoing through our house. Home was the way he'd surprise me with breakfast in bed on Sunday mornings. Home was the warmth of his strong arms around me after a long day. But I couldn't stay there. Not with the memories of our fights, the growing silences, the realization that we were drifting apart despite our best efforts. Our house had become a battleground, every room a reminder of what we were losing, the precious fragility of a once wonderful relationship we couldn't keep together. The two of us were a power couple, the envy of our friend group. Even our competition couldn't deny how awesome the two of us were together. But that all went up in smoke, and I was unable to capture it, flailing to close my hands over something that I wanted with all my heart. I pull my knees to my chest, hugging them tight as I let the grief wash over me. This is my reality now. An empty apartment and a heart full of broken dreams. I drag myself off the kitchen floor, my legs stiff from sitting too long. The photo on the counter catches my eye again, and I can't help but pick it up. My thumb traces Adam's face, remembering the electricity I felt when we first met. God, we were so in love. I whisper to the empty room and the memories in the chambers of my heart. Our first encounter floods back into my mind, a small smile tugging at my lips. Me, a wide-eyed intern, fumbling with a stack of papers. Him, the hot and confident CEO, catching them midair as they slipped from my grasp. "Looks like you could use a hand," he'd said, his smile making my heart skip. It was as if time stood still, and the only two people in existence was me and him. From that moment, we were inseparable. Late nights at the office turned into secret dinner dates. Stolen glances across conference rooms became wild, passionate kisses in his car. It was a rose-petal-filled whirlwind, intoxicating and all-consuming. I set the photo down, my chest tight. How did we go from that to this? The answer echoes in my mind, slowly, then all at once. The long hours at work, the missed dinners, the growing silences, the scandal at Adam's company, the irate investors. We became strangers living in the same house, our dreams diverging instead of aligning. No, I say firmly, shaking my head. I can't keep doing this to myself. I need to focus on my future, not fixate on my past. I grab my laptop from my bag, powering it on. If I can't fix my marriage, I can at least throw myself into my work. My clothing line needs me, and frankly, I need it too. As I open my business emails, a new message from my assistant pops up. Hey boss, just a reminder about the meeting with potential investors tomorrow. 9 a.m. sharp. You've got this. I smile, grateful for the distraction. Thanks, Mia. I type back. I'll be there. Can you send over the latest sales reports? Work. That's what I need to focus on. It's always been my safe haven, my place to shine. And now, more than ever, I need that anchor. I dive into charts, spreadsheets, and design sketches, losing myself in the familiar rhythm of creativity and business. Hours slip by unnoticed, and for a while, I forget about the divorce proceedings waiting to be handled, about the empty side of the bed I'll face tonight, and every night for the foreseeable future. As I finally close my laptop, exhaustion settling in, I realize something. I may have lost the love of my life, but I haven't lost myself. My company, my designs, they're still here. They're still mine. One day at a time, I mutter, heading to bed. Just one day at a time.
Chapter 2. Adam. I leaned back in my chair, surveying the room. The tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. My board of directors sit around the long mahogany table, their faces a mix of anger and concern. I study their faces and take in the lines of worry that make them all seem tired and older. The bags under their eyes make it clear that they've had many sleepless nights recently. I'm not worried. I've dealt with worse. Members of the board, I say, my voice calm and authoritative. Let's address the elephant in the room, shall we? Marcus, our CFO, jumps in first. Adam, these rumors are killing us. Our stock's taken a nosedive, and investors are panicking. I nod, acknowledging his concern without showing any sign of distress. And what do you propose we do about it, Marcus? He shifts uncomfortably. We need to make a statement. Clear the air. Show them our books if we have to. Absolutely not, I snap. We're not dancing to their tune. That's exactly what they want. Sarah, head of PR, leans forward. With all due respect, Adam, we can't just sit back and do nothing. The media's having a field day with this. I lock eyes with her. And give credence to these baseless accusations? Not a chance in hell. The room falls silent. I can see the doubt in their eyes, but I'm not about to let that shake me. I stand up, placing my hands on the table. Listen up. We're not lying to our investors. We never have, and we never will. This company was built on integrity, and that's how it'll continue to run. But the investigation, Marcus starts. I cut him off. Let them investigate. They won't find anything because there's nothing to find. I pace around the room, my presence commanding their attention. We're going to weather this storm. Our tech powers half the damn world's apps. We're not some fly-by-night operation that's going to crumble at the first sign of trouble. What about Destiny's company? Sarah asks hesitantly. The rumors are affecting her too. My jaw clenches at the mention of her name. That's not our concern right now. We focus on our company, our reputation. It takes priority over everything else until I decide otherwise. And the divorce? Marcus ventures. The way he shifts around papers in front of him make it obvious he didn't really want to ask. I shoot him a glare that could freeze hell. That's personal. It has nothing to do with this company or its operations. Are we clear? A chorus of "Yes, sir" echoes around the room. Good. I walk back to my chair and let my gaze travel of my team once more. I make a point of pinning each of them in their chairs for a few seconds before moving on. They should be able to tell that their leader is without fear in this storm. Let's be clear about one more thing, I say, my voice cutting through the tension. This company isn't just a paycheck for me. It's my legacy. We revolutionized the tech industry, and I won't let some half-assed rumors tarnish that. Marcus shifts in his seat again, eyes darting around the room. We get that, Adam. But perception is reality in this business. If people think there's something shady going on, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. I sit down, lean forward, locking eyes with him. Perception can be managed. Facts can't be denied. We have nothing to hide. By not backing up or groveling, we'll let everyone see that for themselves. Sarah speaks up, her tone cautious but firm. Adam, we need a strategy that addresses both the public's perception and the facts. If we don't control the narrative, someone else will. I nod slowly, appreciating her pragmatism, even if it grates on my nerves to think of playing into anyone's hands. Fine. We will come up with a statement that reaffirms our commitment to transparency and innovation. Highlight our recent successes, the partnerships we've secured. And the investigation, Marcus asks again, not letting it go. Let them dig, I say, my jaw set like granite. We'll cooperate fully because we have nothing to fear, but we're not throwing open our books for a witch hunt. Sarah scribbles notes on her tablet. We can organize a press conference for tomorrow afternoon. Give us time to get our talking points in order. Make it happen, I command. There's a knock on the door, and one of our assistants peeks in nervously. Mr. Ryder, you have a call from Senator Green's office. I raise an eyebrow, but don't let it show how much this could mean. I'll take it in my office. Turning back to the room, I give one last directive. Everyone stay focused and stay calm. We're handling this on our terms. As I stride out of the conference room, Sarah calls after me. Adam, about Destiny's company. I pause, but don't turn around. Not now, Sarah. Her silence tells me she's biting back more questions. The hallways hum with activity as I make my way to my office. Conversations buzz around me, snippets about app updates and design tweaks, but they barely register. Once inside my office, I close the door and take a deep breath before picking up the phone. This is Adam Ryder, I say into the receiver. Mr. Ryder, comes the voice on the other end. Senator Green wants to discuss your company's role in the upcoming tech summit. I relax slightly but remain guarded. Set up a meeting for tomorrow morning. When I hang up, my mind races through strategies and contingencies. My company's reputation is at stake, and I'll be damned if I let anyone drag it down. This tech summit comes at an opportune time. It can give us a chance to reassert our dominance. But there's another weight pressing on me. A name that keeps popping up despite my best efforts to shove it aside. Destiny. No time for that now. I step back out into the bustling office space, ready to tackle whatever comes next head on. We've got work to do, I say to no one in particular, but loud enough for everyone to hear. And just like that, I'm back in control, where I belong. After several hours of planning what needs to be mentioned in our company statement, I stride back to my office, feeling the familiar thrum of power in every step. It's a thrill I can't deny. The board meeting's intensity still buzzes in my veins. As soon as I sit down at my desk, my phone buzzes with a text from my assistant, Claire. When's a good time to meet with your lawyer? She asks. I stare at the message for a moment, my mind drifting to the reason I need to see Thomas in the first place. This whole mess, the investigation, the media circus, was the catalyst that tore Destiny and me apart. We were solid, or so I thought, until the pressure started to crack our foundation. I type back quickly. Thursday at 3 p.m. Make it happen. Her immediate response confirms the appointment, and I toss my phone onto the desk, leaning back in my chair. Divorce. The word tastes bitter. But I'm not one to wallow. Sure, there's a part of me that wishes things had turned out differently. Destiny is special. But life doesn't wait for anyone to lick their wounds. My office door creaks open slightly, and Claire pokes her head in, choosing to speak to me rather than send a message this time. Senator Green's office called again. They want confirmation on tomorrow's meeting. Tell them I'll be there, I say without looking up. Got it, she says before disappearing again. I swivel my chair to face the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the city. The view is as commanding as ever, but it doesn't hold the same thrill today. My mind wanders back to those early days with Destiny, the late-night brainstorming sessions that turned into sunrise breakfasts, her laugh echoing in our kitchen as we tried to cook together, and failed spectacularly. Get it together, I muttered to myself. The truth is, I'm not moping. I don't do moping. I'm pissed. At myself for letting things get this far, and at her for walking away without a fight. And maybe a little frustrated and disappointed. I thought we'd be together forever. But mixed feelings or not, I have a company to run and an empire to protect. My phone buzzes again with an incoming email alert. It's from Sarah with the draft statement for tomorrow's press conference. I skim through it quickly, noting a few things that will need to be changed. Adam? Claire's voice comes through the intercom this time. Thomas called too. He wants to discuss some updates before your meeting. Tell him I'll call him back later today. As I glance at the framed photo on my desk, a candid shot of Destiny laughing at one of our company events, I feel a strange mix of regret and determination settle in my chest. The feeling is gone as soon as it thinks it can nestle in my bones and spirit. I'm Adam Ryder. I'm not about to let anyone or anything take me down without one hell of a fight, and that includes dealing with this divorce on my terms. I print out Sarah's draft statement and grab it, sitting down in my chair, red pen in hand. There's no room for error now. Every word has to be perfect. Just like everything else I've built from the ground up. No distractions, no second guessing. Just action.
Chapter 3. Destiny. The baby's wail cuts through the early morning silence like a siren. I groggily shuffle to the crib, picking up Avery and cradling her against my chest. Her tiny fingers grasp at my shirt, seeking comfort. Shh, it's okay, baby girl, I murmur, gently rocking her back and forth. Her cries soften and her eyelids droop as she nestles into me. I hum softly, pacing the room until she finally drifts back to sleep. Smiling, I lay her down in the crib and tiptoe out of the nursery, heading straight for the kitchen. The scent of freshly brewed coffee greets me as I pour myself a cup. Just as I'm about to take my first sip, my phone buzzes on the counter. Barrett, I mutter, glancing at the caller ID. Good morning. Morning, Destiny. Sorry to be blunt so early in the morning, but have you told him yet? I take a deep breath, leaning against the counter. Not yet. I've been busy with work and Avery. You can't keep putting this off, he says firmly. Adam's lawyer is getting impatient. He wants to know why we haven't set a date for the court hearing. What's his problem? I snap. It's not like we're dragging our feet for fun. Things are complicated. His silence is heavy with meaning. I know the property and business entanglements aren't making this easy, and getting court dates has undeniably been a nightmare. But we're walking on thin ice now. I know he's right. My and Adam's lives have become so intertwined. Untangling them has been like trying to separate threads of silk from a spider's web. I know it's just all so complicated. I repeat, softer this time. I get that, Barrett replies, his tone softening. But we both know that's not the real reason we're dragging this out. I pinch the bridge of my nose, feeling the weight of his words settle over me. I know, how do I even start that conversation? Hey, Adam, nice weather we're having. By the way, you have a daughter? He'll be furious. He probably will be, Barrett agrees. But hiding it any longer isn't fair to him or Avery. It's about a lot more than simply telling him that he's a father. I do have valid reasons for not telling him as soon as I knew. I start pacing my apartment, my coffee cup forgotten on the kitchen table. It's not like I'm trying to be an evil and selfish ex here. I'm not too proud to admit that I'm scared. You know how powerful he is. That's why we've been delaying things for so long. Barrett reminds me. To give you time to figure this out. But we're running out of excuses to stall. It's going to become obvious that there's more to the holdup. I glance at Avery's crib through the open doorway and feel a pang of guilt. You're right. I'll tell him soon. Soon needs to be very soon, he warns. This divorce has already taken a year because of all the complications with your businesses and court dates. And if Adam finds out about Avery after everything's finalized, he'll come after me with everything he's got. I finish for him. My stomach churns at the thought. Adam is nothing if not determined when he wants something. Exactly, Barrett says softly. And as your friend, not just your lawyer, I don't want that for you. I nod, even though he can't see me. Thanks, Barrett. I'll figure it out. Just let me know when you're ready, he says before hanging up. I stare at my phone for a moment before setting it down and returning to the kitchen to take a long sip of coffee. The warmth does little to ease the cold knot in my stomach. How did it come to this? I whisper to myself. I know the answer, but that doesn't make me feel any better. The worry about what will happen once Adam knows about his daughter makes the back of my throat go numb. He'll tell me how wrong I was to keep her away from him, and he'll be right. Still, it's not a decision I made lightly. Hopefully, he remembers who I am and will understand my motivations. Hopefully. In the silence of my apartment, I can hear her stir in her crib, reminding me of what truly matters. Barrett's early call also makes me feel the importance of not running away from reality for much longer. I know just as well as him that I can't keep avoiding this. I put my coffee cup down, the creamy liquid no longer offering solace, and walk back into Avery's room, the soft light filtering through the curtains, casting a gentle glow over her crib. She sleeps peacefully, her tiny chest rising and falling with each breath. Her small fingers twitch occasionally, perhaps dreaming of some baby adventure. It melts my heart. Hey, little one, I whisper, brushing a stray dark curl from her forehead. You have no idea how much you mean to me. I can't help but smile. Being a mother is everything I ever wanted and more, but it's also a constant reminder of what I've been avoiding. Your daddy would love you so much, I murmur. And I know he deserves to know about you. Eventually. Leaning against the crib, I watch her, marveling at how something so small can fill my heart with so much love and guilt simultaneously. She's my world now, my reason for everything. Yet every moment of joy is shadowed by the secret I carry. But the thought of telling Adam sends me into a tailspin. It's not that I plan on never telling him. I'm just delaying. A big part of me wants to get through the divorce first, to have some semblance of control over this chaos. But Barrett won't let that happen. And I know he's right to argue against it. I close my eyes, fighting back tears. The real reason I've kept Avery a secret gnaws at me every day. I know Adam. He's the kind of man who would drop everything to be there for his child and give her a family. But trying to fix our broken marriage just for Avery isn't fair to any of us. Staying together for a kid's sake is a recipe for disaster. I've seen too many relationships implode because of that misguided sense of duty. I still love Adam deeply, that's undeniable. But our relationship ended for reasons that won't magically disappear just because we have a child together. The thought of being with him again only for everything to fall apart later terrifies me. It would hurt Avery more than anything. I'm sorry, I whisper to Avery. I'm doing what I think is best for you. Plus, it's too painful to think about being with Adam again, knowing how things ended between us. The love is still there, burning bright and hot, buried under layers of hurt that can't just be ignored. I wish things were different, I murmur, leaning down to kiss Avery's forehead. I wish you could have both your parents together, without all the baggage. I pull back and straighten up, feeling a new resolve harden within me. I'll tell him soon, but on my terms. I just need a little more time to figure out how to do it, without completely unraveling everything. Avery stirs slightly but settles back into sleep with a contented sigh. I watch her for a few more moments before stepping back and taking a deep breath. "Sleep tight, baby girl," I whisper, before stepping out of the nursery and closing the door softly behind me. "All right," I say quietly to myself. Time to get back to work. Back in the living room, I sit down at my work desk, where sketches and fabric samples await my attention. For long moments, I just stare at the sketches spread out before me. My clothing line has been my lifeline through all this turmoil. Drowning myself in work has been my coping mechanism ever since Adam and I split up. It has been easier than facing the messy emotions head on. Also, it's something I built on my own terms, a reminder that I'm capable of standing on my own 2 feet. But even as I dive into my work, the thought of Adam looms large in my mind. It's not just about telling him. It's about facing the reality of our broken relationship and figuring out how to co-parent without letting old wounds fester. I can see his face in my mind, his dark blue eyes piercing through every wall I've started to put up between us. A shiver runs down my spine, and I'm not too sure if it's from the thought of facing him again or because I miss how he could look right into my soul. My phone buzzes again, another reminder that life doesn't pause for personal crises. This time it's a message from one of my suppliers about a fabric shipment delay. Of course, I mutter, typing out a quick response before tossing the phone aside. As much as I'd love to bury myself in work and avoid dealing with this mess, I know it's not an option anymore. Barrett's call was just what I needed to make it sink in that there's more than my fears at stake here. For Avery's sake, it's time to face the music. One step at a time, Destiny. One step at a time.
Chapter 4. Adam. I sit at my desk staring at the financial reports. The numbers dance on the screen, a mix of reds and greens that signal both progress and setbacks. The scent of freshly brewed coffee wafts from the cup beside me, a small comfort in the chaos. "Adam, you still in here?" Marcus's voice cuts through my focus. My CFO leans against the doorframe, looking as exhausted as I feel. "Yeah, just going over the reports again," I say, not looking up. "We're making headway, but it's not enough." He steps in, shutting the door behind him. "The board's more optimistic now than they were a few weeks ago. You pulled us out of worse situations before." I finally glance up, meeting his eyes. "Optimism doesn't pay the bills, Marcus. Investors want results." He shrugs. "They want to see confidence, too. And you've got that in spades." "Confidence is one thing," I say. "But we need a solid plan to turn this around completely." I scroll through the report, pinpointing areas where we're bleeding money. We need to cut down on overhead without compromising quality. Marcus nods. "I've been working on a few proposals for that. Streamlining some departments could save us a decent chunk." I lean back in my chair, considering his words. "And what about our marketing strategy? We need to rebuild trust with our users." "Already ahead of you," he says with a grin. "We're starting work on a campaign next week that focuses on transparency and customer engagement." "Good," I say, feeling a rare moment of relief. We can't afford any more screw-ups. Marcus chuckles. "No kidding, but hey, we've got this." He pauses, his tone shifting to something more serious. "How are you holding up?" "Personally?" I narrow my eyes at him. "What's this? A therapy session?" He raises his hands in mock surrender. "Just checking in. You've been through a lot lately." I shrug off his concern. "I'm fine, Marcus. Focused on the company, as I should be, as you and the investors want me to be. The divorce is still a raw wound, but I won't let it show." "All right," he says, Not entirely convinced, but smart enough not to push it further. I'll get those finance proposals to you by tomorrow. Thanks, I say as he heads for the door. Once he's gone, I return to the reports, my mind racing with strategies and contingencies. This company is my lifeblood. Failure isn't an option. A soft ping from my phone distracts me. A text from my assistant reminding me about the meeting with my lawyer. Great, another headache. As I type out my response, confirming the time for our meeting, thoughts of destiny creep in uninvited. Our past and the mess we're trying to sort out now. It's like trying to untangle a knot made of barbed wire. I push those thoughts aside and focus on what I can control, the numbers on my screen and the future of this company. It's going to take everything I've got, but I've never backed down from a challenge before, and I'm not about to start now. With renewed determination, I dive back into the data, ready to fight for every inch of progress we can make. The time for my meeting with Thomas comes almost too quickly. I straighten my tie and grab my tablet, ready to face whatever legal nonsense he has for me today. Striding through the hallways of my company's headquarters, I can feel eyes on me, some curious, others anxious. The employees know things are shaky right now, but they also know better than to let it affect their work. When I enter the conference room, Thomas is already there, his leather briefcase open and papers spread out in front of him. "Morning, Adam," he says as he stands to shake my hand. "Thomas," I acknowledge him with a firm grip before taking a seat. "Let's get down to business. What's the latest?" He sits down and adjusts his suit. "We're still dealing with delays from Destiny's side. Barrett keeps pushing back dates, citing complications with shared assets." I scowl. "Complications? This has been dragging on for a year now. What exactly is Barrett's issue?" Thomas shuffles through his papers before pulling out a thick folder. "From what I can gather, he's leveraging your intertwined business interests to slow things down." I tap my fingers on the table impatiently. This is ridiculous. We have clear agreements on our shares in each other's companies. Why hasn't this been resolved yet? "Destiny's been cooperative in some areas, but hesitant in others," Thomas explains. "It seems there might be more going on than just business entanglements." I narrow my eyes at him. "Like what?" He hesitates before answering. She hasn't specified anything directly, but her lawyer's evasiveness suggests there might be personal matters at play. I snort derisively. "Personal matters? We're past that point." "Even so," Thomas continues cautiously, "we need to approach this carefully to avoid further complications." "I don't care about careful," I snap back. "I want this done efficiently and fast." I lean forward, pinning him with my gaze. "Get things done." He nods slowly. "Understood. I'll push harder for concrete dates and resolutions." "Thomas," I say, my voice cutting through the air in the room like a scalpel, "I'm tired of these delays. We need a court date, and we need it now." He shifts uncomfortably in his seat. "I understand, Adam, but Barrett is playing hardball. He's dragging his feet on setting a date. There isn't that much I can do to make him get his mind together." I lean forward, my fingers drumming on the polished table. "Then play harder. I want this chapter closed so I can focus entirely on the business." He clears his throat. "I'll push Barrett harder, but you have to understand." "I don't care about his reasons," I interrupt, my patience wearing thin. "We've been at this for far too long. Either you get matters finalized, or I'll find a divorce lawyer who can." He blinks, taken aback by my ultimatum. "Adam, I've been doing everything in my power to expedite this process." "Clearly not enough," I snap back. "I hired you to get results, not placate me with excuses." Thomas nods slowly, absorbing my words. "All right, I'll escalate our approach. But be prepared for pushback from Destiny's side." "I expect it," I say, standing up and grabbing my tablet. "But I also expect you to handle it. Make it happen, or don't show your face here again." He gathers his papers, a determined look replacing his earlier hesitation. "I'll get on it immediately." As I leave the conference room, I feel a weight lifting off my shoulders. This divorce has been like an anchor dragging me down, and it's time to cut it loose. Back in my office, I close the door behind me and take a deep breath. The scent of leather and polished wood grounds me momentarily before the weight of responsibilities comes crashing back. My phone buzzes again, a reminder of another meeting with the marketing team in 10 minutes. Great. I scroll through emails as I walk to the next conference room. Each message is a reminder of how much is at stake. Contracts to review, partnerships to secure, strategies to implement. When I enter the room, everyone looks up expectantly. All right, I say, taking my seat at the head of the table. Let's talk about how we're going to rebuild our brand trust. Several productive but mentally exhausting hours later, I stand at my office's floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the city bathed in an orange glow as the sun dips behind the skyscrapers. The view never gets old, even after all these years. New York, a beast of concrete and glass, has a way of reminding you where you started. Synapse X wasn't always this tech behemoth. I remember the early days, when it was just me and a handful of engineers crammed into a tiny office space. Back then, our biggest concern was making rent, not managing billion-dollar deals. I loosened my tie, letting out a long breath. Success came faster than I'd anticipated, but I never let it change me. I'm still that same driven man who couldn't sleep because his mind was racing with ideas. My eyes focus on the Synapse X logo on a billboard atop a nearby building, glowing bright against the twilight sky. Pride swells in my chest. I built this from nothing but an idea and sheer determination. And I'll be damned if I let anyone tear it down, I mutter, jaw clenching. I turn away from the window and walk back to my desk, running my fingers over the polished wood. Every scratch and scuff on this desk tells a story. Late nights, frantic coding sessions, and moments of triumph. My company became my life's work, my legacy. It might be facing challenges now, but I've faced worse before and come out on top every time. My phone buzzes yet again. A message from Thomas confirming our next meeting with Barrett. Perfect. This whole thing has been dragging on longer than I should have allowed it. It's time to cut through the red tape and get it over with. I return to the window, letting the last rays of sunlight wash over me. No matter what happens next, with Destiny or this company, I won't let anyone or anything bring me down. The city below continues its endless hustle as I stand there, unyielding in my resolve. One way or another, Synapse X will continue to thrive. My empire might be shaken, but it's far from falling. I'll make sure of that.
Chapter 5. Destiny. I stand in front of the mirror, adjusting my blazer for the 100th time. My reflection stares back at me, a mix of determination and anxiety etched across my face. The sound of Avery's soft coos drifts from the nursery, tugging at my heartstrings. You've got this, Destiny, I mutter to myself, smoothing down my unruly curls. It's just a meeting. You've done this 1,000,000 times before. But it's not just a meeting. It's my first time leaving Avery since she was born. The thought makes my stomach churn. The doorbell rings, jolting me from my thoughts. I hurry to answer it, my heels clicking against the hardwood floor. Hey, girl! My assistant and friend, Jasmine, breezes in, her arms laden with folders and a laptop bag. Ready for your grand return? I force a smile. As ready as I'll ever be. She sets her things down and gives me a once-over. Damn, motherhood looks good on you. That outfit is fire. Thanks, I say, glancing down at my tailored suit. I figured I should look the part if I'm going to convince everyone I haven't lost my edge. Please, Jasmine scoffs. You could show up in sweatpants and still run circles around those guys? A cry erupts from the nursery, and I instinctively take a step towards it. She puts a hand on my arm. I've got this. You finish getting ready. I hesitate, torn between my baby and my career. Are you sure? I mean, I could probably reschedule. Nuh-uh, she cuts me off. This meeting is crucial, and you know it. Your next line won't design itself. She's right, of course. I've been putting this off for too long, letting my team handle everything while I focused on Avery. But now it's time to step up. I take a deep breath. Okay, you're right. I'll just go check on her one more time. One more time, Jasmine agrees, following me to the nursery. Avery's big brown eyes light up when she sees me, and my heart melts. I scoop her up, inhaling her sweet baby scent. Mommy has to go to work now, Cupcake. I whisper, kissing her forehead. But I'll be back before you know it. Jasmine gently takes Avery from me. We'll be fine. Just go knock 'em dead. Okay, so her bottles are in the fridge. Make sure to warm them up, but not too hot. Test it on your wrist first. She nods, her expression a mix of amusement and understanding. Got it. Warm, not scalding. And her diapers are under the changing table, Jasmine finishes. I've been here before, Des. I press on, undeterred. Right, but remember she likes the lavender lotion after her bath. Oh, and her favorite stuffed elephant is on the rocking chair, Jasmine says, gently hugging Avery. I've got this, Mama Bear. You focus on slaying that meeting. I bite my lip, watching as Avery settles contentedly against Jasmine's shoulder. I'll only be gone for 2 hours, 3, tops. And we'll be right here when you get back, Jasmine assures me. She gives me a playful shove towards the door. Now go, before you talk yourself out of it. I hesitate, my hand on the doorknob. You'll call if anything happens, right? Even if it seems small. She rolls her eyes, but her smile is kind. I promise to call if she so much as sneezes funny. Now seriously, get out of here before I have to physically remove you. I laugh, the sound surprising me. It feels good, like releasing a breath I didn't know I was holding. All right, I'm going. As I step out into the hallway, I hear Jasmine's voice, soft and soothing, talking to Avery. Your mama's gonna take over the world, little one. Just you wait and see. I close the door behind me, my chest tight with a mix of pride and longing. It's only 2 hours, I remind myself. I can do this. About half an hour later, I sit at the head of the conference table, my eyes darting between the PowerPoint presentation and my phone. The buzz of conversation around me fades into white noise as I check my messages for the 100th time. Destiny? I snap to attention, meeting the expectant gaze of my lead designer, Tara. Sorry, what was that? She furrows her brow. I was asking about the fabric choices for the fall line. Are we still going with the eco-friendly options? Right, yes. I nod, forcing myself to focus. Sustainability is key this season. Let's push forward with the organic cotton and recycled polyester blends. My phone vibrates against the table, and I snatch it up, my heart racing. It's Barrett. I stand abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. Excuse me, I need to take this. It's urgent, I mutter, already heading for the door. Once in the hallway, I answer breathlessly. Barrett, what's going on? His voice is calm, but I detect an undercurrent of tension. Adam's lawyer is pushing hard for a court date, Destiny. They're getting beyond impatient. There's no way to put it off any longer. My stomach drops. How long do we have, do you think? Not long, Barrett sighs, and I can almost see him adjust his glasses. Look, I've been stalling as much as I can, but I can't keep this up. You know what you need to do. I lean against the wall, closing my eyes. I know. Destiny? His tone softens. If Adam finds out about Avery from anyone but you, it's going to be a mess. How long do you think something like that can remain a secret anyway? I run a hand through my hair, frustration bubbling up. You think I don't know that? I lie awake every night thinking about it. Then do something about it, Barrett urges. Set up a meeting with Adam. Today? My chest tightens at the thought. I can't just... You can, and you have to. He cuts me off. There is no more time. The truth of his words hits me like a punch to the gut. You're right, I whisper, defeat coloring my voice. I'll call him today. Good, he says, relief evident in his tone. Let me know how it goes. I end the call, my mind racing. How did I let things get this far? The thought of facing Adam, of telling him about our daughter, sends a wave of nausea through me. But Barrett's right. I've run out of time and excuses. I slip my phone back into my pocket, my hand trembling slightly. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself before re-entering the conference room. Everything okay, Destiny? Amy, one of my favorite designers, asks as I slide back into my seat. I force a smile. Yeah, just some legal stuff. Where were we? Tara clears her throat. We were discussing the color palette for the fall line. I was thinking rich jewel tones. Her voice fades into the background as my mind races. How am I going to tell Adam? The scenarios play out in my head, each one worse than the last. Scenario 1. I show up at his office unannounced. Hey, Adam, remember that night before I moved out? Surprise, we have a kid now. No, too casual, too flippant, disrespectful even. Scenario 2. I call him, my voice shaking. Adam, we need to talk. It's about our daughter. Too dramatic. He'd probably think someone died, and he hates theatrics. Scenario 3. I send him a text with a picture of Avery. Meet your daughter. Sorry for the year-long delay. Definitely not. That's just asking for a lawsuit. Destiny, what do you think? I snap back to reality, realizing everyone's staring at me. I'm sorry, what was the question? Tara sighs, clearly frustrated. The emerald green. Do you think it's too bold for the fall collection? I glance at the fabric swatch in front of me, trying to focus. No, I think it's perfect. It'll stand out on the runway. As the meeting continues, I make a silent vow to myself. No more excuses, no more delays. I'll tell Adam about Avery within the month, come hell or high water. The rest of the meeting passes in a blur. I nod and smile at the right moments, remaining professional. But my mind is elsewhere, plotting and planning. By the time we wrap up, I've made my decision. I'll invite Adam for coffee, or get him over to my place with some other excuse. Neutral ground, public enough to keep things civil, private enough for a conversation this important. I'll tell him everything, face to face. It's the least I can do now. As everyone files out of the conference room, Amy hangs back. You sure you're okay? You seemed pretty distracted. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. I've got a lot on my mind, but I'm handling it. She raises an eyebrow. Handling it like you handle your inbox? Because, let me tell you, that's not... I've got it under control. I cut her off, more sharply than I intended. Sorry, I need to sort out a difficult situation. She nods, concern etched on her face. All right. But if you need anything, I know where to find you. I finish with a small smile. Thanks, Amy. When I finally pull into my driveway and see Jasmine through the window, rocking Avery gently in her arms, I'm reminded of why this is so important. Avery deserves to know her father, and Adam deserves to know his daughter.
Chapter 6. Adam. The champagne flows and the buzz of polite conversation fills the air. My date, Madison, walks close to me, her sequined dress catching the light with every step. "Smile, darling," she whispers, her breath warm against my ear. I plaster on a grin. "Just remember why you're here." She laughs softly, but it lacks warmth. "Your company throws one hell of a party even when it's a charity gala." "That it does." I steer us toward a group of potential investors, noting their watchful eyes as we approach. "Evening, gentlemen." They turn, faces lighting up. "Adam Ryder," one of them says, extending a hand. "Always a pleasure." "Likewise," I reply, shaking hands all around. "This is Madison." She gives them a practiced smile. "Nice to meet you all." I dive into conversations about the latest app updates and future projections. Madison stands by my side, nodding at the right moments, but clearly bored out of her mind. "Your company's resilience is impressive," one investor says, swirling his drink. "Comes with the territory," I reply smoothly. "We hit a bump. We bounce back stronger." Another investor leans in. "What's next on the horizon for Synapsex?" I glance around the room before answering, ensuring everyone's attention is on me. "We're looking into AI integration for our graphic design software, something that will revolutionize user experience." "Ambitious," someone comments. "That's how we became dominant in the industry." I smirk, raising my glass. A waiter passes by with a tray of hors d'oeuvre. Madison grabs one and nibbles delicately. Her presence here is purely for show, a pretty face to distract from the chaos that's been my life lately. She's performing well in her role for now. As we move through the crowd, I catch snippets of conversations about stocks and market trends. Someone mentions my name and I pivot towards them. "Adam, heard you're making waves again," an older man in a sharp tuxedo says. I shake his hand firmly, "Just staying ahead of the curve." Madison shifts beside me, her eyes glazing over at another round of business talk. "Excuse me," she says sweetly before slipping away towards the bar. The man chuckles as she leaves. "Women. Never interested in shop talk." "They've got their own priorities," I say dryly. He nods sagely before diving into a question about our latest quarterly earnings report. We exchange numbers and projections like they're trading cards until another familiar face appears at my elbow. Madison returns with 2 glasses of champagne. "For you," she says with a wink. I take it, but don't drink. "Thanks." My mind is already racing through strategies to finally close this chapter with destiny and focus entirely on what's ahead for Synapsex and maybe find some semblance of normalcy again. Madison loops her arm through mine again, looking around to make sure all the women know I'm taken for the night. I resist rolling my eyes. We continue to navigate the room, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries until the night blurs into a series of practiced smiles and hollow laughter. The noise from the crowd fades when I make my way to the bar, finally alone for a moment. The bartender slides a whiskey in front of me without asking. Perks of being a regular, I suppose. "Ryder," a voice calls out, familiar but not quite welcome. I turn to see Ben, an old acquaintance from our mutual college days. He's all smiles, clearly having had a few too many. "Ben," I nod. "How's life treating you?" He claps me on the back, nearly spilling my drink. "Oh, you know, same old grind. My twins are driving me crazy as always, but hey, enough about me. How's Destiny? She tired of you yet?" I tighten my grip on the glass, the amber liquid catching the light. "Actually, we're in the middle of a divorce." Ben's smile falters. "Oh man, I had no idea. I'm sorry to hear that." "It's complicated," I say, keeping my tone even. "But it's for the best." "Wow," he says, shaking his head. "You two seem perfect together." I take a sip of whiskey, letting the burn settle before speaking again. "Life has a way of surprising you." "Yeah," Ben mutters awkwardly, clearly at a loss for words now. I seize the opportunity to steer the conversation away from my personal life. "So, how's your business going? Last I heard you were expanding." His face brightens as he dives into an update about his latest ventures. I nod and make all the right noises, but my mind is elsewhere, thinking about destiny and everything we built together that crumbled apart. Enough about that, Ben says finally, looking relieved to have finished his spiel. Anything exciting happening at Synapsix? We're making strides with AI integration, I say smoothly. It'll be game-changing. Ben whistles appreciatively. Always making big moves, huh? You know it. I raise my glass in a mock toast. Part of me is growing irritated with repeating the same lines and hearing the same responses. But I pretend to be interested and excited. It's how I remain one of the biggest players in the tech industry. We chat for a few more minutes before Ben excuses himself to rejoin his group. I watch him go, feeling an odd mix of relief and frustration. The bartender catches my eye and raises an eyebrow in silent question. I shake my head. One drink is enough tonight. Madison's laughter rings out, high and hollow, as she entertains a cluster of socialites by the grand piano. The sound is grating, almost making me wince. I scan the room, my smile never faltering. Networking events like this are a necessary evil. Tonight, every handshake feels like a chore, every laugh forced. Adam, there you are! Another voice, another eager handshake. I've been dying to hear about your latest project. I nod, engaging in yet another conversation about our planned AI integration. We're developing a new algorithm that predicts design trends before they happen, I explain. Impressive, the man replies, his eyes wide with interest. You're always ahead of the game. That's the goal, I say, but my mind is elsewhere, stuck on the unfinished business with destiny. Madison sidles up to me again, her champagne glass nearly empty. You look like you're plotting world domination over here. Just business as usual, I reply dryly. She leans closer, her perfume overpowering. Well, don't forget to have some fun. Fun, I echo, glancing at my watch. The night drags on. Another group approaches and we launch into another round of pleasantries and small talk. My face aches from smiling. So, Madison, one woman asks, how did you and Adam meet? Oh, Madison laughs lightly. A mutual friend introduced us. I force a chuckle. She means my assistant set us up. The group laughs politely. So romantic, the woman coos. Like a fairy tale, I deadpan. Madison squeezes my arm a bit too hard. I glance down at her fingers digging into my bicep and pull away. Excuse me for a moment, I say smoothly and slip away towards the balcony. The cool night air hits me as I step outside. The distant hum of traffic is a welcome change from the chatter inside. I lean against the railing, staring out at the city lights. Taking a breather? A voice asks from behind me. I turn to see Ben again, looking equally worn out by the evening's festivities. Needed some air, I admit. He joins me at the railing. These things can be exhausting. I won't argue with that. I take another deep breath and straighten up. I should get back inside. Ben nods but doesn't move to follow me. As I re-enter the room, Madison catches sight of me and waves me over with that practiced smile again. Adam, come join us, she calls out. I paste on another grin and head back into the fray, determined to get through this night without letting anyone see just how much I'd rather be anywhere else, preferably figuring out how to deal with destiny and our unfinished business once and for all. Madison's chatter is a buzz in the background, but my mind is already miles away. I scan the room one last time, deciding I've had enough of the evening's charade. Madison, I say, catching her eye. She's mid-conversation with some socialites, but turns to me with a questioning look. What's up? She asks, clearly hoping I'll say something that keeps her entertained. I'm heading out. Her smile falters for a split second before she covers it with a laugh. Already? The night's just getting started. I shake my head. Got an early meeting tomorrow. She tries to hide her disappointment. Sure, Adam. I'll catch a ride with someone else. I nod, giving her a brief smile before making my way towards the exit. The doorman nods as he opens the door for me. Have a good night, Mr. Ryder. I nod, stepping out into the cool night air. The city is alive with lights and sounds, but it feels like a different world out here. I loosen my tie and start walking. The night is crisp, a welcome change from the stuffy event. I round the corner and hail a cab, sliding into the back seat as it pulls up to the curb. "Where to?" the driver asks. "Synapsex headquarters," I say without hesitation. As we drive through the city, I let my thoughts wander back to destiny. I know what needs to be done. It's not about sentimentality. It's about closure and moving forward, both for me and for destiny. The cab stops in front of my building, and I hand over some cash before stepping out. The lobby is quiet this late at night, a stark contrast to the hustle during business hours. I take the elevator up to my office floor. Inside, it's dark, except for the city lights filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. My desk is cluttered with reports and plans for our next big project. I sit down, taking a moment to soak in the silence before flipping on my desk lamp and diving into work. Tomorrow is another day filled with challenges and strategies, another step towards reclaiming what was almost lost. Chapter 7. Adam. I stride through the aisles of Gourmet Grove, the upscale grocery store I rarely frequent. I don't usually do my own grocery shopping, but today I have some time to kill, and I usually enjoy the food from here. The scent of fresh produce and artisanal bread fills the air. My fingers brush over perfectly stacked pyramids of vibrant fruits, selecting only the best. "Excuse me, sir," a store employee interrupts. "Can I help you find anything?" "I'm good," I reply, waving him off. I pluck a container of strawberries from the display, inspecting each one through the clear plastic. Satisfied, I add them to my basket. Next, I move to the avocados, gently pressing each one to test for ripeness. As I round the corner into the next aisle, I freeze. Destiny. She's here mere feet away, completely oblivious to my presence. But she's not alone. There's a stroller, a baby stroller. I feel my face growing hot, my throat tightening. My mind races, processing the scene before me. She leans over the stroller, her lively curls falling forward as she coos at the infant inside. It's a girl from what I can see. Tiny, dark-skinned, with a tangle of dark hair peeking out from beneath a pale pink hat. "Who's Mama's little princess?" Destiny whispers, her voice carrying in the quiet aisle. "Yes, you are. You're so perfect, Cupcake." She reaches into the stroller, adjusting a blanket. "There we go, all cozy. Now let's see if we can find those organic puffs you love so much." A woman passing by smiles at the mother and baby. "She's adorable," she comments. "Thank you," Destiny replies warmly, beaming with pride. She pushes the stroller forward, completely engrossed in her task. I duck behind a display, watching as she passes by. Glancing between the stroller and the items on sale, she stops in front of a shelf, carefully selecting a few jars of baby food. She holds each one up for the baby to see, narrating her choices as if the infant understands every word. "Look, Cupcake! Carrots today, and maybe some pears for dessert." Destiny's entire world has narrowed to that stroller and its precious cargo. She doesn't notice the other shoppers giving her indulgent smiles. Doesn't see me, lurking at the end of the aisle, unable to tear my eyes away. My mind races, leaping to conclusions faster than I can process them. She must have cheated on me. It's the only explanation that fits. I clench my jaw, holding back the anger flaring through my body. It makes sense. She was too quick to agree to the divorce, too willing to walk away from everything we built together. I grip the basket tighter, the strawberries and avocados now forgotten. "Hey, you gonna buy those or what?" A voice behind me jolts me back to reality. I turn and see an elderly man waiting for me to move. "Keep 'em," I mutter, dropping the basket and striding out of the store. The automatic doors barely have time to slide open before I'm through them. My car chirps as I unlock it, yanking the door open with enough force to make the hinges groan. My phone feels heavy in my hand as I dial my lawyer's number. The line rings twice before he picks up. "Adam, what's up?" he asks. "We need an immediate court date," I say, my voice icy and controlled despite the bubbling fury in my chest. "I just found out Destiny has a baby she's been hiding from me." "Wait, what?" He sounds taken aback. "Are you sure?" "I saw her myself," I snap, pushing a stroller with a baby girl inside, cooing over the child like only a mother could. "And you think she must have cheated on me?" I cut him off. That's why she agreed to the divorce so easily. There's a pause on the other end. "Adam, this complicates things." "No," I mutter. "Use this information to dissolve any stakes Destiny has in my company. I don't want her benefiting from something she jeopardized." "All right, but we need to tread carefully here," he cautions. "If we make accusations without solid proof—" "I don't care," I growl. "Get me that court date." Okay, he concedes. "I'll push for it immediately." I end the call and toss the phone onto the passenger seat. My knuckles are white against the steering wheel as I stare out at the busy parking lot, people around me oblivious to my turmoil. The thought of Destiny with someone else during our marriage churns my stomach. I can't believe she'd do this to me, to us. My mind flashes back to moments we shared, our wedding day, late-night conversations about our dreams, plans for a future together, all tainted now by her backstabbing. I need to clear my head before I allow my emotions to cloud my decisions. The engine roars to life, matching the fury coursing through my veins. Destiny! With a baby! The image burns in my mind, mocking me. How long had she been lying? How long had she been playing me for a fool? I peel out of the parking lot, tires screeching. The world blurs around me as I drive, my mind a whirlwind of rage and betrayal. One thing's for sure. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. The road stretches out in front of me, a blur of asphalt and yellow lines. My mind is spinning as fast as the wheels of my car. I pull up to a secluded spot just outside the city, the place where Destiny and I shared our first kiss. It's a clearing by the lake, surrounded by tall, swaying trees. Back then, it felt like a sanctuary. Now, it feels like a graveyard for all the illusions I had about us. I step out of the car, gravel crunching under my feet. The air is crisp, filled with the scent of pine and earth. I lean against the hood and stare at the water, remembering that night. "Adam, this is beautiful," Destiny had said, her big brown eyes wide with wonder as she took in the moonlit lake. "Not as beautiful as you," I'd replied. Her smile lit up the night more than any moon ever could. That was the moment I knew I wanted her forever. "Forever," I muttered to myself, kicking a stone into the brush. What a joke. I sit on a fallen log, staring at the spot where we shared our first kiss. It was perfect. Too perfect in hindsight. She was radiant, full of dreams and passion. And now she's a liar with secrets. I shake my head, feeling a wave of disgust. How blind was I? How could I not see what was right in front of me? I walked to the edge of the lake, picking up a stone and skipping it across the surface. The ripples remind me of how one lie can spread, affecting everything in its path. Cheating on me, I muttered to myself, clenching my fists. With who? When? How long? The memories play out in my mind like a twisted movie reel. All those late nights she said she was working on her clothing line. All those business trips that seemed to come out of nowhere. And I bought it all because I trusted her. Stupid, I spit out, hurling another stone into the lake with more force this time. So damn stupid. But I'm not here to wallow in self-pity. I'm here to plot my next move. No one makes a fool out of Adam Ryder and gets away with it. I stand up and pace back and forth, unable to stay still. My mind races with plans for revenge. She won't get away with this. Not after everything we had. I'll destroy her, I vow quietly to myself. She'll regret ever crossing me. I return to my car, tired of this place and its memories. Returning to my home feels like walking into a tomb. The grand foyer is eerily silent, the air heavy with the absence of what used to be. I stride past the empty living room, its pristine furniture mocking me with memories of happier times. The whiskey decanter in my study beckons like an old friend. I pour a generous glass, savoring the amber liquid as it burns down my throat. I sink into the leather chair, the creak of old leather echoing in the stillness. I stare at the family portrait on the wall, Destiny and me smiling like idiots. What a joke. I take another sip, letting the alcohol warm me from the inside out. My thoughts drift to my company. It's been a hell of a year, clawing our way back from that PR nightmare. But we're getting there. Once Destiny is no longer a partner, I can focus fully on restoring our reputation. She's been stalling the divorce, dragging it out with her lawyer's help. But now, I have leverage, the baby she kept hidden from me. The thought ignites a fresh wave of anger. I imagine her face when she realizes I found out. The shock, the guilt. She deserves every bit of it. She thought she could hide this from me. Not a chance. Out of my life, I mutter to myself, swirling the whiskey in my glass. Out of my company. I picture the boardroom without her shadow hanging over it. The relief it'll bring to finally cut ties completely. No more shared decisions or awkward meetings. My phone buzzes on the desk, pulling me out of my thoughts. It's an email from my lawyer. Details about an upcoming meeting. Perfect timing. I skim through it quickly before tossing the phone aside. We'll push for that court date and use every trick in the book to expedite this mess. The sooner she's out, the better. Leaning back in my chair, I let out a slow breath, feeling a grim satisfaction settle over me. Destiny thought she could play me, but she underestimated just how far I'd go to protect what's mine. One last sip empties the glass, and I set it down with finality. Tomorrow begins a new chapter, a chapter where Destiny has no part in my life or my company.
Chapter 8. Destiny. Barrett and I step out of his car, my heels clicking against the courthouse steps. The crisp air does nothing to settle the unease knotting in my stomach. "You sure you don't know what this is about?" I ask Barrett, adjusting the strap of my handbag. "Thomas said they wanted to present something new," Barrett replies, holding the door open for me. We couldn't exactly refuse without raising eyebrows. I nod, taking a deep breath as we walk through security. The metallic clinking of the detector seems to echo my nervous heartbeat. I keep my face composed. No one needs to see the turmoil inside me. We enter the courtroom, and I'm struck by how sterile it feels. Wooden benches, stern-faced judge, and the faint smell of old books and paper. But it's Adam's eyes that grab me. They're filled with an anger that nearly knocks me off balance. "Steady," Barrett murmurs, placing a hand on my elbow to guide me forward. He's looking at me as if I'm his arch nemesis. "What's going on?" I whisper to him as we take our seats. "Not sure, but we'll find out soon enough," he murmurs back, his eyes narrowing at Adam's lawyer, Thomas, who stands across from us. We take our seats, and I can't help but steal glances at Adam. His jaw is clenched, eyes blazing with a ferocity I've never seen before. What could have happened to make him look at me like that? "All rise," the bailiff calls out, and we stand as the judge enters. Something about the air in the courtroom makes my heart race. I'm scared, and I don't even know why. Once we're seated again, Thomas stands up. "Your Honor, we have new evidence that we believe is pertinent to this case," Thomas announces. His voice sharp, he hands a folder to the judge, who starts flipping through it with a frown. My heart races. New evidence? What could they possibly have? Barrett leans over to me. "Stay calm. We'll handle whatever this is." I nod again, though my fingers are digging into my palm beneath the table. "Proceed," the judge says. Thomas smirks, looking directly at me. It has come to our attention that Mrs. Lewis has been concealing the existence of a child born during the course of this marriage. The room goes silent. My heart stops. I can't breathe. Everything around me goes dark, and I feel like I'm about to slip into an abyss of my own creation. Barrett grabs my hand, bringing me back to the moment. I feel the blood rush through my body, sweat forming on my forehead. "What?" I finally manage to whisper, my voice shaking. Adam's eyes lock onto mine, a storm of emotions swirling in them: hurt, anger, betrayal. "Yes, Your Honor," Thomas continues. "A child that Mr. Ryder had no knowledge of. Given the timing, it's highly likely that Mrs. Lewis was unfaithful during their marriage." "That's not true," I blurt out, standing up. "I didn't—" "Mrs. Lewis." The judge bangs his gavel. "You will have your turn to speak." Barrett pulls me back into my seat, whispering fiercely, "You need to remain calm, Destiny." Thomas doesn't miss a beat. Mr. Ryder has every reason to believe that this child is not his, which complicates the divorce proceedings further. Adam remains stone-faced, but his eyes tell a different story, a mix of rage and sorrow that cuts through me like a knife. "Your Honor," Barrett interjects, standing up smoothly. "These are serious accusations without any solid proof at this point. We request time to review these documents and respond appropriately." "Time?" Thomas sneers. "You've had over a year. Clearly, Mrs. Lewis has been hiding something significant from my client. It looks like she did so intentionally to gain more from the divorce." Barrett stiffens, ready to retort. "That's enough," the judge says sternly. I watch in stunned silence as Thomas hands another stack of papers to the judge. My heart pounds so loudly I can barely hear his words. "Your Honor, we're presenting evidence of Mrs. Lewis's deception," Thomas says, his voice dripping with disdain. "We intend to use this information to dissolve any stakes she has in Mr. Ryder's company." The judge flips through the documents, focusing on some pages before paging further. I glance at Adam, but his face is an impenetrable mask. Thomas continues. "We want her name completely removed from everything related to Mr. Ryder's business. It's safe to say that my client wants nothing to do with Mrs. Lewis or her company." The words hit me like a physical blow. I grip the edge of the table, willing myself not to crumble. Barrett leans in close. "Destiny, breathe. Don't let them get to you." But I can't breathe. The room spins as I struggle to process what's happening. Adam wants to cut me out of his life entirely? How can he be so cold? "Your Honor," Barrett interjects, rising to his feet. "This is a blatant attempt to manipulate the proceedings. We haven't even had a chance to address the accusations about the child." The judge holds up a hand. "I understand, Mr. Harris. Mrs. Lewis will have her opportunity to respond." I force myself to look at Adam again. His jaw is clenched, eyes blazing with an intensity that used to make me weak in the knees. Now it just makes me feel hollow. "Mr. Ryder," the judge says, turning to Adam, "are you certain you want to pursue this course of action?" Adam nods curtly. "Yes, Your Honor. I want a clean break." The words slice through me. A clean break? As if our time together meant nothing? I knew he could be detached, but this hurts. I stand up abruptly, my chair scraping against the floor. "Adam, please, let me explain." "Mrs. Lewis," the judge warns, "this isn't the time." I feel cornered, breathless as if my lungs are being pressed together by an outside force. The walls of the courtroom seem to close in on me, and I feel the weight of Adam's stare like a physical force. My legs move before my mind catches up, and suddenly, I'm running down the aisle and out the door. The cool air outside slaps me in the face, but it does nothing to quell the firestorm inside. "Destiny," Barrett calls after me, his footsteps echoing mine. I don't stop until I reach the bottom of the courthouse steps. My breath comes in ragged gasps, tears streaming down my face. Hey, Barrett says, catching up and putting a hand on my shoulder. You can't let them work you up like this. I shake my head, trying to form words between sobs. He thinks I cheated on him, Barrett. He thinks Avery isn't his. How do I even begin to fix this? Barrett sighs, his grip tightening slightly. You need to get a hold of yourself first. We'll figure this out. Adam's just reacting out of anger right now. How can you be so calm? I ask, wiping my tears with the back of my hand. This is a disaster. Because I've seen worse, he replies, guiding me to a nearby bench. And because I know you can handle this. I sit down heavily, my whole body trembling. The world feels like it's spinning out of control. You need to talk to him, Barrett says softly. Not in a courtroom, not with lawyers present. Just you and him. And say what? I snap, frustration bubbling over. That I kept his child from him for a year because I was scared he'd want us back together for the wrong reasons? Yes, Barrett replies simply. The honesty in his voice catches me off guard. He really believes it's that simple. I don't know if he'll ever forgive me, I whisper. Maybe not immediately and maybe not at all, Barrett admits. But he deserves to know the truth. You know that? I nod slowly, the fight draining out of me. You're right. Barrett stands up and offers me his hand. Come on, let's get out of here. Can we really do that? I really don't want to go back, but don't want to make things worse. Barrett gives me an encouraging smile. I'll just say you needed a break. I'm sure the judge will understand. And it's not like they can really do anything without us there. I smile weakly. Thank you. I don't think I can handle seeing Adam right now. As we walk away from the courthouse, I can't help but glance back one last time. Adam's still inside, probably fuming and plotting his next move. Do you think he'll ever understand why I did it? I ask quietly as we reach the parking lot. Barrett pauses before answering. He might not understand now, but give him time. The truth has a way of coming out. I take a deep breath and nod again, feeling a sliver of resolve amidst the chaos. His hand rubbing my back helps me calm down, and I feel a wave of relief wash over me. I'm lucky to have a lawyer who actually cares about me. I give him a watery smile. Thank you, Barrett. I know I've messed up, and this is all my own fault, but you've been really kind this whole time. I couldn't have asked for a better lawyer. He awkwardly adjusts his glasses. You're most welcome, Des. I've come to think of you as more than a client. You're a friend in a difficult situation, and I want to help you. I nod gratefully, filled with new hope. I may be sharing a bench with a divorce lawyer outside a courthouse after being accused of cheating, but I'm strong enough to weather through it. Staring at my hands, I softly sob, feeling my shoulders tremble. Being strong means allowing yourself to cry when you need it, right? Barrett comforts me, his hand rubbing my back again, like a worried parent. We'll get through this. I have to. For Avery.
Chapter 9. Adam. The judge's gavel slams down with a resounding crack. Court dismissed! His voice booms through the room, laced with frustration. Destiny's hasty exit has clearly hit a nerve. Can't say I blame the man. Thomas sidles up to me as I stride out of the courtroom, entering a quiet hallway. This could work in our favor, he says, a hint of optimism in his tone. The judge didn't appreciate her running out like that. Great, I say dryly. I stride out of the courtroom, my jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. The rushed court date I'd pulled strings to arrange has blown up in my face. 2 weeks of calling in favors. And for what? To watch Destiny flee the room in tears. The courthouse doors swing open under my hands. The bright sunlight assaults my eyes, momentarily blinding me. As my vision clears, I spot them, Destiny and Barrett huddled together on a nearby bench. Her shoulders shake with silent sobs while he rubs her back, murmuring something I can't hear. The sight twists my gut. Are they? Could Barrett be the father? The thought sears through me like acid, but I force it down. I turn on my heel, re-entering the courthouse. The cool air inside does little to calm the heat burning through me. Thomas is waiting just inside the door, his brows knitted in confusion. "Back so soon?" he asks, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "I don't pay you for lame jokes, Thomas," I say, my voice a low growl. "I need you to dig into Barrett thoroughly." Thomas raises an eyebrow. "Barrett? Destiny's lawyer?" "Yes, him." I glance around to make sure no one's listening. I want to know everything about the man, his family, his finances, his hobbies, his sins, his connections, everything. He nods slowly, catching on to my urgency. "You suspect something?" "Yeah," I say through gritted teeth. "He's too close to Destiny. Something doesn't sit right. He may be the child's father." Thomas strokes his chin thoughtfully. "Well, it's not exactly legal to dig into someone's personal life without cause." "Since when have you been squeamish about bending the law?" I glare at him. He shrugs. "Point taken. But we need a plausible reason for the judge if we're going to use any of this in court." I dismiss his warning and think for a moment, the gears in my mind turning rapidly. "Start with his personal relationships," I say finally. "Find out just how close to Destiny the bastard is. See how much time they spend together. If he's the father, his days as a lawyer are over." Thomas nods again, pulling out his phone to make notes. "Got it. But Adam..." "What?" He looks me dead in the eye. "If Barrett's clean, and you're wrong about him..." "I'm not wrong," I interrupt sharply. "And if by some miracle he is clean, then at least we'll know for sure." I run a hand through my hair in frustration. I want to know everything. No more ugly surprises. "Fair enough," Thomas says, slipping his phone back into his pocket. "I'll get on it." Good. I take a deep breath, trying to quell the storm inside me. "And Adam," Thomas adds as we start walking towards the exit again. "Yeah? If you're wrong about Destiny, too..." I stop in my tracks and turn to face him fully. "I'm not wrong about her," I say firmly. Thomas studies me for a moment before nodding again. "I'll get started immediately." When I step back out into the sunlight, I catch sight of Destiny and Barrett still on that bench, still talking softly. I keep my eyes on the horizon as I walk past them without another glance. The courthouse parking lot is a maze of steel and glass, every car reflecting the relentless sun. As I approach my car, I spot a family nearby. The dad, sturdy and sure, holds his toddler's hands while the kid wobbles on uncertain legs. The mom hovers close, ready to catch her child if he falls. A pang of something, jealousy, stabs through me. I shake my head, trying to dispel the unwelcome emotion. It's ridiculous to feel this way. I swallow hard, but the bitterness lingers like bad coffee. We talked about this once, Destiny and I. The future kids, a family. And she threw it all away for someone else's child. The thought ignites a fire of resentment in my chest. "You got this!" A man's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. I glance up to see the dad smiling at his son. "You're doing great, buddy. Keep going." The kid giggles and the sound twists the knife deeper. My jaw tightens as I turn away from the scene. Destiny chose all that with someone else. She betrayed everything we had for another man's child. My fingers dig into my palms as I unlock my car and slide in behind the wheel. The leather seats are cool against my back, but they do nothing to calm the heat boiling inside me. She was supposed to be different. She was supposed to be wonderful. I grip the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. "Screw this," I mutter to myself. As I start the engine, the growl of the car drowns out the sounds of laughter from outside. I reverse out of the parking spot and drive off without looking back at that picture-perfect family. I hit the road with more force than necessary, every bump and jolt feeding my frustration. How could she do this? How could she destroy everything we built together? The road ahead blurs as thoughts of her and that child fill my mind. Resentment simmers just below the surface, ready to boil over at any moment. But deep down, buried under layers of anger, something else, a sense of loss that refuses to be ignored. I drive on, each mile taking me further from that courthouse but no closer to peace. The city blurs past in a smear of colors, but my mind is stuck on her. Barrett's hand on her back, her tears. That baby. Cheating, I mutter, the word sour in my mouth. It's the only explanation that fits, but the nagging doubt remains, scratching at the back of my mind. I pull into the parking garage of my office building and park in my usual spot. The concrete walls close in around me, but it's a familiar pressure, a welcome distraction from the chaos outside. I stride into the lobby, nodding at Maria, our receptionist. She gives me a worried look, but says nothing. "Morning, Mr. Ryder," she finally says as I pass by. "Morning," I reply curtly, heading straight for the elevator. Work. I need to bury myself in work. The elevator door slides shut with a quiet hiss, and I jab at the button for my floor. As it ascends, I force myself to think about anything other than destiny and the child. The doors open to reveal the buzzing hive of my company. People scurry about, phones ring, keyboards clatter, a symphony of productivity. "Adam!" Derek calls from his desk as I walk by. "Got those reports you wanted." "Awesome," I say without breaking stride. "Bring them to my office." My office is a sanctuary of glass and steel. The view of the city skyline does little to calm me today, but it's better than staring at the walls. Derek follows me in, clutching a stack of papers. He lays them on my desk and stands there awkwardly. "You all right?" he asks after a moment. "Never better," I lie, flipping through the reports. "What's this?" "Financial projections for the quarter," he says. "And an update on the newest app launch." "Right?" I skim through the pages, but words blur together into an unreadable mess. "You sure you're okay?" Derek presses. I said I'm fine. My tone sharpens like a blade. "What's next?" He hesitates, but then continues. "We've got a meeting with marketing at 10. Cancel it." "But," I said. "Cancel it," I snap. "Tell Claire to do it before marketing gets on me, and ask about it. I've got more important things to deal with." He nods and retreats from my office without another word. I slump into my chair, staring at the papers spread before me. A knock on the door pulls me out of my concentration. "Come in," I call out. Claire enters, holding a steaming cup of coffee. She sets it down on my desk without a word. "Thanks," I say gruffly. She nods and leaves me to my solitude once more. I take a sip of the coffee, its warmth spreading through me. For a moment I allow myself to imagine what might have been, what should have been, if destiny hadn't betrayed me. The two of us, raising a child, going on family trips, showing the little one the company, and teaching them how to take over once I'm ready to retire. I look out of the window. There's no way that's happening now, or ever. I'm not going to trust a woman again. It's proven to not be worth it. Another sip of coffee helps me draw myself out of these thoughts. There's no point in dwelling on that now. What's done is done. With renewed determination, I turn back to the reports in front of me. There's work to be done, and no time for distractions.
Chapter 10. Destiny. Avery's cries pierce through the quiet of my apartment, dragging me back from the edge of sleep. I force myself out of bed, muscles aching from the past 3 days of restless nights. I hurry over to her room, the carpet soft and comforting under my bare feet. "Shh, Cupcake," I murmur, lifting her gently. Her tiny body quivers with sobs, and I hold her close, inhaling her sweet baby scent. "It's okay. Mommy's here." We settle into the rocking chair by the window. The rhythmic creak of wood against floorboards mingles with Avery's soft whimpers. I hum a lullaby, one I've sung countless times since she was born. Slowly, her cries fade into contented coos. I can't help but think about Adam's face in the courtroom. The way his eyes darkened with anger, his jaw clenched. How did we get here? The man who once looked at me like I was his entire world now wants a clean break. I sigh and glance at my phone on the nightstand, half expecting it to buzz with another call from Barrett or even Adam's lawyer. Instead, it remains silent, a brief respite. Avery squirms in my arms, her eyes fluttering closed. I carefully place her back in the crib and tiptoe out of the room. The kitchen is dimly lit by early morning light filtering through the blinds. I pour myself a cup of coffee and lean against the counter, savoring the warmth spreading through my hands. A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. I set my coffee down, taking a moment to collect myself before heading to answer it. I set my coffee cup down and open the door to Barrett's concerned face. "Hey," he says, stepping inside. "I wanted to meet in person. You okay with that?" "Yeah," I nod, closing the door behind him. "It's just easier here." I sink into a chair opposite him, my hands trembling slightly. I can't face Adam, Barrett. Not when he doesn't know the truth. He leans forward, his expression softening. "This is exactly why you've got to tell him. Plus, you need to know that they're pushing for the next date because nothing was achieved the last time." He sighs. "Also, the judge wasn't impressed with you storming out. It looks bad, if I'm being honest. I know I made things worse, but everything just came crashing down so suddenly. Tears blur my vision as I stare at the floor. You know how hard it was to stand there while he looked at me like I'm some sort of cheater. I didn't mean to be so dramatic. It's like everything we had means nothing to him now." Barrett reaches across the table, his hand covering mine. "He needs to know, no matter how hard facing him is. The longer you wait, the worse it'll get." "I know," I whisper, tears slipping down my cheeks. But every time I think about telling him, I freeze up. He'll want to get back together for Avery's sake, and I don't want that kind of life for her. His eyes are kind but firm. "It's not just about what you want anymore, Destiny. It's about what's best for Avery, too." I pull my hand away and wipe my tears with the back of my sleeve. And what if he hates me even more when he finds out? What if he thinks I kept her from him out of spite? "You've got to trust that he'll understand eventually," Barrett says gently. "He might be angry at first, but Adam loves you. Or at least he used to. That counts for something." I stand up and walk to the window, looking out at the bustling street below. "I never thought it would come to this," I say softly. Barrett stands too and comes up beside me. "You're stronger than you think. You've built an amazing company while raising a beautiful daughter all on your own. You can do this too." "I'm scared," I admit. "It's okay to be scared," he replies. "Just don't let it stop you from doing what needs to be done." I take a deep breath and turn to face him. "Okay," I say finally. "I'll do the right thing." He smiles, a mixture of relief and encouragement in his eyes. "Good. We'll get through this together." We go silent and he watches me with that patient look he's mastered. "Look, I'll find a way to hold them off a little longer," he says, his tone calm. "But you need to talk to Adam soon. He should know that Avery is his." I nod, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. "Thank you, Barrett. I know I'm making this more complicated." He shakes his head. "You're doing what you think is best for Avery. No one can fault you for that. The tension in my shoulders eases a bit. I appreciate you understanding that. A small smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. Jackie and I are having dinner at our place this weekend. Why don't you come? Bring Avery. It'll be good for you to be around friends. I hesitate. The idea of socializing feeling foreign after months of isolation. I don't know, Barrett. Come on, he insists gently. It'll be fun. Marionette's been asking about Avery since the last time she saw her. His words warm me in a way I didn't expect. Marionette is always so sweet with Avery, and Jackie's presence is always calming. All right, I say finally. We'll come. Barrett grins, relief evident in his eyes. Great. Saturday at 6? 6 it is. He stands up and gives my shoulder a reassuring squeeze before heading to the door. You will get through this. As the door closes behind him, the apartment feels quieter than ever. I walk back to Avery's room, where her soft breathing fills the space with a sense of peace. I pick her up from her crib, cradling her against my chest. Her tiny fingers grasp at my shirt, and I feel an overwhelming surge of love and protectiveness. I carry her over to the rocking chair again and sit down, rocking us both gently back and forth. The motion soothes my racing thoughts, if only for a moment. As much as I dreaded, Barrett's right. I need to tell Adam that this beautiful baby isn't another man's. He deserves to know his daughter exists. But how do I face him after everything that's happened? How do I look into those piercing blue eyes and admit that I've kept something so monumental from him? I press a kiss to Avery's forehead and let out a long breath. We'll figure it out together, baby girl. I promise softly. Avery stirs again and opens her eyes, looking up at me with those big brown eyes that are so much like mine. We'll figure it out. I repeat more firmly this time, feeling a spark of determination ignite within me as I watch her fall asleep again. With Avery finally asleep, I tiptoe out of her room and head to my laptop. It sits on the kitchen table, surrounded by sketches and fabric swatches, a reflection of my attempt at juggling motherhood and running a business. I open the laptop and navigate to the folder labeled Avery. Hundreds of photos fill the screen, each one capturing a moment of her short yet significant life. There she is in her dinosaur onesie, her big brown eyes wide with curiosity. Another shows her first smile, toothless and pure. I click through them, my heart swelling with every memory. Let's do this, I whisper to myself. I start arranging the photos into a slideshow. Avery's first bath, her tiny hand gripping my finger, her first steps. Every image tells a story. I add a soft instrumental track in the background, something gentle that won't distract from the visuals. A photo of Avery sleeping in her crib pops up. Her little face is peaceful, framed by a halo of dark brown curls. I linger on it for a moment, imagining how Adam might react when he sees it. This won't make up for lost time, I murmur. But it's something. The next image is from last week. Avery sitting in her high chair, covered in mashed carrots. She's grinning ear to ear, and I can almost hear her giggles. The memory brings a smile to my face, despite everything. The house is quiet, except for the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak from the wooden floors. It feels like these moments are stolen from reality, existing in a bubble where only Avery and I reside. My fingers move swiftly across the keyboard, adjusting transitions and timing. The slideshow starts to take shape, a digital scrapbook of her life over the past year. As I work, emotions swirl inside me. Regret for not telling Adam sooner, fear of his reaction, but also hope that this gesture might bridge some of the distance between us. I pause, fingers trembling over the keys. What will he think when he sees this? Will he be angry? Hurt? Is there a way he might understand why I kept this secret for so long? I push those thoughts aside and focus on finishing the slideshow. The final image is of Avery in her Halloween costume, a tiny pumpkin suit that she absolutely hated, but looked adorable in nonetheless. After about an hour, the slideshow is complete, but the knot in my stomach remains. This isn't just a collection of photos, it's an olive branch, a way to bridge the chasm between us. I save the file and lean back in my chair, mental exhaustion washing over me. The weight of everything presses down hard. Our past love, our current estrangement, and the future that remains uncertain. But for now, I've done something tangible. A small step toward reconciling two worlds that seem so far apart. Maybe it's not enough, but it's a start. And sometimes that's all you need. Chapter 11. Destiny. I arrive at Barrett and Jackie's house with Avery in my arms. The scent of home-cooked food wafts through the air, mingling with the warm, welcoming atmosphere. The door swings open, and Jackie greets me with a wide smile. "Destiny, it's so good to see you," she says, pulling me into a gentle hug. "And look at this little angel." Marionette rushes over, her excitement palpable. "Can I hold her, Aunt Destiny?" "Please?" I chuckle, adjusting Avery in my arms. "Let's wait until we're inside, okay? Don't want her catching a chill." We step into the cozy living room, where Mimi is toddling around with a toy in her hand. She glances up at Avery, but quickly loses interest and returns to her play. "Dinner's almost ready," Jackie announces as she leads us to the dining room. "Barrett's been fussing over the grill all afternoon." Marionette practically bounces beside me. "I've been waiting all week to see Avery again. She's so cute." "She sure is," I say, feeling a warmth spread through me at the sight of Marionette's enthusiasm. Barrett appears from the kitchen, wiping his hands on a towel. There they are. "Destiny, you look great. And there's our little superstar." "Thanks for having us," I reply, handing Avery over to Jackie, who coos at her softly. Barrett nods towards the dining table set for dinner. "Hope you're hungry. We've got quite a spread tonight." Jackie rocks Avery gently in her arms as she talks to Marionette about school projects and weekend plans. The normalcy of it all feels like a balm to my frayed nerves. For a moment, I just stand and take it in. "So," Barrett starts as we take our seats around the table, "how have you been holding up?" I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of the past few days lift slightly in this comforting environment. It's been challenging, but being here helps. Jackie smiles as she sits down next to me with Avery now nestled in her lap. "You're always welcome here, Destiny. You know that." "Thanks," I say softly. Mimi clambers into her booster seat with some help from Barrett and immediately starts playing with her food. Barrett pours us each a glass of wine, juice for Marionette and Mimi, and raises his glass for a toast. To family and friends who make everything a little bit easier. We clink glasses, and I can't help but smile at the sense of belonging that fills the room. Dinner is a warm, lively affair. Barrett tells a joke that has Marionette giggling and Mimi clapping her hands in delight. The table is laden with delicious food. The scent of grilled vegetables mingling with the savory aroma of roasted chicken. The kids' laughter fills the air, and for a moment, I let myself get lost in the simple joy of it all. But as I look around at this perfect picture of family life, a feeling of sadness crashes over me. This is what Avery should have. A home filled with love and laughter. Instead, she's caught in the crossfire of my mistakes. After dinner, Barrett takes charge of entertaining the children. Jackie and I retreat to the living room with our wine glasses, the soft hum of conversation filling the space. Jackie settles next to me on the couch, her eyes searching mine. "I know Barrett has been hounding you about this, but you need to tell Adam about Avery." I sigh, feeling the weight of her words. "I know. It's just complicated." "Complicated or not, he deserves to know," she says gently but firmly. His reaction in court wasn't just anger. It was hurt. I'm certain he still cares about you. My eyes sting with unshed tears. I'm so scared, Jackie. I'm scared he'll hate me for keeping this from him. Jackie reaches out and takes my hand. He might be angry at first, but you need to give him a chance to be a father. Avery deserves that. The tears spill over, and I can't hold back anymore. I regret it so much, I admit through sobs. Not because I want to get back with him. I just regret starting Avery's life like this. Jackie pulls me into a hug, her warmth comforting me. You're doing what you think is best for her, but keeping this secret isn't fair to anyone, especially that precious angel. I know, I whisper, my voice cracking. I just thought, if we were divorced first, it would be easier somehow. Easier for who? Jackie asks softly. For me, I admit shamefully. She pulls back and looks me in the eye. Destiny, you're strong enough to face this head on. Telling Adam won't be as scary as continuing to hide it. I nod slowly, wiping my tears away. Jackie's right. I can't keep running from this. Thank you, I say quietly. She smiles warmly. We're here for you. Always. We sit on the couch, our conversation flowing easily once I calm down. Drinking our wine, we discuss the joys and trials of motherhood. She cradles Avery, who Barrett brought to us after she started fussing, her eyes softening as she gazes at my daughter. You know, sometimes I just watch Mimi and Marionette playing and feel like my heart might burst, she says, a wistful smile on her face. Motherhood is this strange mix of exhaustion and overwhelming love. I nod, taking a sip of my wine. I get it. Avery's only a few months old, but she's already changed everything. I never thought I could love someone this much. Jackie chuckles. Oh, it gets better. Wait until she starts talking back. Then it's a whole new level of love and frustration. We both laugh, and the warmth of the moment envelops me, making the world outside these walls feel distant and unimportant. Barrett joins us after a while, wiping his hands on a dish towel. Those kids could probably tire out an Olympic athlete, he jokes, sinking into an armchair across from us. Tell me about it, Jackie says with a grin. But you wouldn't trade it for anything, would you? Not for all the peace and quiet in the world, he replies, his eyes twinkling with genuine affection. Seeing them grow up is worth every sleepless night and every gray hair. I feel a pang in my chest, a mixture of guilt and longing. Adam deserves to feel this way about Avery, to experience the sleepless nights and the joy of watching her grow. Instead, he's been kept in the dark because of my fears. Barrett seems to sense my turmoil and leans forward slightly. Destiny, you're doing an amazing job with Avery. I understand why you've made your decisions, but at the risk of repeating myself once again, you know Adam deserves to be part of her life too. I swallow hard, feeling tears threaten again. I know, it's just so difficult. Jackie reaches out to squeeze my hand. You've got us to support you through this. Whatever happens, you won't be alone. Barrett nods in agreement. Exactly. We're here for you, no matter what. Their words are comforting, but they also drive home the reality that I can't keep avoiding this forever. I appreciate you both more than you know, I say softly. Barrett leans back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. We appreciate you too. And little Avery. That's why we want you to take responsibility sooner rather than later. The room falls into a comfortable silence for a moment as we all contemplate what lies ahead. The warmth from our conversation lingers, giving me strength I didn't realize I needed. Barrett gets up with a groan. I'll go put those two to bed while you ladies relax here a bit longer. Jackie smiles. Thanks, hun. I'll tell him tomorrow, I say after he left. I went about this all wrong, And now that he knows about Avery, I have to come clean. Jackie nods slowly. It's the right thing to do. Yup, I whisper, my voice barely audible. I need to face him and tell him everything. She reaches out and squeezes my hand. You're going to have to be brave. We sit in silence for a bit, enjoying the wine while Avery plays with a plush toy on the carpet at my feet. Barrett returns to the room. He raises an eyebrow. I can almost sense the seriousness in the room. What's going on? I'm going to see Adam tomorrow, I say firmly. I need to tell him about Avery. He nods approvingly. It's about time. I know, I reply, feeling a knot of anxiety tighten in my stomach. But I can't take Avery with me when I go. Jackie smiles reassuringly. Of course not. I'll watch her for you tomorrow while you talk to Adam. Are you sure? I ask, feeling a mix of relief and gratitude. Absolutely, she says without hesitation. Avery will be in good hands with us. Barrett crosses his arms, looking thoughtful. Do you want me to come with you? For support? I shake my head. No, this is something I need to do alone, but thank you. He gives me an encouraging nod. You've got this. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The thought of facing Adam fills me with dread, but I know it's necessary. Thank you both, I say sincerely. Jackie pulls me into a hug again, her warmth giving me strength. We're here for you, no matter what happens. As we part ways for the evening, I feel a sense of resolve settle over me. Tomorrow, I'll face Adam and tell him the truth about his daughter. Chapter 12. Destiny. I stand outside Adam's house, the weight of my decision heavy on my shoulders. My finger hovers over the doorbell, and I take a deep breath before pressing it. After a moment, the door swings open, and there he is. Adam, looking as composed and intimidating as ever. His expression hardens the moment he sees me. Destiny, he says, his voice cold. Adam, I reply, my voice steady despite the storm brewing inside me. Can I come in? He steps aside, allowing me to enter. The tension between us is almost tangible, thickening the air as we move to the living room. His home is just as I remember it. Minimalistic yet luxurious and beautiful. Every piece of furniture screams wealth and power, just like it did when I still lived here. Why are you here? He asks, once we're both seated. I need to talk to you, I say, meeting his gaze head on. He leans back, crossing his legs, and simply looks at me, not seeming at all interested in what I have to say. My voice trembles as I start. Adam, Avery, she's your daughter. He stares at me, stunned into silence. His usual composed demeanor cracks only the slightest, revealing raw confusion. I didn't cheat, I continue, my hands shaking. She's yours. Adam's eyes narrow. Why the hell didn't you tell me? I was scared, I admit, my heart pounding. I was afraid you'd feel obligated to stay with me for Avery's sake. That it would ruin us even more, especially in the long run. He abruptly stands up and starts to pace the room, running his hands through his hair. I would never do something so short-sighted. He glares at me. Destiny, this isn't just about us. It's about our daughter. I know, I say, my voice breaking. But I didn't want her growing up in a home where her parents were together out of obligation. His eyes flash with anger. So you decided for both of us? You hid my daughter from me? I look down in shame and nod. I wanted to wait until the divorce was finalized before I told you the truth. But my lawyer, Barrett, didn't like the idea. I look back up at Adam, searching his eyes for understanding but finding none. Barrett has been stalling the divorce, I explain. He wouldn't let it go through until I told you. He thought it was wrong to keep Avery a secret. And he was right. Adam's voice rises. I missed her birth, Destiny, her first year of life. Do you have any idea what you've done? Tears blur my vision, but I hold my ground. I thought I was protecting her, doing what was best for her. His anger is palpable, filling the room like a storm ready to break. You didn't protect anyone. You robbed me of precious time with my daughter and stole from her the chance to bond with her father. I'm sorry, I whisper, the words feeling inadequate. Sorry? He scoffs, his eyes flashing with fury. Sorry doesn't give me back all those months. I stand up and step closer, desperate for him to understand. We were falling apart. I didn't want Avery to be the reason we stayed in a broken relationship. His fists clench at his sides as he fights to control his anger. You don't get to make that call alone. I see that now, I say softly, my heart breaking all over again. He shakes his head in disbelief. This isn't just about our relationship. It's about being there for our daughter. I know, I say again, my voice trembling with emotion. He turns away from me, staring out the window as if searching for answers in the bright blue sky. This changes everything. The weight of his words hangs heavy between us, and for the first time since stepping into his house, I feel the full magnitude of what I've done. When he turns around to face me again, Adam's eyes blaze with fury, his jaw clenched tight. The tension in the room is suffocating, pressing down on my chest like a physical weight. You had no right, he growls, his voice low and dangerous. No right to keep this from me. I flinch at the venom in his words. Adam, don't. He cuts me off, holding up a hand. Just don't. You've said enough. He turns away, running his hands through his hair in frustration. I want to reach out, to touch him, but I know it would only make things worse. I swear I wasn't being malicious. I really felt that I was doing the right thing, I whisper, my voice breaking. The right thing? You hid my own child from me for nearly a year. I couldn't even be there when she was still growing inside you. How is that right? Tears sting my eyes, but I blink them back. I was scared, okay? I didn't want you to feel trapped and then trap me in a broken marriage. I don't care, he snaps. You should have told me the moment you found out. The truth of his words hits me like a punch to the gut. I've royally screwed up, and I know it. He takes a deep breath, visibly trying to calm himself. I need to meet her. Avery, I need to see my daughter. Of course, I nod quickly. When? He runs a hand over his face, suddenly looking exhausted. Not now. I can't even look at you right now. I need time to process this. His words cut deep, but I know I deserve them. I've made a terrible mistake, and now I'm facing the consequences. I understand, I say softly, moving towards the door. Just let me know when you're ready. He doesn't respond, just turns away from me again. As I step outside, the tears I've been holding back finally spill over. I've messed up so badly, and I have no idea how to fix it. I climb into my car and drive off, not sure where I'm going. I just want to hit the road until I feel better. The memory of Adam's anger is still fresh, burning like a brand. I grip the steering wheel tighter, trying to keep my emotions in check. The trees blur past, their tall forms swaying in the wind, almost mocking my turmoil. Finally, I reach the secluded spot just outside the city I didn't even realize I was driving to. The clearing by the lake is exactly as I remember it. Peaceful, serene, untouched by time. I step out of the car and make my way to the water's edge. The cool breeze rustles my hair, and I close my eyes, letting the memories wash over me. This is where we had our first kiss. Adam had taken me here after a long day at work, insisting that we needed a break from the chaos of the city. I remember how he looked at me, his dark blue eyes filled with an intensity that took my breath away. I was intoxicated by the view and his presence, whispering how beautiful the scene was. "Not as beautiful as you," he had whispered before pulling me close. I open my eyes and look at the spot where we stood. It feels like a lifetime ago. Back then, I was so happy, so in love with him and his strong, dominant personality. Adam always knew what he wanted and went after it with unwavering determination. It's one of the things that drew me to him. Now, standing here alone, I can't ignore the harsh reality. I've betrayed him in the worst possible way. He may never forgive me for keeping Avery a secret. I sink down onto a large rock by the water, wrapping my arms around myself. The sound of the gentle waves lapping against the shore is almost soothing. Almost. "I'm sorry," I whisper into the empty air, as if he can hear me. My mind drifts back to all our moments together. The laughter, the passion, the love that seemed unbreakable. But now it's shattered into a million pieces because of my fear and mistakes. I pull out my phone and stare at it for a long moment before dialing Barrett's number. "Destiny?" He answers on the second ring. "I told him," I say quietly. There's a pause on his end. "How did it go?" "About as well as you'd expect," I reply bitterly. He's furious. Barrett sighs. "It was inevitable." "I know," I say softly. I don't know what to do now." "You've taken the first step," he reassures me. "Give him time." Time. It's something I stole from Adam when I kept Avery from him. Now it's what he needs to process everything. "Yeah, thanks, Barrett," I say before ending the call. As I sit there by the lake, surrounded by memories and regrets, one thing becomes clear, though I'd love to deny it. I still love Adam as much as the day I married him. But whether or not he can ever forgive me is something only time will tell. The sun sits high in the sky, casting a lively orange glow over the water. The beauty of it all contrasts sharply with the chaos inside me. For now, all I can do is wait and hope that somehow we can find a way to make things work so Avery can live the happy life she deserves.
Chapter 13. Adam. I stand outside Destiny's apartment, my anger a barely controlled beast inside me. I take a deep breath. The last thing I want is to meet my child when I'm charged up and ready for a fight. I exhale and knock. The door opens and there she is, looking more fragile than I've ever seen her. She steps aside, not meeting my eyes, and I walk in without a word. Her unique smell hangs in the air, swirling with the scent of baby powder. My nostrils react immediately, sending a jolt of unfamiliar ease through my body. She leads me down a hallway decorated with framed sketches of clothing designs, their vibrant colors clashing with the tension hanging between us. We stop at a door painted in soft pastels. Inside, Avery's room is a haven of innocence. Plush toys, a mobile hanging above the crib, and the faint scent of baby lotion. Destiny moves to the crib and picks up our daughter. She hesitates for a moment before handing her to me. Avery's eyes, big, brown, and curious, lock onto me. My heart thuds hard against my chest as I reach out, cradling her tiny form in my arms. Her warmth seeps into me, melting away layers of anger like mist in the blazing sun. She's soft, delicate, and the most precious thing in the world. "Hey there," I murmur, marveling at her small fingers curling around mine. Avery's gaze shifts between me and Destiny, as if she's trying to piece together this new presence in her life. For a moment it looks like she's going to cry and my stomach drops. Then she looks at me again, her face calm. I release the breath I was holding and smile at Avery, my finger caressing her little face. Her innocence is staggering, an anchor pulling me into this unexpected reality. I swallow hard, a knot around my throat that makes it difficult to breathe. Is this what it feels like to be a father? Destiny stands to the side, watching us with an unreadable expression. Her silence speaks volumes. It's clear she's unsure how this will go down. But right now, I don't care about that. It's just Avery and me. I rock her gently, feeling an immediate connection that transcends words. She yawns, her tiny mouth opening wide before she nestles closer to my chest. My breath catches. The simplicity of her trust hits me like a freight train. I sit down in the rocking chair, holding her soft body close to me. Nothing else exists. No betrayal, no anger. Just this little girl who has unknowingly changed everything. The little sounds coming out of her are foreign but soothes my heart. I've never heard anything like it. But it immediately brings a smile to my face. Feeling her gaze on me, I glance up at Destiny briefly, our eyes meeting for the first time since I arrived. She looks relieved but also tense, like she's bracing for impact. Without speaking, I look back at my child. I realize that there are no words needed right now. Avery's soft breathing fills the room with a peace I hadn't expected to find here. When she shifts in my arms, I look back at her, and time seems irrelevant as I hold her and experience what it's like to be a father. The room fades away until it's just us. My daughter and me. I absorb every detail of her tiny face, the way her eyes flutter as she starts to drift off. Time stretches out in the soft silence of the room. Destiny moves around quietly, gathering a bottle from a nearby shelf. She glances at me, then at Avery. "It's time for her bottle," she says softly. I nod, still focused on Avery's small fingers wrapped around mine. Destiny hands me the bottle, and I carefully shift Avery into a more comfortable position. "Hold her head up a bit more," Destiny instructs. I adjust my hold, feeling Avery's warm weight rest once more against my chest. She latches onto the bottle with a small, hungry noise that makes my heart twist in ways I didn't expect. "She's got quite an appetite," I comment, unable to keep quiet, while I'm so in awe of the tiny human in my arms. Destiny gives a small smile. "Yeah, she does. She's a very healthy baby." I smirk slightly, but keep my eyes on Avery. Her tiny hands pat at the bottle, her eyes closing as she drinks contentedly. The simplicity of the moment tugs at something deep inside me, a connection that feels both new and familiar. "How often does she eat?" I ask, wanting to know everything. "Every 3 to 4 hours, Destiny replies. "Sometimes more if she's feeling particularly sassy." I absorb this information like it's a crucial business detail. I don't want to miss anything about her now that I'm here. "What about sleep?" I continue. "She's still figuring that out," Destiny says with a soft laugh. "But usually she sleeps for 2 to 3 hours at a stretch." Avery finishes her bottle, and I hand it back to Destiny. She takes it and places it on a nearby table before stepping back slightly, watching us with an unreadable expression. "Do you want to burp her?" she asks after a moment. "Sure," I say, though I have no idea what I'm doing. But if there's one thing I'm good at, it's learning fast. Destiny shows me how to hold Avery against my shoulder and gently pat her back. The rhythm feels almost natural after a few moments. When Avery lets out a tiny burp, it feels like a victory. "She's amazing," I whisper, mostly to myself. Destiny nods, tears welling up in her eyes but not spilling over. She really is. I pretend not to notice, focused on my child. The room fills with the soft sounds of Avery settling back into my arms. The silence between Destiny and me isn't uncomfortable. It's filled with unspoken words and emotions too complex to unpack right now. But I ignore those feelings. This isn't the time. All I want right now is to get to know my child, bond with her like I couldn't for the past 3 months. I can't keep my eyes off Avery, absorbing every detail of her existence. Every minute makes the reality of fatherhood sink in deeper. I love it more than I ever imagined I could. Eventually, we move from Avery's room to the living room. I adore how her tiny fingers wrap around mine as we play on the floor, surrounded by soft toys and colorful blocks. Once again, I'm amazed at how easily every negative emotion I felt before knocking on Destiny's door this morning just fades into the background, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dedication to this little person I've just met. I stare at Avery when she suddenly turns red and a look of deep concentration settles on her little face. For a moment, I'm frozen, unsure what's happening. Before I can ask Destiny if something's wrong, the smell hits me. I bite back a chuckle, feeling relief wash over me. She continues to focus on the task at hand, and I watch her expression with a bit of wariness. A few moments later, she's relaxed, clearly done with her business, grabbing my fingers with all her might. "Time for a diaper change," Destiny announces, moving to pick up Avery. "I'll do it," I say, scooping Avery up before Destiny can reach her. Destiny raises an eyebrow but doesn't argue. She leads me to the changing table, hovering nearby as I lay Avery down. I stare at the array of supplies, momentarily overwhelmed. "All right, how hard can this be?" Destiny starts to reach for the wipes, but I wave her off. "I've got this!" Cleaning a baby who just pooped is tougher than expected. The smell is overwhelming, but I push through and clean her thoroughly. I apply the cream and powder as instructed by Destiny. It takes me 3 attempts to get the diaper on correctly, and by the end, there's powder everywhere. But Avery's clean and dry, gurgling happily as I lift her back into my arms. "Not bad for a first try," I mutter, more to myself than anyone else. The hours slip by, filled with bottles and playful interactions, peekaboo making funny faces. Avery's laugh fills the room as I lift her high in the air at one point. Her joy is infectious, and for the upteenth time, I forget everything but this pure, unfiltered happiness. When the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the nursery, I know it's time to leave. I place a sleeping Avery in her crib, my hand lingering on her back for a moment. Destiny walks me to the door. We stand there, the air thick with tension and things left unsaid. Her eyes meet mine, and for a split second, I see a flash of the woman I fell in love with. I clear my throat. "I want to see her again. Soon." Destiny nods. "Of course. How about next week?" "I'll text you about the time and date," I reply, my voice gruff. Another moment passes, charged with potential, but I turn and walk away, the door closing firmly behind me. I drive home, my grip on the steering wheel tight. The memory of Avery's tiny fingers clutching mine lingers, a stark contrast to the anger still simmering just beneath the surface. It's a whirlwind of emotions. Happiness from spending time with my daughter, frustration over being kept in the dark. As I pull into my driveway, the weight of what Destiny did hits me again. I missed so many moments. Avery's first smile, her first laugh. Moments I can never get back. I step out of the car and slam the door harder than necessary. The sound echoes in the quiet evening air. I punch in the code for my front door and step inside, dropping my keys on the table by the entrance. Pouring myself a whiskey, I take a long sip, savoring the burn as it slides down my throat. Whiskey typically helps me think more clearly, but it's not very useful tonight. I lean against the counter, staring at nothing in particular. Shaking my head, I decide to take a cold shower and go to bed early. The house is too quiet as I head upstairs, hating that I don't know what lies ahead for me, my daughter, or Destiny. Chapter 14. Adam. I sit in my office, staring at the business reports scattered across my desk. The numbers blur together, a mess of percentages and projections that usually manage to hold my focus. But today, my mind drifts to Avery, her tiny fingers gripping mine, the way she looked at me with those big brown eyes. A knock on the door pulls me back to reality. Thomas steps in, looking every bit the part of a man who bills by the hour. "Adam, we need to talk about your latest instructions," he says, settling into the chair opposite me. I nod, pushing the reports aside. I know why he seems so upset, and I'm ready to push back and get my way. Go on. He takes a breath, clearly choosing his words carefully. You want to halt the proceedings to remove Destiny's stakes in your company. That's a drastic move. The situation has changed, I say calmly, leaning forward. The child is mine. Thomas blinks, taken aback for a moment before regaining his composure. I see. And you're certain? Absolutely. I lean back in my chair, crossing my arms. Understandably, this changes everything. He nods slowly. I understand your perspective, but this could complicate matters further. I don't care about complications, I snap. The most important thing for me right now is my child. He holds up a hand, attempting to calm me down. Adam, I get it. But if we halt proceedings now, it'll look like we're stalling for some advantage. The court might not look kindly on that. I'm not stalling, I say through gritted teeth. I'm re-evaluating everything in light of new information. Thomas sighs, adjusts his tie, and shifts in his chair. If we proceed with this strategy, it could drag everything out even longer. Let it drag, I say firmly. I need time to figure out how Avery fits into everything. He nods again, slower this time. All right, but you should be prepared for a prolonged situation. I'll deal with it, I say with more confidence than I feel. Very well, he replies, standing up. I'll make the necessary arrangements and keep you updated. Do that, I say as he heads for the door. Once he's gone, I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. My thoughts drift back to Avery again. How she giggled when I made silly faces at her, and how natural it felt holding her. The reports on my desk suddenly seem trivial compared to what's at stake now. My phone buzzes with an incoming call from one of my department heads, but I let it go to voicemail. Right now, nothing is more important than figuring out how to navigate this new reality with Avery in it, and dealing with Destiny. Well, that's a storm I'll face head-on when it comes. For now, it's all about making sure my daughter has everything she needs. After the meeting, I head to Destiny's apartment for another visit with Avery. The building is decent enough, but as I step inside her unit, I can't help but feel a pang of discomfort. It's cramped, even if it's well-kept and pretty upscale. My home, the home we shared, is spacious, filled with light and possibilities. This place feels like a compromise. My jaw clenches. This isn't right. My daughter deserves better. Destiny greets me with a nod, her expression guarded. She steps aside to let me in. I take in the small living room, its corners filled with baby toys and a stroller tucked against the wall. Adam, she says, breaking the silence. Destiny. My tone is clipped. We've barely spoken since the courtroom disaster. I get the feeling that today won't be any different. I follow her to Avery's room, taking a closer look at the room this time. The crib sits against the far wall close to the window and rocking chair, and she's lying there, cooing at a mobile above her. I walk over and pick her up, feeling the tension ease as she fits perfectly in my arms. Hey there, little one. Destiny hovers nearby, her arms crossed. The tension between us is palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. She needs a diaper change, she says. I lay Avery on the changing table, fumbling a bit with the diaper. I managed last time, I can do it this time. Destiny watches, her expression unreadable. Like this, she says, stepping in to help. Our hands brush, and I pull back like I've been shocked. I've got it! I snap harsher than I intended. She steps back, hurt flashing in her eyes before she masks it. Fine. I finish changing Avery, then cradle her against my chest. She babbles happily, oblivious to the tension surrounding her. Avery holds onto my clothes as I rock her gently. Destiny left the room earlier, but returned, leaning against the doorframe with a small smile playing on her lips. The tension that's been suffocating us since this whole mess started seems to lift, replaced by something almost normal. I can't put my finger on what causes the shift in the atmosphere, but it's welcome. Spending time with Avery when things are awkward would make it far less enjoyable. She's got your eyes, I say, glancing over at Destiny. I feel a little pang of regret for snapping at her earlier, but push it down. She did lie to me, after all. And your stubbornness, she replies, a hint of laughter in her voice. I chuckle, adjusting Avery in my arms. That could be a dangerous combination. We'll manage, Destiny says, her eyes softening as she watches us. Avery starts to drift off, her eyelids fluttering. I move to the crib and lay her down gently, pulling the blanket over her. She settles almost immediately, a tiny fist resting near her mouth. I've been getting the house ready, I say quietly, not wanting to disturb Avery's sleep. Destiny stays quiet for a second before softly speaking. Ready for what? For Avery's visits, I reply, turning to face her. I want the next one to be at my place. She hesitates for a moment, then nods. All right. We leave the nursery and sit down in the living room. A moment of silence envelops us before Destiny clears her throat. She slept through the night for the first time ever last night. I study her face and realize this must be an important milestone. That's great. Maybe she'll do that regularly from now on. Destiny smiles. I'd be very lucky if she does. Some kids don't sleep through even after 12 months. We fall into an easy conversation, talking about Avery's other milestones and little quirks. It's nice, like old times without the weight of everything hanging over us. We steer clear of anything serious, no talk of work or divorce, just Avery and the small joys she brings. After a while, I glance at my watch. I should go? Destiny nods but doesn't move right away. Thanks for coming today, she says finally. Of course, I reply. I'll see you both soon. When I step out into the hallway, I pause and look back at her. There's something there. Something we both feel but don't say out loud, but can feel. I walk to the door without saying anything and stop short, about to leave. There's a weighty silence hanging between us. Destiny shifts on her feet, her eyes flickering between me and the door. The air feels charged, like we're both on the brink of saying something but can't quite find the words. I'll see you soon, I finally say, gripping the door handle. Yeah, she replies softly. I nod, but something keeps me rooted to the spot. I feel compelled to say something nice after being so harsh. You did a good job with her, you know? Avery? Destiny's lips twitch into a small smile. Thanks, I'm glad you think so. It hasn't been easy. I can imagine, I say, though I can't really. Not fully. She looks down at her hands, twisting them nervously. Adam, but I cut her off. Let's not do this now. My voice is firm, almost harsh again. Her eyes snap up to mine, wide and searching. Do what? This, I gesture vaguely between us, rehashing everything. She sighs and nods, a resigned look crossing her face. You're right. I take a step back, needing to break the magnetic pull between us, but she steps forward, closing the distance again. Adam, she says softly, almost pleadingly. Destiny, I respond, my tone an unspoken warning. She bites her lip, clearly struggling with something she wants to say, but can't bring herself to voice. I shake my head slightly. We need to focus on Avery right now. I know, she whispers, but it's hard. Yeah, I admit grudgingly. It is. For a moment we're just standing there, looking at each other like we used to when things were simpler, before everything got so damn complicated. Take care of yourself, she says finally. You too. I turn and leave quickly before either of us can say anything else that might complicate things even more. As I walk down the hallway and out of her apartment building, my mind is a whirl of conflicting emotions. Anger at how things turned out, guilt for missing out on so much with Avery, and something else that feels dangerously close to longing. I push it all aside as I get into my car and drive away, focusing instead on what needs to be done next for my daughter's sake.
Chapter 15. Destiny. I step into the foyer of our old house, clutching Avery close to my chest. The familiar scent of wood and leather wraps around me, pulling me back to a time when everything seemed perfect. Adam strides ahead, leading us to the nursery he's prepared. His steps are confident and purposeful. "Here it is," he says, pushing open the door with a flourish. The room is beautiful. Soft pastels and warm wood tones. A beautiful and elegant room for our daughter. A mobile of tiny stars hangs above the crib, catching the light and casting gentle shadows on the walls. I run my fingers along the edge of the crib, feeling a mix of gratitude and sadness. "You really went all out," I murmur, trying to keep my voice steady. "She deserves it," Adam replies, his eyes never leaving Avery. "I want her to feel at home here." She gurgles in my arms, her tiny hand reaching out as if she knows this place is meant for her. Adam steps closer, his presence overwhelming. He reaches out, and I hand Avery to him. Watching him hold her, I'm hit with a wave of emotions: pride, love, regret. It's the first time I've seen him like this, vulnerable yet strong. "She's beautiful," he says softly, cradling her with surprising gentleness. "Yeah," I agree, unable to tear my eyes away from them. "She looks like you." Adam glances at me, something unreadable in his eyes. "I miss so much," he admits, his voice rougher now. "I know," I whisper. "I'm sorry." We stand there in silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken words hanging between us. The nursery feels both comforting and stifling, full of what could have been and what might never be. "She's going to love it here," I say finally, forcing a smile. "I hope so." He kisses Avery's forehead before gently placing her in the crib. She squirms a bit before settling down, her eyes staring at the stars above her. Adam spends the morning with Avery, and I respectfully keep my distance, letting him figure things out on his own. He seems to have it all under control, which is both surprising and reassuring. He cradles Avery in one arm while preparing her bottle with the other, his movements confident and precise. "So, she needs to be fed every 3 to 4 hours, right?" he asks, glancing over at me. "Yep," I reply, trying not to hover. "But don't overthink it. She'll let you know when she's hungry." I help him cool the milk while he plays with her. Smiling, I hand him the bottle, and he takes it without even glancing at me, focusing on Avery as she eagerly drinks. When she finishes, he gently lifts her to his shoulder, patting her back with a practiced rhythm. "Have you been practicing?" I ask, leaning against the doorway. Adam smirks. "You taught me well?" A burp escapes Avery, and his face lights up with a mix of pride and relief. He lowers her back into his arms, rocking her gently. "What's next?" "Diaper change," I say, pointing to the changing table. He carries her over and sets her down carefully. As he changes her diaper with surprising ease, I feel a pang of guilt for keeping him from this for so long. He's become good at it, better than I expected. "You're doing great," I remark. "Better than some people who've had months of practice." He laughs softly, a sound that feels both familiar and distant. "I'm a quick learner." We fall into a comfortable rhythm throughout the day. Adam feeds Avery again later in the afternoon, handling her with the same care and precision as before. His focus never wavers, even when she gets fussy. As the day stretches into evening, he looks at me with a mix of determination and something softer. Regret? Love? It's hard to tell. "I want to make up for lost time," he says quietly. "I know," I reply, feeling the weight of those words. "And you will." We stand there for a moment longer before he turns his attention back to Avery, who gurgles happily in his arms. The sight tugs at my heartstrings, filling me with hope that maybe, just maybe, we can find a way through this. As the visit nears its end, I notice the sky outside has darkened to an ominous gray. Thunder rumbles in the distance, growing louder with each passing minute. Adam's phone suddenly buzzes on the table, and he picks it up, frowning at the screen. "Flash flood warning," he announces, glancing up at me. "You're not going anywhere in this storm." I start to protest, but his tone leaves no room for argument. "It's not safe," he continues, his voice firm. "You and Avery are staying here tonight." The idea of spending the night in our old home sends a wave of discomfort through me, but I know he's right. The rain is pounding against the windows now, a relentless drumbeat. "Okay," I agree reluctantly, "but just for tonight." He nods, already moving to close the curtains against the storm's encroaching gloom. I look over at Avery, feeling a mix of gratitude and unease. The memories of my former life are everywhere. Photos on the walls, the scent of his cologne lingering in the air. It's like stepping back into a past I'm not sure I'm ready to face. "I'll set up the guest room," he says, already moving out of the room and toward the stairs. As he leads me down the hallway, I can't shake the weirdness of being back here. I shake my head and try to focus on Avery's safety instead of the gnawing unease in my chest. "Listen," Adam starts as we reach the guest room door. "I didn't mean to sound like a jerk just now." I smirk despite myself. "You've always had a way with words." He gives me a look that's almost a smile. Almost. "Just trying to keep you and Avery safe." "I know," I admit, stepping into the guest room. It's pristine, untouched by time or turmoil. Adam lingers in the doorway. "Do you need anything else?" I shake my head, feeling awkward under his scrutiny. "No, this is fine, thanks." He hesitates for a moment before nodding and turning away. The click of the door closing feels like an exclamation point on our strained situation. I sink onto the bed, running a hand through my hair. The sound of rain beating against the window grows louder, mingling with distant thunderclaps. Now my phone buzzes with a warning alert. Staying was definitely the right call. Still, being here feels like opening an old wound. Memories flash before me. Our first night in this house, laughing over takeout in bed. Passionate arguments about work and life, moments of quiet contentment that seemed so simple then. I pull myself back to reality and glance out the window. It's really looking bad out there. I'm startled slightly by a knock on the doorframe. Adam stands there, looking almost hesitant. A rare sight. "I made some tea," he says. "Thought you might want some." I smile despite myself. "Thanks." He hands me a mug and lingers for a moment longer than necessary, before silently leaving again. Just as I'm about to take a sip, Avery's sharp cry has me rushing to her room, but Adam's already there. He picks her up and holds her safely in his arms. It only takes a few moments for him to calm her down, and she falls asleep almost immediately. He puts her back in the crib, covering her with a plush pink blanket. After ensuring that Avery is going to stay asleep and setting up the baby monitor, Adam and I find ourselves in the living room. The tension between us is thick, almost suffocating. I can't hold it in any longer. The dam breaks, and tears stream down my face. "I'm so sorry," I sob, burying my face in my hands. "I screwed up so badly. I shouldn't have kept her from you. It killed me to do it." He watches me, his expression unreadable. I can see the storm brewing in his eyes, but he stays silent. "I never cheated on you," I continue, my voice trembling. "I would never do that. How could you think that?" His eyes soften just a bit as he steps closer. "Destiny, stop," he says quietly. "I understand if you hate me," I say through my tears. "I would hate me too." He pulls me into his arms, holding me tight against his chest. The scent of his cologne surrounds me, a familiar comfort I hadn't realized I missed so much. "I don't hate you," he murmurs into my hair. "I'm angry and frustrated, sure, and you made a mistake, a big one, but I don't hate you." I cling to him, my sobs quieting as the warmth of his embrace seeps into me. It's been so long since I felt this close to him. "We need to move on from this," he says firmly, pulling back just enough to look into my eyes. "For Avery's sake, we can't let this define her childhood." I blink up at him, surprised by his words. "You really think we can?" "We have to," he replies. "She deserves better than this mess we've made." I nod slowly, the weight of his words sinking in. He's right. Avery deserves parents who can put aside their differences for her. "I'll do whatever it takes," I promise. "We both will," he says with a small nod. We stand there for a moment longer, the storm outside a distant echo of the one inside us. But for the first time in a long while, there's a glimmer of hope. Adam's arms tighten around me again, and I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. His scent envelops me once more, a mix of cedarwood and something uniquely him, and it's like coming home after being lost for so long.
Chapter 16. Adam. I'm not sure how I feel about holding Destiny after so long, but she looked so broken and fragile I couldn't resist. Having her in my arms feels so foreign but also so perfectly natural. When we pull away from the hug, our eyes lock. There's an unspoken understanding between us, an undeniable pull that draws us together. In a split second, our lips meet in a passionate and urgent kiss. Destiny's hands tangle in my hair as I pull her closer. I can feel her heart racing against my chest, matching the rhythm of my own. The storm outside rages on, but in this moment, all that matters is the desire between us. Without breaking the kiss, I almost lead her towards our old bedroom, the one we used to share before everything fell apart. But I catch myself and redirect us to one of the guest rooms instead. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Neither of us speaks. Words would only shatter the fragile truce we've wordlessly agreed upon. What just happened between us? It changes things, but how? I'm not yet sure. We walk over to the bed and get under the covers, the chill of the night finally catching up to our naked bodies. The storm outside has quieted somewhat, but I can't shake the feeling that we're far from clear skies. Still, I feel myself relax and sink a little more into the bed. The room smells like us, a mix of sweat and sex, raw and intoxicating. I breathe it in, remembering that this smell used to linger in our bedroom often before things went wrong between us. We lie there, the silence between us not uncomfortable, but heavy with the remnants of our passion and the unspoken words that linger like smoke after a fire. The occasional creak of the house settling is the only sound that dares to intrude upon our solitude. I can't help but think of the irony. The world outside believes itself to be in the aftermath of chaos, while here, in the eye of our personal hurricane, we found a moment of peace. She shifts, her head finding its way to my chest, her hair a dark, curly halo against my skin. I don't move to embrace her. I'm not sure what this is, what it means for us. It's not tenderness that has us entwined like this. It's the aftermath, the calm that follows the furious downpour. Destiny's eyelids flutter, fighting the pull of sleep that's threatening to claim her. I know the feeling well. The adrenaline that fueled our frenzy is ebbing away, leaving exhaustion in its wake. But something prevents me from sinking into that calm state. Is it the uncertainty of what lies ahead? Or perhaps not knowing exactly where we stand? The loss of control is unfamiliar, and I don't like it. I lie there, wide awake, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The scent of her hair fills my senses, a mix of jasmine and the faint, indescribable essence that is uniquely her. It's a smell that's both foreign and intimately familiar, a reminder of what we once were and what we might never be again. The weight of the day settles on my shoulders, the gravity of our situation impossible to ignore. The divorce, the company, the secret that's no longer a secret. It's a lot to process. But in this moment, with her breath syncing with mine, the world and all its complications seem to fade into the background. The clock on the nightstand ticks away the seconds, the sound loud in the quiet room. I watch the shadows dance across the ceiling, the residual glow from the storm outside, casting a soft, ethereal light. I know that tomorrow will bring a new set of challenges, a fresh battle to be fought. I also know I should get up, put some distance between us, but I can't bring myself to move, to break this spell of stillness that has fallen over us. So I lie there listening to the rhythm of her breathing, feeling the steady beat of her heart against mine. The night wears on, and despite my body's best efforts, sleep finally claims me, pulling me under into a world where everything is simple, and the only thing that matters is the feel of her body next to mine.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vic Savon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please, help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 17. Destiny. I wake with a start, my heart racing as the events of last night flood back immediately. Adam's scent lingers on my skin, a reminder of our passionate encounter. Regret and anxiety twist in my gut as I carefully extract myself from the tangled sheets. They feel cold in comparison to last night's heat. Silently, I gather my scattered clothes. My blouse is a lost cause, buttons torn off in our frenzy. I slip it on anyway, holding it closed with one hand. Damn, I mutter, searching for my phone. It's wedged between the nightstand and the bed. I pry it free, relieved I didn't make a lot of noise. I tiptoe to the door, glancing back at Adam's sleeping form. His face is relaxed, peaceful. For a moment, I'm tempted to crawl back into bed, to pretend last night meant more than it did. But I can't. In the hallway, I pause outside Avery's room. The door creaks softly as I push it open. She's still asleep, her tiny chest rising and falling steadily. I approach the crib, my heart aching. "I'm sorry, baby girl," I whisper, gently stroking her cheek. "Mommy made a mess of things. Again." She stirs but doesn't wake. I stand there watching her sleep, torn between my love for her and the confusion swirling in my mind. Last night wasn't about love. It was raw, primal need, a release of pent-up emotions and frustrations. Now, in the harsh light of morning, I'm left to deal with the consequences. How can I face Adam after this? How will this affect our fragile co-parenting arrangement? I hear movement from his room and panic sets in. I can't face him now. Not like this. Grabbing Avery's diaper bag, I hurry towards the front door, holding her sleeping form, praying he doesn't catch me in this walk of shame. I see a pen on the small table near the door and scribble a hasty note on the back of an envelope. Adam had to get home. We should talk later. Destiny. Guilt gnaws at me, but I can't face him right now. Not after last night. Avery stirs in my arms as I sneak out the front door. The cool morning air hits my face, an icy contrast to the warmth of Adam's bed. I hurry to my car, buckling Avery into her car seat before sliding behind the wheel. The car's interior is warm and welcoming, but it feels so much colder than the bed I chose to leave like a sneaky thief. The drive home is kind of a blur. My mind races, replaying every moment of last night. The passion, the urgency, the way Adam's hands felt on my skin. I can still taste him on my tongue, a bittersweet taste that lingers longer than I want it to. I shake my head, trying to clear my thoughts. Back in my apartment, I settle Avery in her crib and collapse onto the couch. What have I done? How could I let this happen? My phone buzzes, startling me. Mom's name flashes on the screen. I forgot about their visit. "Hey, sweetie." Mom's cheerful voice fills the line. "Just wanted to confirm we're still on for next week. Your father and I can't wait to meet little Avery." I force a smile into my voice. "Of course, Mom. Can't wait to see you both." "Is everything okay, Destiny?" "You sound stressed." "I'm fine, just tired. You know how it is with a newborn?" "Well, if you need us to postpone?" "No," I say, too quickly. "No, it's perfect timing. I could use the distraction. The company." Mom hesitates. "If you're sure." "I am, really. It'll be great to see you." As I hang up, relief washes over me. A week with my parents might be exactly what I need to keep my mind off Adam and this mess of things. I drag myself into the kitchen, determined to salvage this disaster of a morning. Flapjacks. That'll do it. My go-to comfort food, drizzled with honey. I can almost taste the sweetness on my tongue. The familiar routine soothes my frayed nerves as I whisk the batter. The sizzle of the pan fills the air, and for a moment, I can pretend everything's normal. That I didn't just sneak out of my almost ex-husband's house after a night of... No, don't think about that. "Focus, Destiny," I mutter, flipping a golden brown flapjack onto the growing stack. The honey bottle gurgles as I drizzle a generous amount over the steaming pile. The rich, sweet scent wafts up, usually enough to make my mouth water. But today, I settle at the kitchen island, fork poised over my creation. One bite. That's all I need to get my appetite going. But as soon as the flapjack touches my tongue, I know it's hopeless. It tastes like cardboard, the honey cloying and artificial. "Damn it," I growl, shoving the plate away. With a frustrated sigh, I grab the plate and dump its contents into the trash. The clatter of dishes in the sink echoes my mood, discordant and harsh. I scrub furiously, as if I could wash away last night's memories, along with the sticky remnants of honey. I tiptoe into Avery's room, my heart softening at the sight of her peaceful slumber. Her tiny chest rises and falls, a soothing rhythm amidst the chaos in my mind. I brush a curl from her forehead, marveling at how much she looks like Adam. "Sweet dreams, little one," I whisper, reluctantly tearing myself away. Back in the living room, I grab my laptop, determined to lose myself in work. After opening it, a folder catches my eye. The slideshow. The one I made for Adam, sharing memories of Avery. The one I haven't had the courage to show him yet. My fingers tremble as I open it. Images of Avery's first moments flood the screen. Moments Adam missed because of my choices. "Damn it," I mutter, slamming the laptop shut. The events of last night come rushing back. Adam's hands on my skin, his lips on mine, the urgency, the passion. It felt so right in the moment, but now, I pace the room, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. On one hand, the connection we shared was undeniable. The passion, the intensity, it felt like coming home. But on the other, the hurt and distance between us that led to our separation still linger. What the hell am I doing? I groan, collapsing onto the couch. After a few moments, I return to my laptop. The inbox icon taunts me with its unread message count. Might as well tackle this mountain of emails. Anything to keep my mind off everything else. Let's see what we've got here, I mutter, clicking open the first message. It's from my fabric supplier. They're having issues with the silk I ordered for my new collection. Great, just what I need right now. I type out a quick response, my fingers flying over the keys. Hi, Jenna. Thanks for the heads up. Can we set up a call to discuss alternatives? I'm free tomorrow morning. Send. Next. An invitation to a Fashion Week event in Paris. Any other day, I'd be thrilled. Now, the thought of jetting off to the city of light feels hollow. Delete? Slight regret. I open the next message. It's from my assistant, reminding me about the photo shoot scheduled for next week. I'd completely forgotten. Damn, I groan, rubbing my temples. Get it together, girl. I fire off a reply, confirming the details and asking her to double-check the model bookings. At least someone on my team has their act together. As I work through the inbox, a pattern emerges. Every email answered is a tiny victory, a moment where I'm not thinking about Adam's hands on my skin or the way his lips felt against mine. But then I hit send, and reality comes crashing back. The silence in the apartment feels oppressive. I strain my ears, hoping to hear Avery stirring in her crib. Nothing but her adorable sleeping sounds. No distraction to truly lose myself in. My cursor hovers over the compose button. I could email Adam and sort things out digitally. Keep it professional. Ask about his visit with Avery. Pretend last night never happened. My fingers twitch, ready to type. But what would I say? Hey, Adam. Thanks for the mind-blowing sex last night. By the way, when do you want to see our daughter again? I slam the laptop shut once more, disgusted with myself. This isn't solving anything. It's just delaying the inevitable conversation we need to have. Avery's soft cry from the baby monitor on my desk pulls me back to the present. Finally. I hurry to her room, glad for the distraction. I cradle her against my chest, her tiny body warm and comforting as I return to the living room. Her soft breaths tickle my neck as I pace the living room, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. What are we gonna do, baby girl? I whisper, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. She coos in response, her tiny hand gently holding my finger. The simple gesture sends a wave of love through me, so powerful it nearly brings me to my knees. Your daddy. I start, then pause, unsure how to continue. How do I explain the complicated mess of feelings I have for Adam to our 3-month-old daughter? He loves you so much already, I tell her, my voice cracking. And I love him. God, I love him more than I ever thought possible. But love isn't always enough, is it? The memory of our arguments, the hurt and betrayal in Adam's eyes when he thought I'd cheated, it all comes rushing back. What if we mess it up again? I ask Avery, as if she could provide the answers I'm desperately seeking. What if we hurt each other and you get caught in the middle? She happily gurgles, completely oblivious to my inner turmoil. I envy her innocence, her ability to exist in the moment without worry for the future. I wish it was that simple, Cupcake. I sigh, sinking onto the couch. I wish I could just follow my heart without being terrified of the consequences.
Chapter 18. Adam. I wake to an empty bed, the sheets still warm. I sit up, running a hand through my hair. The house is quiet. Too quiet. Destiny! I call out, my voice echoing through the halls. No answer. I throw on a pair of sweatpants and stride out of the bedroom. The nursery is empty, Avery's crib untouched since last night. A quick scan of the living room yields nothing but memories of the sparks of a passionate encounter. My stomach drops. Surely she didn't... When I reach the front door, an envelope lying against a vase catches my eye. Destiny's handwriting. Great. I snatch it up, scanning the contents. Adam, how to get home? We should talk later. Destiny. I crumple the envelope in my fist, sneaking out like a one-night stand. Real mature, Destiny. Gritting my teeth, I storm to the kitchen, downing a glass of water before slamming down the glass. I slam cabinet doors as I grab a pan and some eggs. The frustration is making my skin itch, and the sizzle of breakfast hitting a hot metal does little to soothe my irritation. Last night flashes through my mind. Destiny's skin against mine, her gasps of pleasure. I shake my head, forcing the images away. Last night shouldn't have happened. We're in the middle of a divorce. Our relationship should be cordial at best. Our reconnection isn't about us. It's about Avery. I shovel eggs into my mouth, barely tasting them. The bacon is perfectly prepared, just as I normally like it, but it's tasteless. My daughter. My priority. Everything else is secondary. I go to work dressed as sharply as ever. When I walk into the building, I feel a sense of relief spread over me. Being at work sets me at ease like nothing else can. In my office, I soon lose myself in work, the worries about Avery and Destiny fading into the background. It's something I'll deal with later. The phone's shrill ring cuts through my concentration. I glance at the caller ID. My lawyer. His calls never bode well. Thomas, tell me that you've good news for me for once, I answer, leaning back in my chair. Sorry to disappoint Adam, but we've got a situation. His voice is tense. The media's caught wind of Avery. I sit up straight. My grip tightens on the phone. What the hell? How? We're not sure, but we suspect it might be an inside leak. Someone on your staff could have sold the information. God damn it. I slam my fist on the desk, sending papers flying. Find out who it was. I want names. We're working on it. But Adam, you need to prepare for the storm. This is going to be big news. My mind races. Is this why Destiny bolted this morning? Did she somehow know? No, she would have mentioned it, surely. Use whatever tactics you have to and get me any info you can get your hands on, I demand. Let me know the second you have any relevant information. We need to get ahead of this. Sure, what I'm demanding isn't exactly part of Thomas's job description, but he's learned to deal with whatever I throw his way. Already on it. I'll organize everything over within the hour. I end the call and stare out the window, my reflection glaring back at me. The city skyline blurs as memories of our initial split flood back. The constant media attention, the strain it put on our relationship. It was what sank our Titanic in the first place. A bitter smile tugs at my lips. History really likes to repeat itself. I press the intercom. Claire, clear my schedule for the rest of the day, and get me everything we have on recent media leaks in relation to me and Synapse X. I snatch up my phone, my fingers flying over the screen as I dial my PR rep. The line rings once, twice. Adam, what can I do for you? Samantha's voice is crisp, professional. We've got a situation. The media's caught wind of Avery, my daughter. There's a sharp intake of breath on the other end. How bad is it? Bad enough. I need this covered up, Sam, now. I don't want anyone out there snapping pictures of my 3-month-old or stalking her mother for information. My voice is steel, brooking no argument. Of course, Adam. We'll get right on it. Can you give me more details? I pace in front of my desk, tension coiling in my muscles. Someone leaked my personal information. Could be internal. I want this contained before it spreads like wildfire. Understood. I'll mobilize the team immediately. We'll start by monitoring all major outlets and social media platforms. Not good enough, I growl. I want this nipped in the bud. Call in favors, threaten lawsuits, whatever it takes. Make it happen. Adam, we need to be careful. Heavy-handed tactics could backfire. Did I stutter, Samantha? The words sliced through the air. This is my daughter we're talking about. I won't have her life turned into a media circus before she can even walk. A pause, then. You're right. I apologize. We'll pull out all the stops. That's more like it. I'm counting on you. Consider it done. I'll update you hourly. I end the call, my jaw clenched so tight it aches. I stand in front of the windows, my hands in my pockets. The city sprawls before me, oblivious to the storm brewing. But not for long if we don't get ahead of this. A thought crosses my mind and I take out my phone. My finger hovers over Destiny's contact, the urge to call her gnawing at me. I hesitate. If she doesn't know about the leak, I'd be dropping a bomb on her. And if she does, well, that's a conversation I'm not ready to have. I toss the phone aside, running a hand through my hair. Avery's face flashes in my mind. Her tiny hands, those big brown eyes. A surge of protectiveness washes over me. "Claire," I bark into the intercom, "get me a list of every employee who could have accessed my personal information in the last 6 months. Ask the IT team to help you with that." "Your lawyer already instructed me, Mr. Ryder. I'm on it," she responds, her voice clipped and efficient. I pace the office once again, my mind racing. Whoever leaked this is going to regret the day they crossed me. I'll make sure of it. They'll learn exactly why you don't mess with Adam Ryder or his family. I pour myself a whiskey, the amber liquid sloshing against the crystal tumbler. The first sip burns down my throat, a welcome distraction from the chaos in my head. I stare into the glass, watching the light refract through the liquor. Unbidden, memories of last night flood my mind. Destiny's soft skin under my fingertips, her breathless moans echoing in my ears. The way she arched against me, her nails raking down my back. "Damn," I mutter, downing the rest of the whiskey in one gulp. The burn intensifies, momentarily clearing my head. I can't afford to dwell on this. It was a mistake, a moment of weakness. There are more pressing matters at hand. The mole is in my company, hiding in plain sight. Someone I've trusted has betrayed me, endangered my daughter. I return to the windows, as if drawn to the view that would normally make me feel pride. The city skyline beyond my window blurs as I turn sharply, my fists clenched at my sides. My phone buzzes. Samantha's update. Nothing new. No leads on the leak. No progress on containment. Useless. I grab the crystal tumbler, tempted to hurl it across the room. Instead, I down the remaining whiskey in one swift gulp. The burn does nothing to quell the fire in my veins. My mind races. Who could have done this? Who would dare cross me? The list of suspects is too long. The potential consequences too severe. Avery's face flashes in my mind once more. My daughter. My flesh and blood. Now a target for the vultures circling overhead. Destiny. Christ, just when things were... No, I can't think about that now. Focus on the problem at hand. I snatch up my phone again, dialing Claire. I can't wait for updates to come to me. "Any news on that list?" I demand the moment she picks up. "Not yet, Mr. Ryder. It's still compiling. Tell them to work faster. I needed that list yesterday." I end the call before she can respond. Incompetence surrounds me. My reflection glares back at me from the window. Darkness in my eyes, jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. I look like a man on the edge. Because I am. And I hate it. The intercom buzzes. Claire hesitantly speaks. "Mr. Ryder, your 3 o'clock is here." "An investors' meeting. I'd forgotten." "Reschedule," I snap. "But sir, they've flown in from..." "I said reschedule!" Silence. Then a meek, "Yes, Mr. Ryder." I turn back to the window, bracing my hands against the cool glass. Somewhere out there, Destiny and Avery are going about their day, the foul paparazzi possibly keeping track of them. Frustration gnaws at my stomach. I need to take control of the situation. Fast. Chapter 19. Adam. I drink the last of my coffee, adjusting my tie. I'm meeting with the board of investors in a few minutes, but I can't focus on the impending meeting. My mind keeps drifting to Destiny and that night 4 days ago. The silence between us since then is deafening. My phone vibrates, a news alert flashing across the screen. I tap it, my stomach dropping as I see the image. Destiny. Avery. Suitcases. Airport. "What the hell?" I mutter, gripping the phone so tight my knuckles turn white. Is she running? Taking my daughter away? Surely she wouldn't do that after everything we've been through. She seemed so full of remorse when she apologized. I dial Destiny's number, my foot tapping an impatient rhythm against the polished floor. Straight to voicemail. Destiny, it's Adam. Call me back. Now. I try again. Nothing. Mr. Ryder? My assistant pokes her head in. The board is ready for you. Reschedule it, I snap, grabbing my jacket. Something's come up. But sir, they've been waiting. I said to reschedule it! The door slams behind me as I walk towards the elevator. My mind races, trying to understand what the photos could mean. The elevator descends too slowly. I loosen my tie, feeling trapped in my suit. Come on, I mutter, watching the numbers tick down. My phone buzzes again. Another news alert. I open it, hoping for more information, anything to explain what's happening. Instead, I'm greeted by speculation about my company's stock prices. The last thing I'm thinking about now. The elevator doors finally open, and I push past a waiting group of employees, ignoring their startled looks. I stride towards my car, my mind a whirlwind of anger and concern. How long have these vultures been circling around Destiny? The thought of paparazzi stalking her and Avery makes my blood boil. My little girl, barely 3 months old, already thrust into this hungry frenzy. Damn it, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. Bastards. A voice cuts through my haze. Oh, Mr. Ryder. Your car, sir. I blink, realizing I've walked right past my valet in the sleek black Audi. Shaking my head, I turn back. Thanks, Jake. I'll take it from here. Jake hesitates, keys still in hand. Are you sure, sir? You seem a bit distracted. I fix him with a hard stare. I said I'll take it from here. He quickly hands over the keys, backing away. Of course, Mr. Ryder. Have a good day. I slide into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tight. I need a plan. Anger makes me exhale loudly. There isn't much I can do if Destiny had already left. Who knows how long ago those pictures were taken? My phone buzzes again. Another news alert. I snatch it up. It's more predictions about my company's AI projects. Useless, I growl, tossing the phone onto the passenger seat. I start the car, the engine purring to life. As I pull out of the parking garage, my mind races. How did they even find out about Avery? We've been so careful. A honk jolts me back to reality. I've nearly run a red light. Cursing under my breath, I slam on the brakes. The car behind me lays on the horn again. Yeah, I mutter, waving an apologetic hand out the window. I need to focus. Being sloppy isn't my style. The light turns green and I accelerate, leaving the angry driver behind. I grip the steering wheel, knuckles white, as I speed through traffic. I have to act. I make a call. The phone rings through the car's Bluetooth, each tone grating on my nerves. Adam, what can I do for you? My lawyer's calm voice grates on my nerves. Destiny's been spotted at the airport with Avery. I think it's possible they left the country. What the hell can we do about it? A pause. Are you certain she's leaving the country? There are damn pictures of her with suitcases. What more do you need? Adam, take a breath. We can't jump to conclusions. Suitcases don't necessarily mean... Don't tell me to take a breath, I snarl, cutting him off. My daughter could be halfway across the world by now. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Have you tried contacting Destiny? I grit my teeth and resist the urge to roll my eyes. Of course I have. She's not answering. All right. Well, unfortunately, we can't take any legal action until we have concrete proof that she's actually left with Avery. Are you kidding me? I slam my hand against the steering wheel. What about some kind of restraining order? Something to keep her in the country? Adam, listen to me. We have no grounds for that. Destiny has every right to travel with her child. Unless we can prove she intends to permanently relocate without your consent, our hands are tied. I curse under my breath. So what? I'm just supposed to sit here and do nothing while she potentially kidnaps my daughter. I understand you're frustrated, but we need to approach this rationally. Have you considered that there might be a perfectly innocent explanation? Like what? I snap. A business trip, perhaps? Or a trip to see family? Destiny's clothing line is doing well, isn't it? She could be traveling for business or have taken time off to visit family she hasn't seen in a while. I fall silent, my mind racing. He's right, damn it. But the thought of Destiny taking Avery away, even temporarily, makes my blood boil. Fine, I growl. But I want you to start preparing for the worst-case scenario. If she's really trying to leave, I want to be ready. Of course, I'll start looking into our options. In the meantime, try to reach out to Destiny again. Calmly, Adam. We don't want to escalate the situation unnecessarily. I hang up without another word, my foot pressing harder on the accelerator. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going there fast. A few miles later, the tires squeal as I hit the brakes and pull over to the side of the road. My heart pounds, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I need to think clearly. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down and consider the situation rationally. Maybe I really am overreacting. Destiny could have mentioned a trip, and I was too preoccupied to remember. It wouldn't be the first time my work consumed me. I grab my phone again, scrolling through our recent messages. Nothing about a trip. My finger hovers over her contact, hesitating for a split second before I hit call. Ring, ring, ring. Come on, Destiny, I growl, tapping my fingers impatiently against the dashboard. Pick up the damn phone. Voicemail. Again. I toss the phone onto the passenger seat, frustration bubbling up inside me. This isn't like her. Even when things were at their worst between us, she never ignored my calls completely. Think, Adam, I mutter to myself. Where else could she be going? My mind races through possibilities. None of it feels right. The suitcases, the secrecy, it all seems to point to something bigger. I grab my phone again, this time dialing my assistant. Mr. Ryder? She answers on the first ring. I need you to clear my schedule for the next few days, I say, already putting the car in drive. Of course, sir. May I ask? No, you may not, I cut her off. Just get it done. I hang up, irritated by my frustration. I don't know what to do, and the lack of control irks me beyond words. The most important thing for me is knowing that Avery and Destiny are safe. I take a deep breath, my fingers drumming against my knee. The urge to speed off to the airport, to confront Destiny, to demand answers. It's overwhelming, but I know better. Acting on impulse now could make things worse. They may be long gone by now anyway. Such nonsense, I mutter, leaning back in my seat. The leather creaks beneath me as I close my eyes, forcing myself to think rationally. My phone buzzes. For a split second, hope surges through me. Destiny? But no, it's just my PR rep. Talk to me, I answer, my voice clipped. Mr. Ryder, we're working on containing the situation. No major outlets have picked up the story yet, but I don't want to hear about buts. Make it disappear. Yes, sir. We're on it. I end the call, staring at the darkening screen. The silence in the car is deafening. I'm used to action, to solving problems head on. This waiting game, it's torture. Still, I know it's the right move. My team is the best in the business. If anyone can handle this, they can. I start the engine, the familiar purr doing little to calm my nerves. As I pull back onto the road, I force myself to focus on the drive home. One turn at a time, one traffic light after another. By the time I pull into my driveway, I've managed to regain full control of myself. The house looms before me, suddenly feeling too big, too empty. Inside, I head straight for my home office. If I'm going to wait, I might as well be productive. I fire up my laptop, determined to lose myself in work until I hear something, anything, about Destiny and Avery. The clock on my desk ticks away, each second an eternity. but I resist the urge to check my phone every 5 minutes. I've given my orders. Now I just have to trust my people to do their jobs. And hope that wherever Destiny is, whatever she's doing, she hasn't forgotten that Avery is my daughter too.
Chapter 20. Destiny. I open the door, my heart swelling with anticipation as my parents' faces light up at the sight of Avery nestled in my arms. Mom's hands fly to her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Oh, Destiny," she breathes, reaching out to touch Avery's chubby cheek. She's absolutely perfect. I hug each of them for several seconds, taking in their smells and loving touch. My heart feels safe. It's the first time in a while that my smile is truly genuine. Dad clears his throat, clearly trying to maintain his composure. "Can I hold her?" "Of course," I say, carefully transferring Avery to his waiting arms. "Watch her head." As soon as Avery's in his embrace, Dad's tough exterior melts away. He coos softly, rocking her gently. "Hey there, little one. I'm your grandpa." Mom hovers close, her fingers tracing Avery's tiny hands. "Look at those beautiful brown eyes," she marvels, just like her mama's. Her eyes are wide with wonder and happiness. I can't help but smile, watching my parents fall head over heels for my daughter. It's a moment I've dreamed of, yet feared might never happen. "She's got quite the grip." Dad chuckles as Avery wraps her fingers around his pinky. "Takes after her grandpa," Mom teases, earning a playful glare from Dad. I lead them to the living room, where they settle on the couch, still completely enamored with Avery. Mom looks up at me, her eyes shining. "Honey, she's incredible. How are you managing?" Her voice is soft, colored with motherly care. I shrug, trying to keep my voice light. One day at a time. It's not always easy, but she's worth every sleepless night. Dad nods, his gaze still fixed on Avery. It's like he can't take his eyes off her. "You're doing a great job, sweetheart. We're so proud of you." Their words warm my heart, easing some of the tension I've been carrying. For a moment, I can forget about the complications with Adam, the divorce proceeding, and just bask in this simple joy of family. A few hours later, I sink into the couch, cradling a mug of steaming coffee, as Mom regales me with the latest family drama. The familiar cadence of her voice washes over me, soothing in its normalcy. "You won't believe what your Aunt Sheila did at the last book club meeting," Mom says, leaning forward conspiratorially. Dad rolls his eyes. "Here we go again." I can't help but laugh. "Spill it, Mom. What did she do this time?" "Well," Mom starts, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "She showed up wearing the exact same dress as Linda. You know how those two can't stand each other." "Oh no," I groan, already picturing the chaos. "Oh yes," Mom nods emphatically. "It was like watching two peacocks trying to outstrut each other. Your aunt kept accidentally spilling red wine on Linda's dress." Dad chuckles, bouncing Avery gently on his knee. "Sounds like a real cat fight." "You have no idea," Mom sighs dramatically. By the end of the night, half the book club was taking sides. I swear, sometimes I think these women forget we're supposed to be discussing literature. I shake my head, grinning. Sounds like nothing's changed back home. Speaking of home, Dad pipes up. "Your cousin Eddie finally proposed to that girlfriend of his." "No way," I exclaim. It's about time. They've been together for what, 5 years now? Mom nods. 6, actually. We were starting to wonder if he'd ever work up the nerve. As we chat, I feel the tension in my shoulders slowly uncoiling. For the first time in weeks, I'm not obsessing over work or personal issues. It's just me, my parents, and Avery, wrapped in a cocoon of familial warmth. So, Dad says, his tone shifting slightly. How are you really doing, sweetheart? And don't give us that "I'm fine" nonsense. I pause, considering my words carefully. It's been tough, I admit. But having Avery, it makes everything worth it. She's my world now. Mom reaches out, squeezing my hand. We're here for you, honey. Whatever you need. Thanks, Mom, Dad. I appreciate your concern. Dad takes Avery for a diaper change, and I sit lazily with Mom, chatting. I'm half listening to her latest gossip about the neighbors back home when my phone buzzes. Adam's name flashes across the screen. My stomach twists, and I quickly flip the phone over, ignoring the call. Everything okay, honey? Mom asks, her brow furrowing. I plaster on a smile. I'm back to fake smiles again. Great. Yeah, just a work thing. Nothing important. She nods, seemingly satisfied with my explanation. As I was saying, Mrs. Johnson next door has started this new hobby. I force myself to focus on her words, pushing thoughts of Adam to the back of my mind. We haven't really talked since that night, and I'm not ready to face him yet. What would I even say? Hey, sorry I snuck out after we had sex. Want to grab coffee? I shake my head to get rid of those kinds of thoughts and refocus on my mom, trying to lose myself in the gossip rather than the worries that plague me constantly. A yawn escapes me and I smile at my mom, who was just about to start getting concerned again. Just a little tired. You know how it is with a newborn. She gives me a knowing look. I remember those days. Your father and I barely slept for months after you were born. Dad returns, handing me a baby powder-smelling Avery. His smile is wide. I still know how to change diapers. I grin at him and cradle Avery against my chest, inhaling her scent. It grounds me, reminding me of what's truly important. So, Mom, you were talking about Mrs. Johnson's new hobby, I say, steering the conversation back to safer territory. I bet the whole neighborhood's talking about it. Mom launches into another story, and I let her colorful, excited words wash over me, grateful for the distraction. My phone remains face down on the coffee table, Adam's call unanswered. Avery relaxes in my arms, and I watch happily as her eyes slowly fall shut. It doesn't take long before she's fast asleep. My mom immediately goes quiet, not wanting to wake her grandchild. I gently lay Avery down in her crib, my fingers lingering on her soft curls. She's out like a light, her tiny chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. The room is bathed in a soft, warm glow from the sun, creating a serene atmosphere. Sleep tight, my little angel, I whisper, carefully backing away. As I close the door, leaving it slightly ajar, I lean against the wall and let out a long sigh. The house is quiet now, save for the muffled voices of my parents chatting in the living room. Their presence is comforting, a slice of normalcy in the chaos my life has become. I make my way back to the living room, plastering on a smile as I rejoin my parents. She down for the count? Dad asks, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I nod, sinking into the armchair. Like a rock, she's got your sleeping jeans, Dad. Mom chuckles. Thank goodness for that. You were a nightmare as a baby. Hey now, I protest weakly, but there's no heat behind it. Realizing the time, I head to the kitchen, my parents trailing behind me. They're hungrier than they expected to be. How about some sandwiches? I suggest, pulling out bread and various fillings from the fridge. Mom nods approvingly. Sounds perfect, honey. Need any help? I've got it, Mom. You two just relax. As I assemble the sandwiches, Dad leans against the counter, eyeing the sleek espresso machine on the marble countertop. That's quite the setup you've got there, Destiny. Your clothing line must be doing well. I can't help but smile, a surge of pride warming my chest. It's been a wild ride, but yeah, we're growing faster than I ever imagined. Tell us more about it, Mom urges, her eyes sparkling with interest. I slide the plates across the kitchen island, joining them as we dig into our lunch. Well, we just landed a deal with a major department store chain. Our fall collection will be in stores nationwide next month. Dad whistles, impressed. That's incredible, sweetheart. You've come so far in such a short time. It hasn't been easy, I admit, thinking of the countless late nights and stress-filled days. But seeing my designs out there, knowing people are wearing them, it makes it all worth it. Mom reaches out, squeezing my hand. We're so proud of you, honey. You've built something amazing. As we finish our sandwiches, the conversation drifts to lighter topics. We move to the living room, settling into the plush couches. The afternoon sun streams through the windows, casting a warm glow across the room. So, Dad says, leaning back in his seat, any exciting plans for the future? New designs in the works? I nod, excitement bubbling up despite my exhaustion. Actually, I've been sketching out ideas for a children's line. Nothing concrete yet, but... Oh, that's wonderful, Mom exclaims. I bet Avery's been quite the inspiration. She has. I agree, glancing towards the nursery. It's opened up a whole new world of possibilities. As they launch into another round of stories from my childhood, my mind wanders. The weight of my phone in my pocket seems to grow heavier with each passing minute. Adam's missed calls loom over me like a storm cloud, impossible to ignore. I should call him back. I know I should. But what would I say? How do I even begin to explain? Destiny? Dad's concerned voice cuts through my thoughts. You okay, honey? You seem a million miles away. I force a smile and fake a yawn. Yeah, just tired. It's been a long day. He leans forward, his expression serious. Is there something you're not telling us, sweetheart? You know you can talk to us about anything, right? The concern in their eyes nearly breaks me. I want to spill everything. The night with Adam, the confusion, the fear. But I can't. Not yet. Not when I haven't even figured it out myself. I know, Dad, I say, reaching out to squeeze his hand. I'm just adjusting to everything, but I promise I'm okay. They exchange a look, and I can tell they don't quite believe me, but they don't push, and for that I'm grateful. As the conversation shifts to lighter topics, I try to focus on the present moment, on the warmth of my parents' love, the peace of having Avery sleeping soundly nearby. But in the back of my mind, I know I can't avoid reality forever. Sooner or later, I'll have to face Adam and the mess we've made. For now, though, I let myself be enveloped in this bubble of family comfort, pushing thoughts of tomorrow to the edges of my mind.
Chapter 21. Adam. I wake up to the same silence that's been haunting me for what feels like years. No messages, no calls, nothing from Destiny. The weight of uncertainty settles on my chest when I drag myself out of bed. I'm not sure whether I should be angry with her for not returning my calls, or worried that there's a sinister reason behind her actions. Screw this, I mutter, heading to the shower. The hot water does little to ease the tension in my muscles. I can't shake the image of Destiny at the airport, Avery in her arms. What the hell is she playing at? I spend a few minutes just enjoying the heat of the water, allowing my mind to go blank. After a few minutes, I get out and dry off. Glimpsing my face in the mirror, I grin. At least I don't look like I'm worried. Over the years, I've mastered the art of looking unbothered and aloof no matter what's happening. Dressed and ready for the day, I grab my phone, thumb hovering over Destiny's number. No, I need to let things play out and wait patiently. In the kitchen, I pour a cup of coffee, the rich aroma filling the air. My appetite's gone, replaced by a gnawing worry I can't quite shake. It's something I'm used to by now after years of building Synapse X. But this is different. This time I'm worried about my child, my flesh and blood. Still, I know how to compartmentalize and focus on my work. I have to. My phone buzzes. For a split second, hope surges through me. But it's just a reminder. I have several meetings scheduled for the day. Disappointment tastes bitter in my mouth. Get it together, Ryder, I growl at myself, opening my laptop. I scroll through my emails, barely registering the words. My mind keeps drifting to Destiny and Avery. Where are they? Are they safe? The questions circle like vultures, picking at my concentration. Adjusting my jacket and tie, I force the thoughts away. Time to focus on Synapse X. I grab my keys and head to the office. Work and all those damn meetings will keep my mind off this mess. The drive is fast and buildings blur past me. When I arrive at the building, I stride towards the entrance of my company, my mind already on the day ahead. The familiar glass doors loom before me, reflecting the morning sun. Just as I reach for the handle, a cacophony of voices erupts. Mr. Ryder! Do you have anything to say about the scandal surrounding Synapse X? Adam, what can you tell us about your relationship with your wife? Are the rumors about you and Destiny having a child true? A swarm of reporters materializes, microphones thrust in my face, cameras flashing. My jaw clenches. How the hell did they get past my security? I try to push past them, but they're relentless, blocking my path. No comment, I growl, shoving a particularly aggressive reporter aside. But Mr. Ryder, the public has a right to know. Is it true you're covering up illegal activities within your company? Their questions blur together, a dizzying assault on my senses. The scent of instant coffee and desperation wafts from the crowd. I feel my control slipping, anger bubbling to the surface. Mr. Ryder, come on, just a quick statement! I whirl around, fixing them with a steely glare. The crowd falls silent, cameras still clicking away. I'm not condoning this type of behavior, I spit out, my voice low and dangerous. I glare at the crowd of so-called journalists and the spattering of paparazzi. God, I hate these people. Without waiting for their reaction, I turn on my heel and push through the doors, leaving the stunned reporters in my wake. I can hear them talking to each other, like gossiping mothers at a school soccer match. Pathetic worms. Loosening my tie as I enter my office, I press the intercom on the table, ordering fresh coffee from Claire. She hurries into the room with a steaming cup and a blueberry bagel, my favorite. Thanks, she nods. Your meeting with the board of directors is in about 5 minutes. Most of them are already waiting in the conference room. I sigh softly. Great. Another headache-inducing situation to deal with. Good. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Let's make them wait a bit. She returns my smile and hurries out of the office, no doubt to take care of countless more tasks that make my day easier. I'm glad I hired her. She's a reliable assistant. After enjoying the coffee and meal, I wash up and return to my office to go over the notes I've prepared for the meeting. I make some adjustments. They're probably aware of the horde of camera-holding twats at the entrance and want to discuss that as well. How boring. A quick message to my head of security to sort out that situation, and I decide I should probably go to the meeting. I enter the conference room making sure to look every bit the part of a capable CEO, which I am, as I take my seat at the head of the table. The board members are seated, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. I can practically smell their anxiety, and it's nauseating. Their weakness and uncertainty makes my skin crawl. Right, I say, leaning back in my chair. Let's get this over with. Stephen, one of the older board members, clears his throat. Adam, we need to address the biggest elephant in the room. These rumors, are just that. I cut him off. Rumors, nothing more. But the press outside, another board member chimes in. I hold up a hand, silencing him. I'm handling it. My PR team is on it as we speak. The room falls silent for a moment. I can see the doubt in their eyes, the questions they're too afraid to ask. With all due respect, Adam, Marcus leans forward. We've worked hard to rebuild our reputation over the past year. We can't afford another scandal. I lock eyes with him, my jaw clenching. You think I don't know that? Everything I've done has been to protect this company. And the rumors about your personal life? Stephen asks, his voice hesitant. The child? My hands ball into fists under the table. My personal life is just that. Personal. It has no bearing on this company or its operations. The room erupts into murmurs. I can feel their confidence in me wavering, and it sets my teeth on edge. Everything I've built, everything I've worked for is hanging by a thread. Enough! I growl, slamming my hand on the table. The room falls silent again, this time with a lot more tension in the air. I've steered this company through worse storms. This is nothing more than a blip on the radar. I suggest you all focus on your jobs and leave the PR and worrying about rumors to me. Their silence is pleasing, letting me know that none of them have the courage to argue with me. Good. They may be the board of directors, but they know their places. As they should. I stand up, buttoning my jacket. Now, if there's nothing else, I have actual work to do. As I walk out, I can hear them whispering behind me. The doubt in their eyes grates on my nerves. I've spent the last year rebuilding everything, and now it's all threatening to crumble. The press trying to dig into that dead heap of nonsense about the scandal again isn't helping either. Idiots. I walk back into my office, my footsteps echoing off the polished floors. The way the directors looked at each other as if they were unsure of my capabilities is frustrating. But I refuse to let it show. They're underestimating me, and that's a mistake they'll realize soon enough. My hand reaches for the crystal decanter on the sidebar. The amber liquid splashes into the glass, its rich aroma filling the air. I glance at my watch. It's early, sure, but screw it. The first sip burns a path down my throat, smooth and satisfying. I savor the taste, letting it ground me as I settle into my chair. Mr. Ryder, my assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. Your 11 o'clock is on her way. Got it, I reply, not bothering to hide the irritation in my voice. I lean back, fingers drumming on the armrest. The whiskey's warmth spreads through me, steadying my nerves. Those bastards on the board think they've got me cornered. They've got another thing coming. I'll weather this storm like I always do, and I'll come out stronger for it. Let them doubt. Let them whisper. I'll show them all why I'm the one sitting in this chair. Why I'm the one who built this empire from the ground up. I set the glass down and pull up the latest financial reports on my computer. Despite the complications, things are starting to look up. Profits are rising, and investor confidence is returning to its previous mark. A smirk tugs at my lips. They think they can take this from me? Let them try. I take another sip of whiskey, the taste of victory already on my tongue. Things might be rocky now, but I've weathered worse storms. And I always come out on top.
Chapter 22. Destiny. I scroll through my phone, Avery nestled against my chest, when a headline catches my eye. My heart stops. There, splashed across the screen, are photos of me and Avery at the airport. I blink, hoping it's a mistake, but the images remain. What the hell? I mutter, careful not to wake Avery. My fingers tremble as I tap the article. It's everywhere. Every major celeb news outlet seems to be running the story. Our private life, laid bare for the world to see. And then I see it. Adam's words, quoted in bold, "I'm not condoning this type of behavior." The phone slips from my hand, clattering to the floor. Avery stirs, and I instinctively tighten my hold on her. "Shh, little one," I whisper, but my voice cracks. I can't believe it. After everything we've been through, after that night, how could he say that? The betrayal cuts deep, twisting in my gut like a knife. What exactly does he mean by that anyway? What did I do wrong? My phone buzzes on the floor. It's probably my parents. Or maybe Barrett or my assistant. But what if it's Adam? I'm not ready to face him. Not after this. I stand up, pacing the room with Avery. My mind races. The stupid paparazzi is creating a story where there isn't even a trace of gossip. And Adam, God, Adam. His words echo in my head, each repetition another blow. I'm not condoning this type of behavior. What behavior? Being a mother? Trying to protect our daughter? Tears prick at my eyes, but I blink them back. I won't cry. Not now. Not over this. We'll be okay, Avery, I murmur, more to convince myself than her. Mommy's got you. She makes her usual adorable sounds when I lay her down in her crib. Holding her hand, I smile at her. Her eyes have this wonderful way of soothing my soul. Still, when I look around our apartment, I can't help but feel trapped. The walls seem to close in, and for the first time since moving here, I long for the spaciousness of the house I shared with Adam. No, I shake my head, banishing the thought. That's not home anymore. This is. Me and Avery, we're home. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. Whatever comes next, whatever Adam meant by those words, I'll face it. But damn, it hurts. I can't deny the way my heart aches. I need air. The apartment is suffocating me more with every passing second. Avery fusses in her crib, sensing my distress. Shh, baby girl. We're going for a walk. I coo, lifting her into my arms. I strap her into the stroller, my hands shaking slightly. A walk will clear my head. It has to. The elevator ride down is silent, save for Avery's soft gurgles. I take a deep breath when the doors open, steeling myself for the outside world. The moment I step out of the building, chaos erupts. Destiny. Over here. Oh, God. Of course, the paparazzi has to show up now. Is it true Adam's denying the baby? I nearly freeze. Who the hell told them something like that? What do you have to say about his statement? Cameras flash, blinding me. Microphones rudely thrust into my face. Bodies press in from all sides. No comment. I manage, my voice barely above a whisper. I try to push through, but they're everywhere. Avery starts to cry, the noise overwhelming her. Please, let us through, I plead, panic rising in my chest. A reporter shoves his mic closer. Destiny, how do you respond to Adam saying he doesn't condone your behavior? My heart races. Sweat beads on my forehead. I can't breathe. This is insane. Move, I shout, surprising even myself with the force behind it. I turn the stroller around, pushing back towards the building entrance. The doorman sees my struggle and rushes to help, creating a small path. Back off, he yells at the paparazzi. You're scaring the baby. We make it inside, and I collapse against the wall, my legs weak. Avery's cries echo in the lobby. Are you all right, Mrs. Lewis? He asks, concern etched on his face. I nod, unable to form words. My hands tremble as I reach for Avery, needing to hold her close. I'm so sorry, baby, I whisper, rocking her gently. It's okay now. We're safe. But as Avery's cries subside, a new fear takes hold. How long before nowhere feels safe? I rush us into our apartment and spring into action, my heart racing as I pull out suitcases from the closet. Clothes fly into the bags, hangers clattering to the floor. I don't have time to fold neatly. Avery watches from her playpen, gurgling happily, oblivious to the chaos. We're going on a little trip, Cupcake? I coo, trying to keep my voice steady. I need to remain calm so she doesn't get upset. The last thing I want is to have her sense my unease. My phone buzzes incessantly. I ignore it, focusing on packing essentials for Avery. Diapers, formula, the pink blanket Adam brought for her. The last thing I grab is her favorite stuffed toy, a fat little elephant. I toss it all in, my hands shaking. Once the bags are zipped, I scoop Avery into my arms and grab my phone. I need to let my parents know. Guilt twists in my stomach as I type out a message. Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry, but I have to cancel dinner tonight. Things have gotten crazy with the press. I need to get out of the city for a while. I'll call and explain everything better later. Maybe you can visit once we're settled. Love you both. I hit send before I can second-guess myself. The response is immediate. Honey, what's going on? Are you okay? Where are you going? I can't deal with their questions right now. I'll call them later, once we're safe, away from the prying eyes and invasive cameras. All right, Avery, I say, hoisting her onto my hip. Let's blow this popsicle stand. I grab the bags and head for the door, pausing only to take one last look at our apartment. It's not much, but it's been our haven. Now it feels tainted, exposed. As I step into the hallway, my neighbor Mrs. Chen pokes her head out. Everything okay, dear? She asks, eyeing my luggage. I force a smile. Just a last-minute trip. We'll be back soon. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I can't risk anyone knowing where we're going, not when I don't even know myself. The doorman sees me coming with my luggage and quickly understands that I'll need his help. He guides me to a side entrance and shows me how to reach the street where my car is parked without being noticed by the paparazzi. I'll try and distract them while you hurry to your car, Mrs. Lewis. He smiles reassuringly. My smile is small but sincere. Thanks so much. I owe you a fat tip, and you'll get it as soon as I'm back. He shakes his head, still smiling. Don't worry about it. I'm happy to help you. Peeking around the corner, I wait until I see him talking to the paparazzi, curious what he's saying to them. As soon as they're occupied, I rush across the street and open the trunk, holding Avery in one arm. Packing as quickly as I can, I keep an eye on the paparazzi, praying that they don't notice me. I slam the trunk shut, my heart pounding in my chest. The weight of the situation crashes down on me as I slide into the driver's seat. Avery gurgles from her car seat, blissfully unaware of the chaos surrounding us. We're going on an adventure, Cupcake, I say, my voice cracking slightly. I turn the key, and the engine roars to life. As I pull out of the parking spot, I catch a glimpse of the photographers at the building entrance. My grip tightens on the steering wheel. Vultures, I mutter under my breath. The city streets blur as I navigate through traffic, constantly checking my rearview mirror for any signs of pursuit. My phone continues to buzz, vibrating on the passenger seat. I ignore it, focusing on the road ahead. 2 hours. Just 2 hours until we reach the cottage. The thought of the secluded lakeside property Adam and I bought together during happier times brings a pang of nostalgia and pain. We've got this, I whisper, more to myself than to Avery. As we hit the highway, I feel a small sense of relief. The open road stretches before us, promising escape, if only temporary. I glance at Avery through the rearview mirror. She's fallen asleep, her tiny fist curled around the ear of her stuffed elephant. We'll figure this out, baby. I promise, determined. The familiar landscape gives way to rolling hills and dense forests. My shoulders begin to relax as the city fades behind us. Finally, I feel comfortable enough to take a deep breath. The cottage, our refuge, a place to think, to plan, to breathe. Maybe there, in the quiet of nature, I can make sense of this mess. Maybe there I can find the strength to face whatever comes next. As I turn onto the winding road leading to the lake, a sense of calm washes over me. We're almost there, almost safe. Chapter 23. Destiny. The tension in my shoulders slowly eases as the city completely fades in the rearview mirror. Miles of open road stretch ahead, promising a reprieve from the chaos. Avery's soft snores from the back seat provide a soothing soundtrack to our impromptu road trip. My phone buzzes, startling me from my thoughts. Mom's name flashes on the screen. I take a deep breath before answering. "Hey, Mom." "Destiny, what's going on? Are you okay?" Her voice crackles with concern. "I'm fine, Mom. Just needed to get away for a bit." I grip the steering wheel tighter, willing my voice to stay steady. "But where are you going? Is Avery with you?" "Yes, Avery's here. We're heading to the cottage." I pause, choosing my words carefully. Things got a little crazy with the press. I just need some space to think. "Oh, honey," she sighs. "Is this about Adam? I saw something on the news." "Mom, please, I can't get into it right now." I glance at the GPS. "Look, I'm still driving. I'll call you when we get to the cottage, okay? I don't want to be on the phone while I drive." "All right, sweetie. Just be safe. We love you." "Love you too, Mom. Talk soon." I end the call, exhaling slowly. After a few moments of silence, I reach for the radio, desperate for a distraction from the whirlwind in my mind. The soft strains of an old jazz tune fill the car, and I find myself humming along. It's a welcome change from the chaos of the past few days. My eyes flick to the rearview mirror, catching sight of a car some distance behind. It's been there for a while, but I shake off the paranoia. This isn't some spy movie. It's just another traveler on the road. Maybe another lost soul hoping to find peace outside of the craziness of the city. I drive slower, taking in the natural beauty around me, and I can't help but marvel at the transformation. It's hard to believe this tranquil scene exists just outside the concrete jungle of New York. "Look, Avery," I coo softly, even though I know she's fast asleep. "This is what real trees look like, not those sad things in the paintings hanging in our place." The lush greenery stretches as far as the eye can see, a welcome contrast to the glass and steel I'm used to. It's almost comical how quickly the scenery changes. One minute you're dodging taxis, and the next you're surrounded by nature's masterpiece. I roll down the window, letting the fresh air flood the car. The scent of pine and wildflowers replaces the familiar city smog, and I take a deep breath, feeling some of the tension leave my body. Gosh, that feels so good. Maybe we should have done this sooner, huh, Cupcake? I glance at Avery in the rearview mirror, her tiny face peaceful in sleep. Mommy's been a bit slow on the uptake. The road curves ahead, revealing a breathtaking view of a lake nestled between the hills. I slow down, drinking in the sight. It's moments like these that make me question why I've stayed cooped up in the city for so long. I can't help but think that photos of this spot would make a stunning background for my laptop. The temptation to pull over and soak in the scenery tugs at me, but I resist. I want to reach the cottage before nightfall. I glance at Avery in the rearview mirror, her tiny fist curled against her cheek. "Just wait till you see the lake, baby girl," I murmur. "Mommy's gonna show you how to skip stones." I smile, knowing that it would be a waste of effort since she won't remember anything, but the thought alone makes me happy. A pang of nostalgia hits me as I remember Adam's terrible attempts at skipping rocks. His competitive streak always kicked in, determined to outdo me. He never could, though, not with skipping rocks. I push the memory aside, focusing on the road ahead. New memories? I remind myself. That's what I need to focus on instead. Remembering that I left my work unfinished, I reach for my phone, tapping out a quick message to my assistant. "Taking a few days off. Handle anything urgent. Thanks." I toss the phone on the passenger seat, determined to not touch it again while I'm on the road. Guilt gnaws at me. I've already neglected work lately, and now I'm running away. But the image of those vulture-like paparazzi outside my apartment steals my resolve. This isn't just for me. It's for Avery, too. "Your first vacation," I say, smiling at her sleeping form. "Sorry it's not somewhere more exotic. We'll go somewhere awesome when you're older and can truly enjoy the experience." I promise. The road winds through a dense and beautifully green forest, dappled sunlight playing across the windshield. We're gonna have so much fun, Avery, I promise. Just you and me. No cameras, no drama. Maybe we'll even spot a deer or two. I'll take lots of photos to show you one day. And to show your dad. As I drive, I start making mental lists of things we'll need. Groceries, diapers, maybe some toys for Avery. The cottage should have most essentials, but it's been a while since anyone's been there. Note to self, check if the place has cobwebs, I mutter. Wouldn't want any 8-legged surprises, would we, baby? The guilt about work nags at me again, but I push it away. Sometimes being a good mom means knowing when to step back and put your family first. And right now, that's exactly what Avery and I need. My heart skips a beat when I notice in the rearview mirror that the car that used to be far behind now tailing me. It's been there for a while, but I brushed it off. Now, as it speeds up to match my pace, dread pools in my stomach. A flash catches my eye. I turn to see a camera lens pointed right at me from the passenger window of the car beside me. Damn, I mutter, gripping the steering wheel tighter. Paparazzi. Have they been following us this whole time? I force myself to take deep breaths, fighting the urge to speed up. The last thing I need is to get pulled over with these vultures circling. I check on Avery in the mirror. She's still sleeping peacefully, oblivious to the chaos around us. The paparazzi car swerves closer, trying to get a better angle. My hands shake as I struggle to keep the car steady. In a moment of desperation, I grab my phone and hit Adam's number on speed dial. Ring, ring, ring. Come on, Adam, I plead, glancing nervously between the road and the persistent car beside me. Pick up, please. The call goes to voicemail. I hang up without leaving a message, frustration and fear battling for dominance in my chest. The other car shows no signs of letting up. I'm trapped on this stretch of road with nowhere to safely turn off. My mind races, trying to figure out how to lose them without putting Avery at risk. I ease off the gas, hoping the paparazzi will take the hint and back off. No such luck. The car stays glued to my side, the passenger's camera flashing incessantly. Come on, give it a rest, I mutter through gritted teeth. My knuckles turn white as I grip the steering wheel tighter. Avery's soft breathing from the back seat reminds me to stay calm. I can't risk swerving or making any sudden moves with her in the car. The paparazzo leans out the window, his camera aimed directly at me. Rage bubbles up in my chest. Hey! I shout, knowing he can't hear me. Back off. I glance in the rearview mirror, relieved to see Avery still sleeping peacefully. The flashing camera catches my eye again, and I fight the urge to flip them off. This is ridiculous, I say to myself, scanning the road ahead for any possible escape routes. The car inches closer, its mirror nearly touching mine. My heart races as I keep hold of the steering wheel, trying to maintain control. The road ahead curves sharply, and I know I need to slow down. Back off, I shout, desperate for them to just leave me the hell alone. By now, my heart pounds in my chest as I tap the brakes, hoping they'll take the hint. Instead, they accelerate, their bumper now dangerously close to my rear wheel. I frantically glance in the rearview mirror, checking on Avery again. She's still asleep, blissfully unaware of the danger we're in. I have to keep her safe. The curve approaches fast. Too fast. I try to slow down more, but the paparazzi car is right on my tail. Come on, I mutter, willing the car to stay on the road. Suddenly I feel a jolt. The paparazzi car has tapped my bumper. It's slight, but at this speed it's enough. My tires screech as I lose control. The steering wheel jerks in my hands, and I'm fighting to keep us on the road. But it's no use. We're veering off, the edge of the road approaching at an alarming speed. No, I cry out, desperately trying to regain control. But it's too late. We're going to go off the road.
Chapter 24. Adam. I enter my living room, the day's tension still clinging to my shoulders. It has been a very long day, an even longer week. Although I feel better now that I've showered and changed into comfortable clothes, a t-shirt and sweatpants, and in the mood for a nice glass of whiskey, it's one of the few indulgences I allow myself these days. The crystal decanter catches my eye, promising a moment of respite. As I reach for it, my phone buzzes. I grunt in annoyance, not sure if I even want to bother looking. I pour a generous helping and sit down on the sofa, trying to ignore my phone. Instead, I turn on the TV, skipping through the channels. Not finding anything interesting, I turn it off again and discard the remote. Worthless subscriptions if nothing good is ever on. I take a sip of whiskey and sigh with pleasure. It sure does taste amazing. After a few moments of silence, curiosity wins out and I take my phone from my pocket. A missed call from Destiny, 2 hours ago. Damn, I mutter, immediately hitting redial, upset at myself for not checking earlier. No answer. A tight and bitter knot settles in my stomach, ruining the taste of my whiskey. I set the glass down, frowning. Why didn't she call again after missing me the first time? Another buzz. A text from my lawyer. Did you see the news? My frown deepens and I type back. No. What news? I think it's better if I just show you. I'm sorry, Adam. What the hell is he talking about? A link pops up almost instantly. I tap it and my world stops. The headline of the news article screams at me, narrowing my world to 7 words. Breaking! Tech mogul's wife in car accident! The words blur as I scan the article. Destiny. Car accident. Paparazzi chase. My heart pounds in my ears. There are no relevant photos in the article, only a stock image of a wreckage. The car in the image is crumpled and destroyed, making my mind reel with possibilities of what happened to Destiny and my daughter. Damn! I slam my fist on the counter, the sound echoing through the empty house. I dial Destiny again. Voicemail. Again. Destiny, it's me. Call me back immediately. I need to know you're okay. My mind races. The airport photos. I thought she'd left the city. Was it all fake? A setup? Did the paparazzi make things up just to stir things? Bloody idiots. I grab my keys, already heading for the door. I need answers, and I need them now. As I rush to my car, I realize that Destiny must have called after the accident. Every fiber of my being is hoping that she and Avery are okay. I dial Destiny's number again. Straight to voicemail. God damn it. I pull up the article again, scanning for any details about the crash location. There, a stretch of highway about 2 hours outside the city. I quickly search for the nearest hospital and dial their number. St. Mary's Hospital. How may I direct your call? I need information on a patient, Destiny Lewis. She was in a car accident. I'm sorry, sir, but we can't disclose patient information over the phone. Listen, I'm her husband. Our daughter was with her. I need to know if they're okay. Sir, I understand your concern, but... I cut her off. No, you don't understand. I'm Adam Ryder. I'll be there in an hour. Have someone ready to talk to me. I hang up, pushing aside the fear slowly coiling around my heart. I will remain calm, as I always do. My hand pauses on the door handle. I send a text to Thomas asking him to get back to me immediately. When I slide into my car, my phone buzzes. A text. What do you need, boss man? I type back quickly. Find out which paps were chasing her. They're going down for this. The engine roars to life and I peel out of the driveway. The city lights blur as I push the speed limit, my mind fixated on one thought. Destiny and Avery better be okay. I push my car to its limits, weaving through traffic like a man possessed. The highway stretches endlessly before me, every mile feeling like an eternity. My knuckles turn white as I grip the steering wheel, my jaw clenched so tight it aches. Why is everyone driving so slowly? Don't they know there are other people with important business trying to drive here? I push the accelerator harder, the car roaring in response. The speedometer creeps past 100 miles per hour, but it's not enough. It's never enough when your child might be in danger. I've never been more glad I bought this car. It's quite capable when it comes to speed. And that's exactly what I need right now. A curve appears ahead, sharper than I anticipated. I jerk the wheel, tires squealing as they struggle for grip. For a moment, the car fishtails, and my heart leaps into my throat. Damn! I snarl, wrestling the steering wheel back under control. The car straightens out, but my pulse is still racing. I ease off the gas, taking a deep breath. This isn't me. I'm always in control, always composed. But right now I feel anything but. Cars around me honk, and I resist the urge to yell at them to just go away. Get it together, for Christ's sake, I mutter to myself, shaking my head. I hate how my emotions are affecting me. I've been able to suppress my emotions for years. This is not the time to lose that control. I glance at my phone, hoping for a call or text from Destiny. Nothing. The silence is deafening. My foot itches to floor it again. But I resist. Avery needs me in one piece. I can't help her if I wrap myself around a tree like an idiot. I settle into a more reasonable speed, still fast but no longer reckless. The highway continues to frustratingly continue before me, teasing me with how endless it seems. But I force myself to stay focused, to stay calm. Hold on, baby girl, I whisper, thinking of Avery's tiny face. Daddy's coming. The speedometer hovers just shy of reckless, but every fiber of my being screams to push harder, faster. I've barely known Avery for a heartbeat, and now she might be... No. I shut that thought down hard. She's fine. She has to be. A sign for a rest stop flashes by. For a split second I consider pulling over, collecting myself. But the thought of Avery, tiny and helpless, possibly hurt. Damn that! I growl, pressing the accelerator. I've built an empire, crushed competitors, and navigated the cutthroat world of tech with iron-fisted control. But right now I feel like I'm grasping at smoke, and it's not a feeling I'm enjoying much. My mind turns to Destiny, and an unfamiliar feeling of regret suddenly tickles at the back of my mind. Despite everything, the thought of her hurt twists something deep in my gut. We may be over, but she's still Avery's mother. My daughter needs her. A semi lumbers in the right lane, and I zip past it, ignoring the blaring horn. The world outside is a blur, inconsequential compared to the thoughts racing through my mind. I've never been one for what-ifs or regrets. You make a choice. You own it. But now, faced with the possibility of losing everything I didn't even know I wanted. The sign for St. Mary's Hospital looms ahead. I take the exit at breakneck speed, tires squealing in protest. Whatever I find beyond those hospital doors, I'll face it head on. Because that's what I do. I'm Adam Ryder, and I don't lose. Not now, not ever. Finally, the hospital comes into view. I screech into the parking lot, barely remembering to lock the car as I sprint towards the entrance. The automatic doors can't open fast enough. The antiseptic smell hits me as I burst into the lobby. My eyes scan frantically for the reception desk. There. I stride over, cutting in front of an elderly couple. The older man mumbles something under his breath, but I ignore him. Destiny Lewis, I demand, my voice rough. She was brought in from a car accident. Where is she? The receptionist, a young woman with startled eyes, fumbles with her computer. I'm sorry, sir, but I'll need you to... I don't have time for this, I growl, leaning over the desk. I'm her husband. Tell me where she is. Now. She swallows hard, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Let me check, mister. Ryder! Adam Ryder! Recognition flashes in her eyes. Good. Maybe now we'll get somewhere. Mr. Ryder, She pauses, her brow furrowing as she reads something on her screen. My heart races, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. The look on her face doesn't give anything away, but everything in me is screaming to not hear bad news. What is it? Just tell me where she is. The receptionist looks up at me, her expression shifting to one of sympathy. My stomach drops. That look is never a good sign. I'm sorry, sir, she says softly. She's not here anymore.
Chapter 25. Destiny. My grip on the steering wheel is tighter than it needs to be as I navigate the winding road to the cottage. I'm driving slower than I have to, and it's a good thing I'm alone on the road. Other drivers would have cussed me out for my snail's pace, and I wouldn't have blamed them. Avery's soft coos from the back seat remind me to breathe. We're safe. We're okay. It's all right, baby girl. I murmur, more to myself than to her. Mommy's got you. The events of the past few hours replay in my mind like a broken record. The paparazzi car veering too close, pushing us to the side. Nearly losing complete control and going off the road. My heart racing as I slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding disaster. It was a really close call. Then the sickening crunch of metal as the paparazzi vehicle crashed behind us. It was the worst kind of sound, but also not what I expected, somehow. Calling 911, my heart beating so fast that I was scared I'd have a heart attack right there. I shake my head, trying to clear the memory. We were lucky. So damn lucky. The hospital visit was a blur of concerned nurses and doctors, their hands gentle as they checked us over. Just a precaution, they'd said, but the worry in their eyes spoke volumes. Now, as the familiar landscape of the countryside rolls by, I feel the tension slowly leaving my body. The cottage is close, our safe haven. I don't even want to think about what could have happened, but of course my mind keeps going there. If Avery had been hurt, I shake my head, frowning. Just don't, I say to myself. Best to be grateful for being here with her and being all right. My thoughts suddenly, unnecessarily jump to Adam's words. I'm not condoning this type of behavior. The hurt bubbles up again, threatening to choke me. The pain drives away all my previous thoughts. How could he, after everything we've been through? I take a deep breath, focusing on the road ahead. The cottage comes into view, its familiar silhouette a welcome sight. When I pull into the driveway, I allow myself a small smile. We made it. I pull up to the cottage, the gravel crunching under the tires. The familiar sight of the rustic wooden structure brings a wave of emotions crashing over me. Memories flood back, unbidden and unwelcome. I'm reminded of a time when Adam looked at me like I was his world, when the world was colorful through my rose-tinted glasses. That world seems galaxies away now. We're here, baby girl, I whisper to Avery as I turn off the engine. The silence that follows is deafening. No city noise, no paparazzi, just peace. Just as I wanted. And yet, it's anything but peaceful in my mind. I step out of the car, my legs wobbling slightly. The stress of the day catches up with me as I breathe in the crisp mountain air. It smells like pine and possibilities, just like it did when Adam and I first discovered this place. God, what happened to us? I mutter, once shaking my head as I move to get Avery from her car seat. I carry her towards the front door and my eyes catch on the porch swing. Adam and I spent countless evenings there, planning our future, dreaming big dreams. Now look at us. Inside, everything is exactly as we left it. A thin layer of dust covers the furniture, but otherwise, it's like stepping back in time. I half expect to see Adam lounging on the couch, tablet in hand, working on his latest project. This used to be our escape, I tell Avery, who's looking around with wide, curious eyes. Mommy and Daddy would come here when the world got too loud. I settle her in her portable crib and sink onto the couch, my body finally giving in to exhaustion. Disappointed, I sigh. The quiet I so desperately craved now feels oppressive. It's too easy to hear my own thoughts. Too easy to remember. Why did we stop coming here? I ask the empty room. When did we let the noise win? Avery's noises from her crib pull me back to reality. I force myself up, muscles protesting, and make my way to her. Hey there, little one. I coo, scooping her up. Ready for a tour of our temporary home? I wander through the cottage, narrating to Avery as we go. This is where Mommy and Daddy learned to make chocolate chip cookies. It didn't turn out very well and we had to throw them away. I chuckle at the memory. Once I've shown her everything of interest, I give Avery her bottle and it doesn't take long for her to fall asleep. Counting my blessings to have such a sweet and peaceful child, I lay her down in her crib for her nap. Time to focus on the task at hand, making sure the cottage is actually a livable space. On closer inspection, the place is super dusty, a testament to how long it's been since our last visit. I grab a rag from under the sink and start wiping down surfaces. I've just finished dusting almost everything off when Avery's noises grab my attention. I glance at my phone. It's been an hour since I put her down. All done napping? I ask her, hugging her close. She doesn't seem hungry, so shift her to my hip and use one hand to continue my cleaning. We've got some work to do, don't we? I tell her, sneezing as dust motes dance in the air. But we'll make it cozy. Hours pass as I clean. It takes longer than expected, given that I can only use one hand, my mind wandering to happier times. By the time I finish, the sun is setting, casting long shadows across the floor. How about a fire, Avery? I ask, setting her down in her stroller. It's not cold, but it'll be nice and warm. I stack logs in the fireplace. Memories of Adam teaching me how to build the perfect fire flooding back. The match catches, flames licking at the kindling. Still got it. There, I say, satisfied. That's better. As night falls, I realize how unprepared we are. We need to go shopping tomorrow, Cupcake, I tell Avery, jotting down a list. There's a little store down at the garage. We'll stock up in the morning. I curl up on the couch, Avery in my arms, watching the fire flicker. For now, in this moment, we're safe. We're okay. And that's enough. When the clock strikes 9, I put Avery back in her crib, her tummy full after her last feeding for the night. I make myself comfortable on the couch, a steaming cup of tea warming my hands, expecting a peaceful night. It's about damn time. Things have been so complicated and intense lately, this moment is a luxury I intend to fully appreciate. A sharp knock at the door shatters the peaceful silence. My heart leaps into my throat, and I spill some of the tea all over my shirt. Damn, I mutter, carefully setting the cup down on the coffee table. Another knock, more insistent this time. My mind races. Who could it be? The paparazzi. But how would they have found us here? Oh, God. Please don't have them disturb my little sanctuary. I tiptoe to the window, peeking out through a gap in the curtains. The porch is cast in shadow, making it impossible to see who's out there. There's no sign of the glint of cameras or the murmur of paparazzi excitedly talking to each other, hoping to catch me off guard. My parents flash through my mind. Could it be them? But they wouldn't just show up unannounced, would they? They'd call first. I'm not even sure they have this address, though I could have given it to them at some point. Suddenly I realize I haven't checked my phone in hours. I scramble to find it, buried under a pile of baby clothes I'd been folding earlier. The screen lights up, revealing several missed calls and messages. My stomach drops. What if something happened? What if they've been trying to reach me? The knocking comes again, louder this time. I jump, my nerves frayed. Just a minute, I call out, my voice shaky. I glance at Avery, sleeping peacefully in her portable crib. Should I wake her? No. Better to let her sleep through whatever this is. Rummaging through my bag, I grab a clean shirt and yank off the now tea-stained one. Clean and dry, I take a deep breath and I approach the door. My hand hovers over the knob, trembling slightly. I steel myself, then slowly turn the handle. I take another deep breath and exhale slowly, steeling myself as I reach for the doorknob. The cool metal sends a shiver through my palm. Why am I being so damn dramatic? Breathing in more than someone doing yoga. You'd think I'm in some kind of cheesy horror film where the killer is silly enough to ring the doorbell before slashing at the main character. I laugh, feeling really stupid. With a twist and a pull, I swing the door open, ready to face whatever's on the other side. My heart stops. Adam stands there, his broad shoulders filling the doorframe. His dark blue eyes lock onto mine, intense and unreadable. The familiar scent of his cologne wafts toward me, nearly taking my breath away. Chapter 26. Destiny. I stand frozen in the doorway, my heart pounding in my chest. Adam's presence is overwhelming, and my mind has difficulty believing what my eyes are seeing. What are you doing here? I finally manage to ask after a few seconds of simply staring at him, my voice barely above a whisper. His eyes scan my face, concern etched in his features. Are you going to let me in? I step aside, allowing him to enter. The cottage suddenly feels smaller, Adam's broad frame filling the space. We make our way to the living room, the tension between us palpable. Sit, I say, gesturing to the couch. I'll check on Avery. I peek into the portable crib, relief washing over me as I see her still peacefully asleep. When I turn back, he's watching me intently. What are you doing here? I ask again, sinking into the armchair across from him. He leans forward, elbows on his knees. I saw the news about your crash. I rushed to the hospital, but you weren't there. My eyebrows shoot up. You went to the hospital. He nods, running a hand through his hair. When I couldn't find you, I called Barrett. He didn't know where you were, but mentioned your parents were visiting. So you called them, I finish. Realization dawning. He nods. They told me you were here. His gaze locks onto mine. I had to make sure you and Avery were okay. The concern in his voice catches me off guard. I look away, unable to bear the intensity of his stare. We're fine, I mutter. It wasn't even a real crash. The paparazzi car went off the road, not us. His jaw visibly clenches. Those jerks, I'll make sure they pay for this. I look back at him. Don't, I say, shaking my head. It'll just make things worse. Silence falls between us, heavy with unspoken words. I fidget with the hem of my shirt, unsure what to say next. After a moment, he exhales sharply, his eyes still locked with mine, making a shiver run down my spine. Jesus, Destiny, you could have called me back. I'm sorry, I say, guilt gnawing at me. I didn't check my phone. I just wanted to get away from everything. Everything, including me? He asks, his gaze piercing. I look away once more, fearing what I might see in his eyes. Anger? Hate? When I look back, all I see is Adam, and his eyes are searching for something as well. For a long moment, we simply look at each other. The tension between us intensifies, filling the room with unspoken words and lingering regrets. When you didn't answer my calls or get back to me, I thought you had taken Avery and left the country. His expression becomes unreadable, as it does when he's being serious. I always hated that, even after being with him for so long, there are moments when I don't know what's going on in his head. I frown, trying to process everything he just said. The silence between us stretches, and my heart thuds in my chest. So you thought I'd taken off with your child on a whim or something? I finally ask, my voice almost cracking. He leans forward, his eyes intense. When I saw those photos of you at the airport, I jumped to conclusions. I couldn't reach you, and my mind went to the worst-case scenario. But why would you think I'd do that? I ask, hurt coloring my voice. I wasn't thinking straight, he admits. And then the media circus. They twisted my words completely out of context. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? That statement they're plastering everywhere. I wasn't talking about you, he explains, frustration evident in his tone. I was referring to the paparazzi's behavior, the way they've been hounding us, invading our privacy. That's what I'm not condoning. My shoulders relax slightly. Oh, well, that's a relief. Destiny, he says, his voice softer now. All of this chaos, it's made me realize something. I watch him, waiting. I love you, Adam states, his gaze unwavering. I never stopped loving you, and I don't want our story to end like this. My heart skips a beat. What exactly are you saying? I'm saying I want us to try again, he replies, determination in his voice. I want us to restart. We've both made mistakes, but I believe we can learn from them. We can build something even stronger than before. I'm stunned, my mind reeling from his words. Adam, let me finish, he says, holding up a hand. Think about it. We've been through hell, and we're still here, still fighting. Doesn't that mean something? I feel a familiar tug in my chest, the same pull I felt when we first met, when we fell in love. It's still there, beneath all the pain and misunderstandings. It does, I whisper, surprising myself with the admission. I look at him, really look at him. The determination in his eyes, the set of his jaw. This is the man I fell in love with, the one who believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. He reaches out, taking my hand in his. The familiar warmth of his touch sends a shiver down my spine. I smile, feeling truly happy for the first time in months. I love you too, Adam. So much. My voice cracks. I can never stop loving you. His eyes soften, a mix of surprise and hope flickering across his face. The depth of the connection between us makes all my walls crumble. Before I can stop it, tears are rolling down my cheeks. Every second since I left our home, I continue, my words tumbling out between sobs. My heart's been breaking. I thought I was doing the right thing, but God, it hurts so much. He reaches out, his hand cupping my face. His thumb gently wipes away a tear. Destiny. I lean into his touch, savoring the warmth of his skin against mine. I've missed you, missed us. He pulls me closer, his lips meeting mine in a passionate kiss. It's electric, familiar yet new. My body responds instantly, melting into him as if we were never apart. I break away, breathless. Adam. He pauses, his eyes searching mine. Yes, I whisper. I want to start over. I want us to be a family. You, me, and Avery. A smile spreads across his face, one I haven't seen in so long. It lights up his eyes, erasing the lines of worry that have been etched there for months. Say it again, he murmurs, his voice low and intense. I can't help but laugh, even as more tears fall. Yes, Adam. Yes to us. Yes to everything. He kisses me again, and it's like coming home. The taste of him, the feel of his arms around me, it's all so achingly familiar. For the first time in months, I feel whole again. Avery's cries pull us out of the kiss, reminding us of her presence. We break apart, both of us laughing softly. I gesture towards the bedroom. Adam nods but doesn't let go of my hand. We'll go together. We take care of her, and while I feed her, Adam gets ready to burp her. When he's done, I change her diaper. He takes her from me, sitting down in the living room. He talks softly to her, whispering about the dreams he has for her. I watch them with a big stupid smile on my face, tears threatening to embarrass me. They're both so peaceful that it makes my heart swell. This is my family. I don't ever want to lose them. When she's asleep again, Adam leads me back to the living room, his hold on my hand soft but firm. We stand at window, looking out at a familiar view. We've watched the sun set from this spot many times before. Tonight feels different, though, as if there's more to be shared between us than ever. When he claims my lips once again, I don't hesitate, and hold on to him as if I'm drowning and he's my only source of oxygen. He breaks the kiss and his eyes lock onto mine, dark with desire. In an instant, his lips crash into mine again, this time in a searing kiss. I melt into him, my body responding instinctively to his touch. His arms encircle me, pulling me flush against his hard chest. The possessiveness in his embrace sends a thrill through me. I cling to him, my fingers digging into his shoulders. The kiss deepens, his tongue exploring my mouth with a hunger that matches my own. It's as if we're trying to make up for all the lost time in this one moment. Every sweep of his tongue, every nip of his teeth speaks volumes of regret, of longing, of a love that never truly died. I break away, gasping for air. Adam, shh, he murmurs, his lips trailing down my neck. No more talking. Not now. I tilt my head, giving him better access. But I still have so much to say. I need to express my love and the regret I feel for screwing up with Avery. He silences me with another kiss, his hands roaming my back. I said, "No more talking." He growls against my lips. I can't help but laugh, the sound muffled by his insistent mouth. It's so typically Adam, demanding, commanding, yet somehow still tender. As we stand there, locked in each other's arms, I feel a sense of rightness settle over me. This is where I belong. This is home.
Chapter 27. Adam. The air in the living room practically crackles with intense and needy desire. I lift Destiny's chin, my fingers firm against her soft skin. "You want this as much as I do," I say, my voice husky. It's not a question. It's a statement of fact. Her eyes, those deep pools of chocolate, meet mine, a flicker of defiance there that only fans the flames of my desire. "More," she breathes, and that's all the invitation I need. My lips crash into hers with an urgency that brooks no hesitation. This isn't a tentative reunion. It's a claiming, a fierce reassertion of a connection that's been severed for far too long. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 28. Destiny. I stretch lazily, my eyes fluttering open to the soft morning light filtering through the cottage windows. The space beside me is empty, the sheets cool to the touch. Where's Adam? Sitting up, I listen intently. A deep, soothing voice drifts from the other room, accompanied by Avery's soft coos. My heart swells as I slip out of bed and pad towards the sound. I pause in the doorway, taking in the sight before me. His tall frame is silhouetted against the window, Avery cradled securely in his arms. He's speaking to her in a low, gentle tone I've rarely heard from him. "You're going to be a force to be reckoned with, just like your mama," he murmurs, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Smart, beautiful, and stubborn as hell." I can't help but chuckle. I resemble that remark. He turns, a rare, unguarded smile on his face. "Morning, beautiful." This little one was getting fussy. "Looks like you've got it under control," I say, moving closer. "Who would have thought you'd be such a natural with babies?" He shrugs, but I can see the pride in his eyes. What can I say? Rider men are good with their hands. "Is that so?" I tease, reaching out to stroke Avery's cheek. "Well, how about those magic hands make us some coffee while I give this one something to drink?" "Your wish is my command," he says with a wink, carefully transferring Avery to my arms. As I settle into the living room armchair to feed her, he bustles around the kitchen. The familiar sounds and scents of brewing coffee fill the air, mingling with Avery's contented sighs. It feels right, like we're a real family. "So," Adam says, leaning against the counter, "what's the plan for today?" I raise an eyebrow. "You're asking me? I thought Adam Ryder always had a plan." He grins, a mischievous glint in his eye. Maybe I'm turning over a new leaf, embracing spontaneity. "Who are you and what have you done with my husband?" I laugh. The air between us crackles warmly with possibility. I clear my throat. "Well, Mr. Spontaneous, how about we take Avery for a walk by the lake? It's a beautiful morning." "Sounds perfect," he says, his gaze warm. Just the three of us. When I've finished my coffee, I step out of the cottage, breathing in the crisp morning air. Adam follows close behind, pushing Avery's stroller with practiced ease. The path to the lake is dappled with sunlight, filtering through the trees, and I can't help but smile at the peacefulness of it all. "Remember when we used to come here to escape the city?" I ask, glancing over at him. He nods, a smirk playing on his lips. "Yeah, though I recall a lot less walking and a lot more indoor activities." "Adam," I laugh, swatting his arm playfully. "There are innocent ears present." He raises an eyebrow. "She's 3 months old, Des. I don't think she's picking up on our innuendos just yet." We reach the edge of the lake, the water sparkling in the morning sun. He parks the stroller and scoops Avery up, cradling her against his chest. "Look at that view, princess," he murmurs to her. "One day, this'll all be yours." I roll my eyes. "Planning on buying the lake now, moneybags?" "Why not?" He shrugs, that confident grin I know so well spreading across his face. "Could be a good investment?" "You're impossible," I say, but I can't keep the affection out of my voice. We walk along the shoreline, Avery cooing softly as she takes in the sights and sounds around her. It's surreal, being here with them both. Like a dream I never dared to hope for. "Penny for your thoughts?" he asks, nudging me gently. I shake my head, smiling. "Just happy. It feels right, being here with you two." His free arm wraps around my waist, pulling me close. It does. We should have done this a long time ago. "Better late than never," I reply, leaning into his warmth, smiling like the cat that got the cream. We linger there, just the three of us, watching the gentle waves lap at the shore. After a really peaceful hour at the lake, we return to the cottage. Adam lulls Avery to sleep while I make us a cup of tea. He sets her down and I feel his arms circle me from behind when I pour the milk. I smile, my hand resting on his. He kisses my neck, sending a delicious shiver down my spine. "Your tea, Mr. Spontaneous." I slide his cup to my right before looking up at him and giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. We settle on the couch, our warm drinks set on the table, perhaps to be forgotten. I lean back against his chest, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing. I can tell from the baby monitor that Avery's fast asleep in her portable crib, her tiny fists clenched tightly. The fire, not quite necessary but still a welcome addition to the room's atmosphere, crackles in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. It feels just like old times, and I can't believe we ever spent so much time apart. You're going quiet again. What are you thinking about this time? His deep voice rumbles through me. I tilt my head back to look at him. Us. How we almost threw this away. He tightens his arms around me. We were idiots. Speak for yourself, I tease, elbowing him gently. Fine. I was an idiot. He concedes with a chuckle. But you have to admit, keeping our daughter a secret wasn't your brightest move either. I wince. Touché. God, we really messed up, didn't we? Yeah, but look where we are now. His hand finds mine, intertwining our fingers. Second chances don't come along every day. We'd be fools not to grab this one with both hands. I nod, feeling a lump form in my throat. I'm glad we got another shot at this. At us. Me too, Des. He presses a kiss to my temple. And this time, we're not letting go. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, watching the flames dance. It's surreal how easily we've fallen back into sync, like the past year of separation never happened. Yet it did, and in some ways, I think we needed it. You know, I muse, breaking the quiet, maybe we needed that time apart, to grow, to realize what we really wanted. He raises an eyebrow. Look at you, getting all philosophical. Next thing I know, you'll be telling me the universe has a plan. I laugh, swatting his arm. Hey, don't mock my newfound wisdom. I'm a mom now, you know. That automatically makes me sage and all-knowing. Oh, really? His eyes sparkle with mischief. Then tell me, O wise one, what does the future hold for us? I pretend to think hard, tapping my chin. I see diaper changes. Lots and lots of diaper changes. He groans dramatically. And here I thought you'd predict something more exciting, like me buying out my competitors and becoming the tech overlord of the world. Nope, sorry. Just poop in your future, Mr. Ryder. We dissolve into laughter, and I'm struck by how light I feel. How right. We may have taken a detour, but we've found our way back to each other. When the afternoon sun filters through the cottage windows, I find myself in the kitchen, rummaging through the cabinets. Adam had just returned from shopping for supplies, buying things we probably won't even use, and is leaning against the counter, Avery nestled in his arms, watching me with an amused smirk. You know, we could just order in, he suggests, raising an eyebrow. I shoot him a playful glare. There's no way there's delivery way out here. Plus, this gives me an opportunity to christen our newly reunited family with a home-cooked meal. All right, he chuckles. What's on the menu, Chef Lewis? I pull out a dusty cookbook, flipping through the pages. How about that pasta dish we used to make? The one with the fancy Italian name I could never pronounce. Ah, pasta al limone, he says, his accent flawless. Show off. I'm impressed, you remember? Please, I scoff, gathering ingredients. As if I could forget anything about our time here. I start preparing the meal, and he entertains Avery, his deep voice rumbling through the kitchen as he tells her elaborate stories about his latest tech ventures. I can't help but smile, watching them together. And that, princess, is how Daddy's going to revolutionize the entire industry, he concludes, pressing a kiss to her forehead. I roll my eyes. You're incorrigible. She's 3 months old, not a board member. Never too early to start? He winks. Right, baby girl? Our daughter responds with a happy gurgle, and we both laugh. The kitchen fills with the aroma of lemon and garlic as I finish cooking. Adam sets the table, one-handed, Avery still tucked against his chest. It's a sight that makes my heart swell. As we sit down to eat, I can't help but feel a surge of excitement for our future. This is what I've been missing, what we've both been missing. The simple joy of being together, of being a family. You outdid yourself, Des, he says, taking a bite. Almost as good as I remember. I kick him lightly under the table. Watch it, mister. I'll have you know my culinary skills have only improved with time. He grins, that cocky, self-assured smile that used to drive me crazy, and still does if I'm honest. Oh, I don't doubt it. You've always been full of surprises. As we eat and talk, laughing over old memories and making plans for the future, I feel a sense of rightness settle over me. This is where we belong.
Chapter 29. Adam. I stand in the kitchen watching Destiny expertly navigate her way around. The aroma of seared salmon fills the air, mingling with the fresh scent of basil from the pesto. Need any help? I ask, leaning against the counter. She glances over her shoulder, a smile playing on her lips. I've got it under control, but you could open that bottle of wine. I grab the corkscrew and get to work. So tell me about these friends of yours. Jackie and Barrett, right? Was your lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. She nods. They're amazing, she says, flipping the salmon with practiced ease. Barrett may have been my lawyer, but he and Jackie became so much more than that. They were my rock this past year. I nod, pouring 2 glasses of wine. And now I get to thank them for taking care of my girls. Destiny pauses, her eyes meeting mine. Adam, The doorbell interrupts her. I set down the wine and head for the door. I'll get it. You focus on not burning my favorite meal. As if I would, she calls after me, laughing. I swing the door open and I'm greeted by Jackie and Barrett's smiling faces, their kids in tow. Barrett extends his hand. Adam, it's good to finally meet you properly. I shake his hand firmly. Likewise. Come in, please. They step inside and I catch Jackie eyeing me curiously. So, you're the man who's had our destiny in such a tizzy these past 2 weeks. I can't help but grin. Guilty as charged. Though I'd say she's had me in quite the state as well. Barrett chuckles. I can imagine. It's been quite the journey for all of us. That is true. Welcome to our humble abode, I say, ushering them in. Hope you're hungry. Destiny's been cooking up a storm. Barrett chuckles. Wouldn't miss it for the world. The smell alone is worth the drive. Destiny emerges from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. Her face lights up when she sees our guests. She hugs them both, and I notice the easy familiarity between them. It's clear these people mean a lot to her. Dinner's almost ready, she announces. Adam, could you check on Avery? She should be waking up from her nap soon. I nod, heading upstairs to the nursery. As I reach the top of the stairs, I hear Jackie's voice drift up. So, how are you two settling in? Everything going okay? I pause, curious to hear Destiny's response. It's perfect, she says, her voice soft but sure. I can't believe we wasted so much time apart. When we make our way to the dining room, Avery draws Jackie and Marionette's attention like moths to a flame. They're at her side in an instant, cooing and fawning over her. Oh my goodness, look at those cheeks! Jackie gushes, tickling Avery's chin. Marionette leans in, her eyes wide with wonder. Can I hold her, please? Destiny laughs, carefully transferring Avery to Marionette's arms. Of course, honey. I know you can handle her just fine. I can't help but smile at the scene. Ladies, I hate to interrupt this love fest, but the food's getting cold. Jackie looks up, seemingly remembering why we're here. Oh, right, dinner. Sorry, Adam, it's just... she's so precious. No worries, I say, guiding everyone to their seats. I get it. She takes after her old man, after all. The table erupts in laughter, and I catch Destiny rolling her eyes playfully. We dig into our meal with the conversation flowing easily. After dinner, I stand on the back porch, leaning against the railing with a glass of whiskey in hand. Jackie and Barrett join me, each holding their own drinks. So, Adam, Barrett starts, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. How's it feel to be back in the family game? I take a sip of my drink, savoring the burn. Feels damn good, should have never left it. Destiny steps closer, her arm brushing against mine. We both made mistakes, she says softly. Yeah, well, some bigger than others, I reply, giving her a pointed look. She winces, but I squeeze her hand to soften the blow. Jackie chuckles, breaking the tension. You two are something else. 1 minute at each other's throats, the next... Well, let's just say I'm glad the kids are inside. Speaking of kids, Barrett interjects, how's Avery adjusting to all this? I shrug. She's 3 months old. Her biggest concern is when her next meal's coming. Trust me, Jackie says, that won't last. Before you know it, she'll be running circles around you both. Like Mimi? Destiny asks, a smile in her voice. Barrett groans. Don't remind me, I swear that kid's got more energy than a nuclear reactor. You know, I say, turning to Barrett, I never properly thanked you for looking out for Destiny and Avery. Barrett waves his hand dismissively. No need. It's what friends do. Still, I insist, I owe you one. Both of you, I add, nodding at Jackie. Well, Jackie says with a mischievous glint in her eye, you could always babysit Mimi for a weekend. Give us a little break. I laugh. Nice try. I think I'll stick to my own kid for now. Jackie pretends to be disappointed and everyone chuckles, the atmosphere of the night becoming even lighter. All right, folks, I announce, grabbing a bottle of tropical coconut rum. Who's ready for some real drinks? Barrett smirks, settling into one of the Adirondack chairs. Pour me a double, Adam. I've earned it after dealing with your stubbornness in court. I grin, filling his glass generously. Careful there, counselor. I might just hire you full-time to keep you in line. Jackie rolls her eyes, accepting a glass of wine from Destiny. Please don't. I'd like to keep my husband. Thank you very much. Destiny leans against the porch railing, nursing her own glass of wine. Don't worry, Jackie. Adam's bark is worse than his bite. I raise an eyebrow at her. Is that so? I seem to recall you enjoying my bite quite a bit, Mrs. Ryder. She nearly chokes on her wine, and I can't help but grin. God, I've missed this banter. So, Jackie interjects, clearly trying to change the subject. How's it feel to be back together? I mean, after everything? I glance at Destiny, catching her eye. There's a moment of understanding between us before I answer. It feels right, like we finally found our way back home. Barrett nods, swirling his whiskey. I gotta say, when Destiny first walked into my office, I never thought we'd end up here. But I'm damn glad we did. As the evening progresses, I find myself watching Destiny. She's laughing at something Jackie said, her dark skin shining beautifully in the moonlight. I'm struck by how beautiful she is, how much I've missed her. Earth to Adam. Barrett's voice cuts through my thoughts. You still with us, man? I blink, realizing I've been caught staring. Just admiring the view, I say, not taking my eyes off Destiny. She meets my gaze, a slow smile spreading across her face. Smooth talker, she murmurs, but I can see the flush creeping up her neck. Always, I wink. We settle back into easy conversation, and I can't help but feel grateful for this moment. So, counselor, I say, leaning back in my chair, Ready to admit you missed going toe-to-toe with me in court? Barrett chuckles, shaking his head. I'd sooner admit to enjoying root canals, Ryder. We share a laugh, the tension from our past encounters melting away. Barrett takes a sip of his drink, his expression turning serious. You know, Adam, I gotta be honest. When Destiny first told me you two had made up, I was worried as hell. I raise an eyebrow, my grip tightening slightly on my glass. Oh yeah? Afraid I'd corrupt your star client? More like afraid you'd break her heart again, he says, his tone matter-of-fact. But seeing you two together, it's clear how much you love each other. I nod. She's everything to me. Always has been. I can see that now, he admits. And I gotta say, I'm happy for her. For both of you. I raise my glass in a toast to new beginnings and unlikely friendships. Barrett clinks his glass against mine. I'll drink to that. You know, you're not half bad, Ryder. When you're not being a jerk in court, that is. Don't go soft on me now, I tease. We both laugh, the sound carrying across the porch. I lean back in my chair, nursing my whiskey as I watch Destiny and Jackie chatting animatedly. The soft glow of the porch lights illuminates Destiny's face, highlighting her radiant smile. As I observe her, a thought crystallizes in my mind. I want to propose. Again. It might seem ridiculous, considering we're technically still married. But it feels right. We've been through hell and back, and now we're stronger for it. This is our fresh start, our second chance at forever. What's got you looking so serious? Barrett asks, nudging my arm. I smirk, not taking my eyes off Destiny. Just thinking about how lucky I am. Careful there, Ryder. Your soft side is showing. He chuckles. Don't worry, I reply, downing the rest of my whiskey. I've got plenty of hard edges left. The conversation drifts on, but my mind is already racing with plans. I want this proposal to be perfect, meaningful, something that shows Destiny how much she means to me, how committed I am to our future together. As the night winds down, I stand up, stretching. All right, folks. As much as I'd love to keep drinking Barrett under the table, I think it's time we called it a night. Jackie laughs, getting to her feet. Good call. I don't think my husband could take much more of your hospitality. We all start making our way inside, the chilling night air nipping at our heels. I fall into step beside Destiny, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her close. You good? She asks, looking up at me with those big brown eyes. I nod, planting a kiss on her forehead. Never better.
Chapter 30. Destiny. I stand in the doorway of Avery's nursery, watching Adam rock our daughter to sleep. The sight of them together still takes my breath away, even after a week of what I can only describe as domestic bliss. Hey, you, he whispers, his dark blue eyes meeting mine. She's almost out. I nod, leaning against the doorframe. I can't believe how quickly she's growing. He gently places her in the crib, then joins me at the door. His arm slides around my waist, pulling me close. Speaking of growing, when are you planning on bringing the rest of your stuff over? I tense slightly, caught off guard by the question. I'm not sure. I guess I haven't really thought about it. His brow furrows. You're here every night. It just seems natural that you'd want to move everything back in. I know. I sigh, running a hand through my curls. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm scared. Scared of what? His voice is low, concerned. I bite my lip, struggling to find the right words. Of it not being enough? Of us falling back into old patterns? I don't want to lose this again, Adam. He lifts my face to look at him, his hands cupping my face. Destiny, listen to me. We're not the same people we were before. We've grown, we've learned. And now we have Avery. This isn't just about us anymore. I nod, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. You're right. I'm being silly. No, you're being cautious, he says, his thumb brushing away a stray tear. And that's okay. But I want you to know that I'm all in. This is it for me, Des. You, me, Avery. His words wash over me, soothing my fears. I lean into him, breathing in his familiar scent. Okay, I whisper. We spend the day taking care of our various work-related tasks until the sun starts to set. I take a warm bath and get dressed before putting on my favorite dark red dress and applying makeup. Adam is taking me out for dinner tonight, and we'll be taking Avery to a pair of babysitters who can't wait to see her. Once I'm ready, I meet Adam in the living room, and he's already ready to leave. Avery's bag has been packed, she's been bathed and fed, and he's wearing the black tux I love so much. I'm about to compliment him, but he rushes me out the door, mumbling about being late. Okay, geez, it's just a dinner. Calm down, mister. No time for that. Come on, let's go. Chuckling at his haste, something unusual for someone who's always prepared for anything, I strap Avery into her car seat and get in the car. He sighs dramatically. Finally. With a roll of my eyes, I playfully swat his arm. We won't be late. I must admit that I'm impressed that you took care of Avery so quickly. Of course I did. Did you forget who your husband is? Oh, whatever. I laugh, not missing the grin on his face as we drive off. I smooth down my dress as Adam and I approach Jackie and Barrett's front door. My stomach flutters with a mix of excitement and nerves. It's our first real date night since getting back together, and I can't help but feel like a giddy teenager. Adam rings the doorbell, his free hand resting on the small of my back. Almost didn't get time to tell you. You look stunning tonight, he murmurs, his eyes roaming appreciatively over my figure. Before I can respond, the door swings open, revealing a beaming Jackie. Well, don't you two clean up nice? She says, ushering us inside. Barrett appears from the living room, eager to take Avery in his arms. Look who's also nice and cleaned up. Ready to say goodbye to Mommy and Daddy? He says, holding his arms out. I inhale Avery's sweet baby scent, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. Be good for Aunt Jackie and Uncle Barrett. Okay, sweetie? Adam leans in, tickling Avery's chin. Daddy's gonna miss you, princess. He coos, his voice uncharacteristically soft. As we reluctantly hand Avery to Barrett, Jackie gives us a knowing smile. Don't worry about a thing. We've got this. You two go enjoy your night. Back in the car, Adam reaches over and squeezes my hand. Ready for a night to remember, Mrs. Ryder? I laugh, the sound light and carefree. Always, Mr. Ryder. But fair warning, I've got some questions for you tonight. His eyebrow quirks up, intrigued. Oh? Do tell. I shake my head, a mischievous grin playing on my lips. You'll just have to wait and see. As we drive towards the restaurant, I can't help but wonder how Adam will react to my questions about our future. It might be soon, but it feels right. After all, we're just picking up where we left off, aren't we? I nervously fidget with the hem of my dress as he navigates through the city streets. The anticipation is killing me. Come on, Mr. Mysterious. Where are you taking me? His lips quirk into a smirk. Patience, Des. You'll see soon enough. Patience isn't exactly my strong suit, I huff, crossing my arms. Can I at least get a hint? Throw me a bone, please. Nope, he says, popping the pea with infuriating smugness. But I promise it'll be worth the wait. I narrow my eyes at him. It better be. I didn't squeeze into this dress for nothing. Trust me, that dress is very much appreciated, he says, his gaze briefly leaving the road to rake over me. As we turn onto a familiar street, my heart skips a beat. Wait a second. Are we going to Chez Amour? Adam's silence is all the confirmation I need. I practically bounce in my seat as we pull up to the valet stand of my favorite restaurant. You sneaky devil, I say, grinning from ear to ear as Adam helps me out of the car. I normally dislike surprises, but this one I can appreciate. We walk hand in hand to the entrance, the warm evening air carrying the tantalizing scents of French cuisine. But as we step inside, he bypasses the maitre d' and heads straight for a discreet elevator tucked away in the corner. Adam? The dining room's that way, I say, pointing in confusion. He presses the button for the top floor, a mischievous glint in his eye. Not tonight, it isn't. We're going to the roof. My jaw drops. The roof? But they never open that for diners. They do for me, Adam says with a wink as the elevator doors slide shut. The doors have barely closed before his lips are on mine. The kiss is demanding, but also a little sweet. I can taste his favorite whiskey on his tongue, and it sends a thrill through me. I gently push him away. Adam, you'll ruin my lipstick. He glances down at my lips. I don't give a damn about your lipstick. Now come here. My protests are smothered by his mouth and his hands running over my body. He pulls me tightly against him, and I can feel his heart racing against my chest. Not entirely reluctantly, I give in and kiss him back, my hand gripping his hair. The kiss deepens, and a moan escapes my mouth, driving him to pull me even closer. He trails kisses down my neck, and I close my eyes, losing myself in the sensation of his lips and tongue. Adam. The elevator dings and the doors start to open. We break apart, breathless but smiling. Fox? I laugh and straighten my dress. He grins and takes my hand. When we step out onto the terrace, I gasp. The entire roof has been transformed into a romantic oasis, with hundreds of pink Peruvian lilies scattered everywhere. My favorite flowers. Adam, this is incredible. I breathe, taking in the sight. He grins, pulling me close. Only the best for you, Des. A small table sits in the center, laden with an array of sushi and seafood. My stomach growls at the sight, and Adam chuckles. Hungry? He asks, guiding me to the table. Starving, I admit. But why did you arrange such an elaborate dinner? Adam pours us each a glass of pink champagne. It's a special occasion, a date with the love of my life. I can feel myself blushing, and my smile couldn't be wider if I tried. I love you, I whisper. He looks into my eyes, and I love you. When we sit down to eat, the soft strains of Ellie Goulding's Love Me Like You Do drift through the air. I can't help but smile. It's my favorite song, and also our song. You've really outdone yourself, I say, popping a piece of sushi into my mouth. He leans back, looking pleased with himself. I aim to please. You deserve all this and more. We chat and laugh as we eat, the conversation flowing as easily as the champagne. The moon rises higher in the inky black sky, casting a silver glow over the city, and Adam stands and offers me his hand. Dance with me? He asks. I take his hand, letting him pull me close as we sway to the music. As the song ends, he steps back, his eyes intense. Destiny, he says, his voice low and serious. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but loving you was never one of them. My breath catches as he drops to one knee, pulling out a small velvet box. Inside nestles a stunning diamond ring, accented with rubies. Will you marry me? He asks, his voice steady and sure. Again? Tears spring to my eyes as I nod, unable to speak for a moment. Finally, I manage to whisper, yes, 1,000 times, yes. Adam slides the ring onto my finger, then stands and pulls me into a passionate kiss. As we break apart, both breathless, I can't help but laugh. "What's so funny?" he asks, raising an eyebrow. I grin, holding up my hand to admire the ring. "I was just thinking, we really do get to have our happily ever after." He pulls me close again, his lips brushing my ear. "Baby, this is just the beginning." Chapter 31. Destiny. I stand in front of the full-length mirror, smoothing down my dress for the 100th time. It's a simple, elegant gown I designed myself. Off-white with delicate lace detailing. My hands are shaking slightly, but it's not from nerves. It's pure excitement. "You look stunning, Des," Jackie says, adjusting my tiara. "Adam's gonna lose it when he sees you." I grin at her reflection. "Thanks, Jackie, for everything. I don't know how I would have made it through this past year without you and Barrett." "That's what friends are for," she replies, giving my shoulder a squeeze. "Now, let's get you married. Again?" We step out of the room and into the hallway of the small rustic venue Adam and I chose for our intimate ceremony. As we walk, I spot Barrett holding Avery, who's dressed in an adorable white onesie with a tulle skirt. "There's my girl," I coo, reaching for her. Avery giggles, her tiny hands grasping at my face. "Careful now," Barrett warns. "Don't want to mess up your makeup before the big moment." I laugh, kissing Avery's chubby cheek. Worth it. The music starts, and my heart races. Jackie takes Avery, and Barrett offers me his arm. "Ready?" he asks. I take a deep breath and nod. More than ever. I would have loved to have my dad walk me down the aisle again, but he and my mom took an impromptu vacation to Asia at the worst possible time. Well, Barrett is a fantastic replacement, and this wedding is more of a symbolic affair, so I'm not too disappointed. We step into the small garden where our guests are gathered, and my eyes lock onto Adam. He stands tall and proud at the end of the aisle, looking devastatingly handsome in his tailored suit. When we reach him, Barrett places my hand in Adam's. "Take care of her," he says, his voice gruff with emotion. Adam's grip tightens on mine. "Always," he promises. I stand under the flowery arch, my hand clasped tightly in Adam's, and I can't help but marvel at the beauty surrounding us. The white and red lilies scattered everywhere seem to glow in the soft light of dusk, their petals catching the gentle breeze. Fairy lights twinkle in the trees, casting a magical glow over our intimate gathering. "You look absolutely breathtaking," he whispers, his dark blue eyes intense as they lock onto mine. I squeeze his hand, a smile playing on my lips. "You clean up pretty well yourself, Mr. Ryder." The officiant clears his throat, drawing our attention back to the ceremony. As he speaks about love and second chances, I find myself stealing glances at our guests. Jackie and Barrett sit in the front row, Avery nestled in Jackie's arms. My heart swells at the sight of our daughter, her tiny fingers reaching for the twinkling lights above. "I believe you've prepared your own vows?" the officiant prompts, pulling me back to the present. Adam nods, his grip on my hand tightening slightly. "Destiny?" he begins, his voice steady and sure. "I thought I knew what love was when we first met. But standing here with you now, after everything we've been through, I realize I had no idea. You've shown me what true partnership means, what it feels like to be completely understood and accepted. I promise to never take that for granted again." Tears prick at my eyes, but I blink them back. "Adam," I say, my voice wavering slightly, "you've always pushed me to chase my dreams, to believe in myself. Even when we were apart, that never changed. You are my biggest inspiration in life. That's why I promise to always be your biggest supporter, your partner in every sense of the word. We've been given a second chance, and I intend to make the most of it." We exchange rings, the metal cool against my skin, and I'm struck by how right this feels. It's not just a wedding, it's a rebirth, a recommitment to the love we never truly lost. I now pronounce you husband and wife, the officiant declares. You may kiss the bride. Adam's lips meet mine, and the world fades away. In this moment, under the twinkling lights and surrounded by flowers, it truly feels like we're living our own modern fairy tale. We walk down the aisle, holding hands, laughing as our few guests throw red and white confetti over our heads. I catch a glimpse of Jackie sniffling, and Thomas, Adam's lawyer, grins widely at him, shooting my husband with a, "You got this" look. When we say our goodbyes to our friends and family, I can't help but feel a surge of excitement. Adam scoops up Avery, cradling her against his chest, and we make our way to the car. "Ready for our family honeymoon, Mrs. Ryder?" he asks, his voice low and teasing. I laugh, sliding into the passenger seat. "More than ready, Mr. Ryder." We drive to our cottage, the car filled with comfortable silence, punctuated by Avery's soft coos and occasional giggles. I find myself stealing glances at Adam, admiring the way the setting sun casts a golden glow on his profile. "What are you thinking about?" he asks, catching me staring. "Just how happy I am," I admit, my voice thick with emotion. "I never thought we'd be here again." He reaches over, taking my hand in his. "We're exactly where we're supposed to be, Des. Together." I nod, feeling as if my heart is going to burst with joy. What a lovely sensation. As we drive, memories of our past visits to the cabin flood my mind. The laughter, the stolen kisses, the plans we made for our future. Unexpectedly, tears start to well up in my eyes. "Hey," Adam says softly, pulling over the car and turning to face me. "What's wrong?" I shake my head, wiping at my eyes. "Nothing's wrong, I'm just overwhelmed, in the best way possible." He leans over, cupping my face in his hands. "We've got our whole lives ahead of us, Des, and I promise you, every day will be better than the last." I take his hand in mine. "I know, that's why I can't help but cry like an idiot." He smiles and kisses me softly. "You're wonderful." Shifting back into his seat, he smiles again. "Now, let's get to that cabin so we can start our honeymoon already. I look forward to ripping your clothes off again." I gasp. "Adam, we've got Avery with us. And she's a deep sleeper, fortunately because her mom can be quite the screamer when she's having fun." My cheeks flush. "You..." He keeps his eyes on the road but laughs heartily. "Not your fault your man is so good at making you feel amazing. Don't feel bad." I roll my eyes, laughing. Yeah, I glance at him. "You better put your money where your mouth is tonight." "Oh, I plan to put my mouth on many places. And my hands." Avery's sudden laughter rings out in the car, making me look at her. She's looking out of the window, highly entertained by the trees passing us by. "You like the trees, Cupcake?" "Lucky for you, there are many at the cabin. You'll get to enjoy lots of time outside." As we wind our way through the lush forest, the setting sun casts a golden glow on the trees. I'm lost in thought, marveling at how perfect this moment feels, when Avery's excited squeal snaps me back to reality. "Look!" Adam exclaims, pointing to the side of the road. "Avery's spotted something." I follow their gaze and gasp. A majestic deer stands at the edge of the tree line, its ears perked up in our direction. "Pull over," I whisper, not wanting to startle the animal. "Quick, before it runs off." Adam smoothly guides the car to the shoulder, cutting the engine. We sit in silence for a moment, watching the deer through the windows. "Da," Avery babbles, her tiny hands pressed against the glass. "That's right, sweetheart," I coo softly. It's a deer. Can you say deer? Adam chuckles. I think da is close enough for now. He reaches for his phone. We should get a picture of this. Carefully, we step out of the car. The deer watches us warily but doesn't bolt. I position Avery on my hip, angling her towards the animal. Look, baby, I whisper. See the pretty deer? Avery's eyes widen and she points her chubby finger straight at the deer. Da! Adam quickly snaps a photo, capturing the perfect moment of wonder on our daughter's face. The click of the camera seems to startle the deer, and it bounds gracefully back into the forest. Well, that was magical, I say, kissing Avery's cheek. Just the start of our perfect honeymoon, Adam replies, wrapping an arm around us both. Ready to hit the road again? I nod, settling back into the car with Avery. We continue our drive, and I can't help but feel a surge of excitement for what's to come. Our little cottage getaway might not be the most extravagant honeymoon, but with my little family by my side, it's absolutely perfect. Avery quickly falls asleep in my arms, and I take this time to reflect. We've come so far, and I can't wait to see where things go from here. Adam talks about synapses, answering all the questions I have. I listen to him talk with wide eyes, impressed by everything he's achieved in the time we were apart. You're amazing, I say, caressing his cheek. I know, he grins, which turns into laughter when I playfully pull his ear. His face goes serious. You really have no idea how much I missed you when, you know. Guilt makes me swallow hard. I really am sore. No, let me finish. I'm not saying that to make you feel bad. I don't often express how I feel, but you need to know that you're my world. You, and now Avery too. I smile. I do know, but thank you for saying it. He nods, his eyes on the road. I suddenly remember the slideshow I had made for him just after he found out about Avery. I'm glad I didn't give it to him back then because it would make a lovely wedding gift. I'll just have to add some of the photos we've taken together since. It will be perfect. I stare at him for a moment longer, appreciating that he's the one person I can't live without, before Avery shifts and demands my attention. Truly, I couldn't be happier.
Chapter 32. Adam. I lay in bed, my arm wrapped around Destiny as she nestles against my chest. The soft moonlight filters through the curtains, casting a gentle glow across our room in the cottage. Avery's peaceful breathing comes through the baby monitor on the nightstand. Can you believe we're here? Destiny murmurs, tracing circles on my chest with her finger. I chuckle softly. Honestly, no. But I wouldn't have it any other way. I didn't think we'd ever be happy like this again. I briefly remember everything that brought us here. The divorce case, finding out about Avery, the stupid photos painting a false picture. It all worked out in the end. As it should have. She lifts her head, meeting my gaze with those captivating eyes that first drew me in years ago. We've come so far, Adam. From interns and bosses to this. To family, I finish, pulling her closer. And to think we almost threw it all away. She sighs contentedly. I'm just glad we found our way back to each other. Even if it took some unconventional methods. I can't help but smirk. You mean like keeping our daughter a secret and nearly giving me a heart attack? She playfully swats my chest. Hey, I said I was sorry about that. Multiple times, if I recall correctly. Oh, I remember, I say playfully, nipping at her earlobe. But I think you might need to apologize again. She laughs, the sound music to my ears. Later, Tiger. Right now, I just want to enjoy this moment. I relax back into the pillows, savoring the feel of her in my arms. You're right. We've got all the time in the world now. She leans over, her lips grazing my chest. The soft touch of her mouth sends a shiver through me as she works her way up to my neck. Her teeth graze my skin, and I feel a jolt of pleasure. "Feeling frisky, are we?" I whisper, my hand sliding down her back. She lets out a low laugh against my throat. "Maybe. What are you gonna do about it?" In one swift motion, I flip her onto her back, pinning her beneath me. "Oh, I've got a few ideas." Her eyes sparkle with mischief. "Care to demonstrate?" I don't answer with words. Instead, I lower my head to her neck, my lips finding that spot just below her ear that always makes her squirm. I nip at her skin, alternating between gentle bites and soothing kisses. "Sorry to interrupt." I know no one likes missing out on a spicy grand finale, but unfortunately this platform won't allow us to air what's about to happen next. To make up for this, we're offering a 40% discount on the full, unabridged version of this audiobook when you go to vixavonromance.com and apply code VIXA40 at checkout. Thank you for listening to Vixa Von Romance.